A woman's voice slices through the air calling, Jean, and the narration quickly lays bare just how manipulative his sister truly is. His older sister shoots him a furious look and asks why he isn't touching the cookies their aunt went out of her way to share. Her anger flares up, and she snaps at him for being cruel, then tries to twist the knife by guilt-tripping him over their aunt's feelings. Young Jean snaps the question right back at her, smirking and demanding, "Why don't you eat them instead?" Stunned into silence, she crosses her arms and pouts hard, straight up proving he's reading her perfectly. Jin's narration clocks how weird it is that she makes him choke down nasty food she won't even taste herself. Memories keep slamming into view, and there she is, bending a twisted sense of justice to bend everyone else to her will. Now he's done looking back. He wants one thing more than anything, a life with zero control from his sister. In the car, Jean blurts out if they're there yet, and his sister answers with a loud, exasperated sigh. Hands death gripping the wheel, she snaps at him to show some patience and shuts him up when he keeps pushing. One quick thought makes his frustration spill out. Ever since she got her license, she won't stop bossing him around. Their car finally rolls into the exact event parking spot for the night's fireworks show. Once they park and the trunk creaks open, his sister throws her arms out, stretches hard, and groans that the drive nearly killed her. She snaps out Jin's name right away, eyes darting over every bento box and drink stacked in the back. With a sweet smile that demanded answers, she asks him which bag holds the sake, straight up ignoring the annoyed look on his face. After his sarcastic jab about her grabbing the heaviest one, he steps in and points out the exact right bag for her. His sister and her friend beam with excitement and announce they're leaving first, waving goodbye like it's a celebration, and leaving him there. He stares as they vanish down the road, his gut sinking under the mountain of luggage they left him. He gives up with a heavy sigh, mutters to himself that maybe it's safer to deal with it all solo anyway. With that heavy backpack biting his shoulders, he tightens his resolve and tells himself, just hang on a little longer. His dream of making it to university crashes to the ground, the moment a car collision rips the air open with a violent, shattering roar. In the blink of an eye, he's suddenly standing inside a thick, shadowy forest, staring around like, what the heck just happened? His brain reels at the sudden shift, unsure if this chaos could really be the parking lot. A sickening realization hits him as he looks around, and the car is suddenly nowhere to be seen. The woods fell deathly silent, and it only made his confusion sharpen into pure, gut-deep unease. Clutching his gear by himself, he can't tell if he's dreaming or if this is some weird camping trip from hell. He yanks out his phone to call for help, then just freezes because there isn't a single bar anywhere. Clutching his phone like it might shatter, he fights to stay calm as panic claws higher and higher in his chest. Eventually, his brutal trek through the woods finally spits him out at a river, maybe the only way back to civilization. Kneeling at the river's edge, he drinks in the beauty of the pretty water, letting the rushing current wash over him with a soothing roar. Fueled by a fresh spark of purpose, he grabs onto the idea and follows the river downstream for just a little longer. His grueling journey finally spits him out of the trees, right toward a huge stretch of open water. Breathing hard from the strain, he suddenly freezes, because with a jolt, he realizes he's made it to the sea. Standing all by himself on the empty beach, he scans the shoreline in panic. Where is everyone? He hasn't seen a single soul. A savage growl rips from his stomach, snapping him back to the brutal truth. He needs food right now. He pops the cooler open, and the second he sees it stuffed with drinks and bento boxes, pure relief hits him like a wave. He drops onto the sand and digs into his meal, finally catching a long overdue breath. He scans the shoreline, and the beach looks untouched, so clean it feels like modern trash never even showed up. He realizes night is creeping in, so he wastes no time, scavenging dead branches to forge a fire before darkness hits. From a wide angle, the endless sky stretches above him, and a thick wall of trees crowds his new, lonely world. He dives right into the tinder prep, shaving the wood down to thin, curly curls with a cutter, slow and precise like he's setting the fuse for something big. He stews over the cruel irony that he's been dragged to a fireworks show by his sister's sheer tyranny. A flashback to that survival TV show hits him out of nowhere, and he's furious at himself for pushing off that camping trip. Kneeling down, he clamps the bow drill tight and power rubs the stick in his palms, whipping up friction like it's the start of something huge. He slams the wood into the grinder with everything he's got, and you can see the strain tearing across his face. A brutal wave of exhaustion crashes over him as his hand starts throbbing and going weak from all that non-stop repetitive motion. His hand starts to shake hard as panic slams in and the daylight drains away fast. Staring at the sunset bleeding through the trees, he knows he has to race to make a fire before it's too late. After all that brutal effort, a thin wisp of smoke finally curls up from the wood. He cups the glowing ember in his hands and breathes on it softly, coaxing it into a real flame. Once the fire caught, he slid in the bigger logs, one by one, into the stone-lined fire pit. As night drops, the forest around him gets swallowed by pitch-black darkness that you can't push through. Crack, crackle, the campfire dances in the dark, turning the night into something warm, bright, and survivable. Completely drained, he drops by the fire and sighs in relief, thankful he grabbed that jacket to keep the cold at bay. He shuts his eyes tight, forcing himself to believe that everything's still okay, for now. As his eyes droop, he grips onto one desperate hope: this has to be nothing but a bad dream. The very next morning, birds start singing their happy tune outside, and he jolts awake to their cheerful chirps. Lying flat on his back, he wades up through the fog, dazed, twisted, and slowly regaining his senses. He jolts upright, stares at the dying flames, and feels his heart drop as the truth hits: this isn't a dream. Panic hits like lightning when he realizes the fire's nearly dead. Just a skinny wisp of smoke is all that's left. He throws more wood on the embers in a rush, breathes out like he just dodged disaster, because that close call could have gone up in flames. He bolts into the road again, chasing a new light. This time, he heads straight away from yesterday's trail, praying it'll lead him to the city. Biting itch from those insect bites drives him crazy, but he forces himself to remember he's got to grab more firewood later. As he keeps walking, a rustle snaps his attention, so he instinctively swipes at his face, like something just brushed past him. His quest slams him right to the edge of a brutal, wind-battered cliff, staring out over the endless sea. Then it hits him like a gut punch. He's on an island, with nothing but water all around. Now it hits him, he finally gets why no city ever showed up, and it leaves him utterly lost, drowning in hopelessness. His legs just give up, and he crumples to the ground, frantically shouting to anyone, "Please, is someone out there?" His desperate cry hangs in the air, and the silence answers back, swallowing him whole and making his loneliness feel unbearable. Slumped in defeat, he hears a sharp rustle in the grass behind him and realizes someone's closing in. Wandering through the woods with no plan, he can't stop asking why this nightmare is happening to him. He's grumbling because he got dragged along with his sister to a fireworks display he never even wanted to see. Survival instincts kick in hard, but he can't shake one burning question: why does his mind instantly jump to gathering firewood? The roar of a nearby waterfall suddenly snaps his attention, and he looks up with a jolt of mild surprise. He stares in awe at the breathtaking view, stunned that a place this beautiful could even exist on this island. He spots the bubbling pool at the foot of that towering waterfall and realizes it's the river's real origin. Kneeling in the pounding water, he peers down and confirms he's right on the riverbed. A tiny hopeful smile flickers across his face as he realizes he's hit the jackpot. He decides to snag some branches and head back fast, terrified his campfire smoke might give them away. With grim resolve, he drives the saw through the log, knowing full well he might be stuck here for ages. Panting through the strain, he lugs the heavy timber on his shoulder, pushing back through the forest. He kicks off his big mission to build a real house, pounding sharpened stakes deep into the ground with relentless force. After pinning one of those posts in place, he steps back and stares it down, suddenly unsure if his whole construction plan will hold. He hoists the massive wooden beam into position, already plotting how he'll reinforce the walls later. That evening, he settles inside the skeletal frame of his new home and eats by a tiny campfire, the flames crackling like they're keeping him company. He lifts his last pre-packed bento and realizes tomorrow he's on his own for food. A sudden rustle outside jolts him, and he sneaks a peek, then feels it, a beast lurking just out of sight. His heart jackhammers in his chest as he guesses it might be a rabbit, or maybe even a wild boar. He sprawls on his plain mat, lets out a tired sigh, and can't stop wishing desperately for a bath. The next morning kicks off with birds singing their cheerful tune from the nearby trees. He lurks in the river, then splashes and shoots through the current, stirring the fish straight toward the trap. He realizes that with nobody else around in this quiet little haven, fishing suddenly feels way easier. Freshly yanked from the water, that fish sizzles over a crackling fire, skewered on a forked stick as it roasts. He chomps down on the big, cooked fish like he can't get enough, eyes locked in, totally focused on every bite. As he digs in, he grimaces at the fish's bland, lifeless flavor, and a brutal craving for salt hits him like a wave. He stares at his shrinking stash of drinks, then grits his teeth and chooses spring water like it's his last lifeline. Right as he rolled over to call it a night, he made a fierce promise to himself: tomorrow he'd get back to building his house. He drops to his knees and relentlessly slathers mud and clay paste onto the wooden walls. He wiped the sweat from his brow and beamed as he stared down the massive pile of leaves he'd hauled up to seal the roof. Stuck inside the hut now that the roof's finally up, he stares at how pitch black it's gotten and starts thinking, I need to make a window. The sky peeks through a wall of dark, shadowy trees overhead. In a stone hearth built to perfection, the fire crackles and glows like it's alive. Gene looks back on the time he dug that drain and stacked stones, all to keep the rain from getting in. He drags his hand over the jagged stone and suddenly realizes he can heat it up to keep himself warm when night falls. Caked in mud, he grits his teeth and plots his next move, then sets out to build himself a real bath. He stares at his finished stone-lined pool, grimaces at how small it is, then decides it'll be enough. A massive, slick stone hisses and sizzles as he yanks it out of the roaring campfire. With a thunderous splash, he flings the blazing rock into the water, and it immediately hisses and crackles like it's screaming. Hot stones tumble to the basin's bottom, soaking up the heat and turning the water warm. Basking in the scorching heat, he can't stop worrying that the stones under him might crack from the sheer temperature. He lets out a deep, satisfied breath and sinks into the steaming hot water like it's pure bliss. Drifting along in calm silence, he finally snaps. His plain little diet bores him, and he starts craving a real hearty stew. As he soaks in the bath, he spots the mountain dressed in autumn reds, leaf by leaf. A cold shiver rips through him as the air around his bath turns ice cold. A rough clay pot brimming with stew erupts in a fierce boil over the open flames. As he devours his meal, he can't help but marvel at how all that knowledge turned his cooking into something way better. His finished hut sits tucked in the trees, glowing like a last hope when the night tries to swallow everything. A proud smile flashes across his face as he declares his building project a full-on success. Soon, snow started stacking on that distant mountain, and it was like winter was finally knocking on the door. A bitter wind howls while he trudges through the snowy woods, scavenging every last scrap he can find. He cranes his neck at the tree trunk and spots a chunky cluster of big mushrooms, dusted thick with snow. He weighs whether they're worth eating, then decides, carefully, swiftly, to bail on the snack and head on. His tiny, thatched-roof hut crouches at the edge of the dark forest, looming like a secret in the night. He barges back inside and flings the pile of firewood he gathered onto the floor. He sits cross-legged, huddled tight over the tiny crackling fire, chasing warmth like it's his last lifeline. He blows on his hands, fighting the biting cold, because this time, no snow's coming for a while. Staring into the roaring flames, he starts sweating over the fishing plan and decides he'll stock up on dried provisions. A cold dread sinks in as he wonders how much longer his life can even hold on. A vicious gust of wind sneaks through a crack and chills him clear to the bone. He just stares at the last dying embers of his fire, and a quiet little sound slips out of him. The encroaching darkness creeps in inch by inch, tightening around him. Pain twists across his face as he races through one terrifying question: am I really about to die right here? He curls up into a tight ball, crushed by the brutal weight of being totally alone. In the middle of his darkest moment, a blazing ball of light tears across the night sky and leaves the young man frozen in shock. As the world whirls around him, a panicked voice keeps blurting apologies, begging him to forgive the fact it dragged him into all of this. A disembodied voice finally spills it. Somehow, he got swept up in the hero's summoning by pure accident. In his rickety little hut, he spits out a chilling truth: this isn't the world he knows. Stunned by this surprise visitor, the young man blurts out a shaky, confused laugh, like his brain just short-circuited. The glowing orb buzzes out the truth again. He's stuck in a whole new world because a hero summoned him. He snaps out of nowhere and demands it back, but the light lets out a sorry glow and refuses. Flat out, it can't return it. That light doesn't just glow, it drops a terrifying curse, and the only way into this new world is to be barely alive. Frustration sparks in his eyes as he calls out the contradiction in its words, and total confusion floods him. Rage flashes across his face as he snaps, where the hell is this place? A wild vision hits, boom, showing a magical realm packed with sword-wielding knights, mages, and dragons soaring through the sky. Still skeptical, he can't believe anyone would buy it. He's seen zero fantasy tropes himself. Drifting on the air, the light finally reveals the truth. It's a god that once reigned supreme, now stripped of its power and barely clinging on. It cheerfully shrugs that its fate is murky for now, but promises its power will come roaring back. The former god reveals the summoning's real mission: to slam a quick bridge between the two worlds. Overwhelmed by a storm of impossible cosmic noise, the young man grips his head, lost and unable to make sense of a single word. The orb reveals the brutal truth. Only 3 people teetering on death's edge can be summoned. The orb just blurted, "I didn't even see you," and that shocking truth hit like a punch, right after Haruka's group admitted it hadn't noticed him. He pieces everything together, heart pounding. Did his sister Haruka really save the day, and was he the one who was supposed to die? He remembers the voice telling him, clear as day, that his life in his original world isn't over yet, that he still has time left. Suddenly, he's staring straight into the faces of 3 stunning, ethereal women, and his whole body freezes with shock. The crew isn't just small, it's a whole pantheon of divine beings, packed with an ancient old man and a young boy. Van, a dark-haired woman, snaps at him for being painfully slow to react. She decides they'll hear his wish out first, then they'll handle that accident afterward. Just as he hesitates, a tiny, fluffy, wolf-like creature pops up right at their feet with a soft little sound. Rish the wolf creature broke down and admitted the accident was totally his fault. His summoning went wrong. A young guy seethes, snapping that none of this is his fault, while the old woman leans in and demands who he'll pick. Van pins the little god in place with a vicious glare, ordering it to wait, right now. With a fierce stare pinned on him, she offers him the power to choose a guardian deity. Van steps in, introduces herself, and promises him any boon he wants, right up until she takes his remaining lifespan as payment. A regal woman steps forward and declares, "I'm Rudiel, goddess of earth and keeper of stillness magic." A wrinkled old man with a long white beard leans in and declares, "I'm Kato, the ruler of flora and keeper of order." A light-haired, serious young boy locks eyes and declares, "I'm Ish, and he's the one who controls water and brings healing." A frail old woman in a shadowy hood leans in and introduces herself, Pal, the goddess of the land and harvest. A sunny, wavy-haired girl flashes a cheeky wink, and boom, it's Mistu, the one who rules light, wind, romance, and pure caprice. Hal Alpha, impossibly radiant, declares her rule over light, love, and pure beauty. A gentle hand strokes Rish, the sleeping wolf creature, once a god of ice and darkness, now with his power fading fast. Jean seethed to himself, stunned that Rich used to be so fearless before his power started evaporating. Still a little flustered, he shoots a question. Can the gods' divine powers even overlap with each other? Mistu and Van make it clear. Even Rish with his power cut down is still terrifying, strong enough to be treated like a god. Jean's hand grips his chin as he's challenged to pick the one deity he wants most. Staring down the assembled gods, he blurts out the terrifying question, is he really supposed to pick them all? Wise God Kato declares it straight. Jin doesn't have enough time to master all their powers without slashing the protection that shields them. The deities say they almost never come together like this, and once you try to pick everyone, you don't get any real edge. Kato hammers it home. This power won't show up the same way for everyone, because it forms based on the exact kind of god who hands it over. Mistu throws out a wild, confusing analogy about emotions, playing love and friendship against obsession like they're all part of the same trap. Totally thrown off by her logic, Jean admits to himself that he can't wrap his head around a single word of her reasoning. Kato cuts through the noise and tells Jean to stop hesitating, think hard about what he truly wants to do with this brand new life. The young man pauses and repeats the question under his breath, weighing every option like it's a lifeline, until he finally figures out what he truly wants. He lays out his dream like a vow, a comfy life with no chains, no rules, and no lingering wants holding him back. With a grim stare, he lays down his biggest rule. She'll stay out of it, especially his older sister. He demands a power that lets him roam this brand new world on his own, utterly cut off from her. The floating wolfrish hypes Haruka's sense of justice, but Jean snaps back, saying she's only using it like a weapon. Cattle leans in and asks if Jean felt that power surge when Haruka finally unlocked her abilities, because it's the gods getting stronger. Flustered and furious, Jean snaps and demands to know what kind of terrifying powers his sister was handed. A cold shiver ripped down his spine when he learned she got domination and every last bit of magic, so his resolve hardened into steel. A dramatic close-up lingers on his hand as it raises a gift, no, a power ready to be placed into his hands. Hands snap forward as a booming voice declares the powers about to be handed down. Kato rattles off a wild list of abilities, freedom, separation, and even that shocking power to kill the hero. Jean nods along, but inside he's like, wait, how are you so good at killing heroes? Because he made it crystal clear he didn't want any part in it. A close-up snaps in, someone's hand signals, and then a sacred physical gift from the gods is revealed. Kato slams an all-kill blade into view, an essential survival sword he swears can slice through almost anything. The goddess Van strides forward, pouch in hand, and tells him it's exactly what he'll need when he reaches his destination. Jean scooped up the pouch's growth powder and blurted out heartfelt thanks, like he'd just been given hope. Kato fires off a sincere thanks for Jin's calm composure, and then, right on cue, a little wolf cuts through the air. The little wolf-like creature scrambled closer, trembling as the last pieces of the plan clicked perfectly into place. He asks, "Is it cool if I take the puppy with me?" The young man figures it out. Rich has no power, so the only thing he can gift is himself. He leans down and gently begs the little wolf-like creature to join him on his journey. Richa snaps her new pact into place with a calm, happy woof that sounds like pure relief. Van, the goddess, hands him one last gift. She sends him to a safe house where he can finally breathe. He finally reaches the grand mansion and swears, right there, that he'll live in peace and comfort from this day forward. He stares around his brand new surroundings, and pure awe hits him so hard he can barely blink at what he's seeing. A breathtaking spread of rolling hills stretches out for miles, and far in the distance, a quiet village waits like a secret. He's blown away by the stunning scenery, and he can't believe how warm it feels. As he heads to his new place, he can't help but think, no way, this isn't a home, it's a mansion. Staring into the mirror, he spots his reflection and freezes at a face he doesn't recognize. He stares in disbelief at how his look changed out of nowhere. Blushing hard, he thinks, so this is the god's son, and then he quickly offers them his heartfelt thanks. The front door groans as it swings open, and he steps into his brand new home. In the grand entrance hall, he lets out a breath of pure, quiet wonder. In the cozy living area, a plush armchair sits right in front of a crackling fireplace, all ready for someone to sink in. His tour rolls on into a kitchen packed with a brick oven and cookware. He steps into yet another huge room and can't help but marvel at how massive this house really is. He keeps pushing deeper into that jaw-dropping dwelling, hunting for whatever secrets are hiding inside. He stumbles on a gigantic pantry packed with endless food stores, like the supply will never, ever run dry. Endless provisions surround him, and it feels like he's living inside a dream that might shatter any second. To his stunned disbelief, he spots a giant tub packed with live salmon and a sori. He can't stop wondering if that tub's water is secretly tied to his old home in Japan. Fresh fish hits the shore, and the moment he sees it, hunger crashes into him, because that island diet has been nothing but the same old grind. Seeing his muddy hands, he doesn't hesitate. He grabs a bath before he even thinks about eating. He exhales a deep, satisfied breath and sinks into the hot bathwater like it finally answers everything he's been holding in. With the water swallowing him, he sinks into the kind of pure joy only a real bath can bring. A sharp idea hits him. He's thinking of how to polish rice using his brand new skills. Now dressed to impress, he steps up to the wooden rice polishing machine, ready to finally give it a shot. His eyes narrow as he triggers his appraisal ability, locking in exactly what it is. The skill snaps into focus and lays bare the machine's inner workings, stunning him with razor-sharp clarity. Soon the rice starts to roll and boil, steaming up inside that traditional wooden container. Right nearby, his tiny buddy, Rich, snores peacefully in a woven basket. He vows to level up the powers and the protection Rich handed him. Huddled by the basket, he swears he'll bring Rich real meat as soon as he's back on his feet. In the kitchen, he starts chopping cabbage in a steady rhythm, shaving it into razor-thin shreds. He generously rains seasoning from the grinder over a thick slab of sirloin steak. A perfectly seasoned steak hits the scorching, oiled pan, and it sizzles like a battle starting. He pauses, raising an eyebrow at how weird the mix is, then shrugs and decides to cook it anyway. A brutal stink of fish and crabs slithers through the kitchen, hanging in the air like a warning. He swings open the container, and there it is, steaming, fluffy white rice ready to be served. The meal comes out, plated to perfection, shimmering like it's bursting with pure deliciousness. He presses his palms together and murmurs a heartfelt thanks, savoring the meal in silence. Knife in one hand, fork in the other, he carves into that tender, perfectly cooked steak like it's pure victory. He lifts the first juicy steak to his mouth and sinks in, savoring every bite like it's pure victory. A grin explodes across his face as he blurts out how unbelievably delicious it is. He's overwhelmed by the quiet power of a perfectly seasoned meal, simple, bold, and unforgettable. Later, sprawled in bed, he finally exhales. Turns out he doesn't have to worry about the fire anymore. Relief crashes through him. Finally, the beasts can't reach him anymore. Staring at his grand manor, he swallows hard and accepts it. This is where he's going to live now. Cupped under that fluffy juve, he tries to drift off, but the soft bed just won't let him sleep. A fresh chapter kicks off the second. He steps forward and introduces himself, Kana Hanajin. Weeks later, he snaps awake with a groan. He's barely done anything but stuff his face and crash into sleep. After finishing the laundry, he feels the weight lift off his shoulders, and purpose and grit surge back like a fresh start. His mind races through a bunch of wild recipe ideas, all built from the ingredients sitting in his pantry. He debates whipping up ramen, but then his curiosity screams louder. He wants to taste this world's wild, one-of-a-kind flavors. He spots dried bonito flakes and kelp, and you can tell they're still raw, untouched by anything. In the pantry, he freezes, because there's zero wheat to grind for flour. A steaming grilled fish and a bowl of rice land on the wooden table, looking so simple yet hitting like a warm promise. He digs in with a satisfied grin, grateful he can still pull off a decent meal. He grips the map and the money, then decides, all right, let's try shopping. Unfolding that map, he can't help but wonder where the heck he should go on his first trip. His hand glides across the map's enormous expanse, sketching kingdom after kingdom and laying out the continents like a secret he can't wait to reveal. He locks onto that one recommended spot from memory and rockets his way to it on the map. With a wild burst of energy, he fires off his transition power and zaps, teleporting instantly. He spots the walled settlement ahead and calls it, without hesitation, the frontier city Canaan. He's convinced this is the perfect spot to rake in gold by wiping out monsters. At the city gate, a guard blocks his path and demands his ID, and the toll, too. He can't stop feeling uneasy, realizing he's stuck out there like a sore thumb while everyone else blends in. He can't stop staring at his own look, so he shrugs and grabs some local clothes to blend in. Cloaked in hiding, he steels himself and decides to hit the streets, blending in like he belongs there. Inside the store, he brushes the fabric and feels it bite back, stiff, unyielding, and solid. He grips his heavy pouch of money and scans the stalls for anything worth grabbing. He clenches a coin, and right in his head, a cute little cartoon of Rish pops up like it's haunting his thoughts. He's convinced it's a massive pile of cash, basically the same kind of fortune his sisters got. Russell's gaze snaps to a fancy bottle perched up on a high shelf. He spots the rare, pricey potion like it's pulled straight from a fantasy game. He decides he can probably craft one himself, using his appraisal skill to make it happen. His mind jumps straight to food. He's craving the local cuisine like a first bite can't come soon enough. His appraisal skill spots dangerous bacteria, and that alone makes him back off immediately. That plain balance scale snaps his eyes to it, and before he knows it, he's being pulled into the next shop. He can't stop staring at the scale and the grape trellis sitting right nearby. He stares at that beautiful trellis and realizes, plain and simple, he's got to grab some farming tools next. He leans in and asks the shopkeeper if he can buy a pitchfork. He shoots off a wild request. He wants a twig from the trellis outside. A young girl steps up and offers to point him to the perfect weapons store. The shopkeeper clocks him as a brand new adventurer on the spot and snaps in some solid advice. He can't stop picturing the brutal summer heat, metal armor, blazing against his skin like a nightmare. He thanks the kind shopkeeper for the advice that actually saves the day. Inside the weapon shop, it feels like he just got dropped into a whole new game. He grips a plain but rock-solid longsword, testing its weight and feeling like it's the real deal. He slides the new knife back into its sheath and racks his brain on what gear to grab, even while doubt keeps nagging at him. Now fully geared up, he leans back and thinks about that brutal, exhausting, yet totally worth it shopping trip. He spots the opening nearby, but he forces himself to remember his teleportation skill won't work here. He decides to head back home right away because Rich is his concern and he can't shake that worry. Beneath a sky packed with stars, he swore he'd be back tomorrow to hit the guild again. The very next day, he storms into a massive timber-framed guild hall. In the middle of all that buzzing noise, he strides right up to the counter to throw in his registration. The receptionist hands him two options, and he snaps his choice immediately, paying the fee on the spot. While they're stitching his tag together, he suddenly remembers he's got one more question to ask. He sprints to the library, grabs a book to study, and dives right in. Inside the guild, Jean flips through a book that's all about demon forests and the possessed creatures that roam them. The manual lays out the forest's map, tells you exactly how to exploit each monster's weak spots, and lists the items that can save your life. Just as he's getting lost in his book, a voice suddenly snaps from behind him. A friendly adventurer strides up and asks, "Are you the one who requested an escort?" Gene nods, admits he doesn't even know how strong he truly is, and the doubt hits hard. Dean the adventurer steps in and declares, "I'm a 2-star silver, I'm on compulsory duty." When Gene hears Dean's high rank, he's thrown for a loop, and right as he opens his mouth to introduce himself, it all hits him at once. Blushing and rattled, he powers through his introduction, then turns to Gene and begs to be taken care of. Dean grins at their matching names, and Gene immediately panics over his own damn slip-up. Their talk gets ripped apart when a girl's furious scream for Dean suddenly erupts. A blonde girl with twin tails storms in, furious, and demands Dean stop picking companions at random. Fuming at her outburst, Dean snaps at her to shut up and stop barking orders at him. Gene stared as the argument erupted, and all he could think about was how much the guild's dirty internal politics grated on him. Dean shoots Gene a quick apology, then vows he'll put that troublesome mess to rest. Amel throws a heated argument that Chris, another adventurer, should step in and take care of the noble's request. Gene shoots a quick glance at the meal, and like it can't help itself, it turns its attention straight toward his curious stare. Dean slams his decision down hard. There's no way he'll ever become a personal contact for the nobles. Arms crossed tight, he snaps that he's determined to fix the mistake he made back then. Amel takes her frustration out on Gene, snapping that he's just trying to pull her in and get her help. Another young woman barges in and snaps at Emil to stop leaning on his brother. Just as she thought she was safe, Miss Kana shows up out of nowhere, and a terrified Meal gets completely thrown off by her sudden arrival. Dean tells Kana thanks, and she snaps right back that the whole mess is his fault for spoiling Emil. The gilded receptionist lets out a heavy sigh, then rushes to apologize to Gene for the improper display. A shadowy, grainy backdrop hits the screen as Gene's mind plunges into its own thoughts. He clocks the sibling dynamic, and that old, gut-deep rejection feeling instantly flares back up. He coolly tells the stunned Dean he's pulling his escort request, right then and there. Amel's face bursts into a radiant smile as she thanks him again and again. She grins, tells him to hit up another party as he strides right by her, totally unfazed. At the counter, Gene wipes the last of the tension away and formally tells the receptionist he doesn't need escorts anymore. Dean shouts at him, fighting tooth and nail to stop the sudden choice. The receptionist squeezes out another heartfelt apology and confirms his payment will be fully refunded. Gene shrugs and says it's fine, then leans in and asks if he can grab the Adventurer's Manual instead. You see the grand exterior of the timber-framed Adventurers Guild, massive, looming, and buzzing with promise. Standing out in the middle of town, Gene lets out one deep, frustrated sigh like it's tearing straight out of his chest. He shuts his eyes tight and swears he'll never get trapped in that suffocating connection again. A tiny, fairy-looking girl pops in out of nowhere and asks him straight up if he's about to use his separation skill. He snaps at Mistu to be quiet and reminds her only he can see her right now. Mistu tells him he can reach her through his own thoughts, no words, just pure consciousness. She tells him, loud and clear, that if he focuses his thoughts on her on purpose, she'll hear every word inside his head. Misto grins and teases that he can think dirty thoughts, but he shuts that down cold. No way, not him. He decides to unleash his separation skill and cut every last bond with his sister once and for all. Miss Hito slams the warning down. If you widen the skill's target, its power gets wrecked. Gene's face tightens with worry as he challenges the idea that the skill's power can fade. She cheerfully drifts through the town streets, making it crystal clear just what she can and can't do. He stares at her for a beat, then drops a heartfelt thank you for the help she just gave him. She grins at him, petals swirling around her, and beams as she gives his thanks right back. Mistu disappears in a wild swirl of white light, and Gene is left to push forward all by himself. Gene can't stop wondering, did she show up just to offer advice, or did she genuinely have her sights set on him? No guards at his side, he clenches his courage and charges straight for the demon forest alone. A gritty panel snaps into view, showing cobblestones stretching out of the city like the path to something dangerous. A guard at the city gate gives him a sharp nod, and just like that, they wave him out. Beyond the towering city walls, Gene clutches the Adventurer's Manual he just got, staring at it like it's about to change his whole life. Tugging the manual open, he reads that horned rabbits show up right near the forest entrance. He digs up an old library record that screams how monster horns can't be ignored. The manual spills that the weak monsters are called hornless because their horns are so tiny they might as well not exist. Staring at those rabbit illustrations, confidence surges through him like, yeah, I can take them. Because he's on his own, he takes a deep breath and dares to test a special ability. With a savage whoosh, he brandishes his mighty, ornate, all-kill blade. Hunched in the towering grass, he clenches his resolve and readies himself for his very first solo hunt. With a sudden jolt, a little white rabbit, plain, ordinary, and right there, appears in your line of sight. He lets his guard down, convinced it's just a regular animal, until another rustle snaps the calm away. A monstrous rabbit rockets through the air and slams down the embankment, sliding like a nightmare on wheels. The creature bears a tiny horn, its eyes look burned black, and it charges straight at him. He squints at the thing and, against all its nightmare looks, calls it a hornless rabbit. In a blur of pure instinct, he whips his sword through the air and slams it into the charging rabbit. He's left stunned for a beat by how fast and final that fight turns out. He stared at the dead rabbit and realized one brutal swing was all it took to finish it. He shoves the carcass into a sack, then can't help but wonder whether the sword he sells is about to hold up. A thunderous slash ripples across the panel. Another attack hits the moment the sound explodes. He snaps his focus to a fresh target and charges in like he's itching for one more fight. He effortlessly slashes down a horned rabbit with a plain sword, then just stands there, utterly confused. Clutching his hull like a lifeline, he powers deeper into the sun-dappled forest, refusing to stop. A textured panel shows this gorgeous, calm forest stretching all around him like a quiet sanctuary. With his appraisal skill, he spots a beautiful patch of grass and realizes it's a medicinal herb. He spots wild berries bursting everywhere and can't help but grin at how stuffed and awesome this forest really is. A chibi version of him blurts out pure excitement, practically glowing over his brand new skills. He flicks on his storage skill, and the herbs vanish in a wild swirl of magic. He spots a whole cluster of mushrooms, and the moment he sees them, memories from the island slam into him. The appraisal finally says it's edible, and he's furious he didn't figure that out sooner. Suddenly, he flinches hard, then a bead of sweat pops on his face as he senses danger closing in. He just sensed it, something lurking out there, a monster way bigger than any rabbit he's ever seen. He snaps his head around, panic flashing in his eyes as he scrambles to spot the danger right about to strike. A deep, low growl rumbles from a massive, horned figure looming just ahead of him. A colossal, horned bear surges up on its hind legs and unleashes a gut-punching roar that shakes the air. His face freezes in total shock the second he realizes just how terrifying that monster really is. The scene snaps into view, with towering forest giants standing stark against a blazing blue sky. Gene wears a heavy, pensive look, like he's still reliving that intense, dangerous encounter. The bear crumples dead, and right when it looks over, Mistu bursts in out of nowhere, scaring him so hard it hits with a sharp tada. He snaps at Mistu for popping up out of nowhere, and she brushes it off with a quick, cheerful apology. He finally admits it, somehow he totally spaced on his magic ability. She tells him, "You don't have to roam around hunting for another monster, let's be smarter than that." Mistu grinned and told him, "Stop guessing, use your search skill and go for it." Gene realizes they've handed him a stack of abilities he barely even bothered to notice. He decides to fire up his exploration skill, and his focus snaps into razor-sharp clarity. A sharp targeting reticle snaps into his sight, locking onto a horned rabbit like it's already marked for capture. He blushes, realizing his hunt would have been a straight shot from the very beginning. Mistu kicks things off by teaching him the core rules of magic, step by step. She catalogs every magical power he's been blessed with by the gods. A horned rabbit rockets straight at him, locking on like a bullseye and turning him into the perfect target. Gene shuts his eyes tight, clamps down on his focus, and braces to unleash the next spell in his mind. With a fierce shout, the young man unleashes a brutal wind slash spell that rips through the air. The magical attack lands perfectly on the small horned rabbit, then everything goes still, like it just died in place. Gawking at his own hand, he can't believe it. Magic actually showed up for real. He whips his head toward the floating girl, Miss Hito, and pours out his heartfelt gratitude like it's the only thing that matters. As she dissolves into nothingness, Miss Hito leans in and tells him, "Don't worry, other spirits will step in and share their power." Then he whips out his wind magic and calls forth a tiny cyclone to blast everything clean. Now he stuffs the loot away, then vows to sell it off at the guild. Crouched beside the massive bear, he plots how to get it to the guild. He storms up to the trade guild and, with perfect manners, asks them to appraise his goods. A guild worker with spiky hair leans in, eyes locked, and listens as the young man fires off his question. With a dramatic flourish, he whips out a sack so massive it's unreal, and the guild worker is instantly blown away. The worker stares at it, baffled, and asks how he even hauled something that looks this beat up. He keeps his reasons locked inside, choosing the sack over the brutal sight of the monster's wounds. His eyes lock onto the dismembered monster carcasses dangling from the ceiling. A memory crashes in his days on the island, where he hauled fish and tended the animals like it was second nature. He realizes his iron mental strength is what finally lets him stomach this brutal, gruesome sight. The worker snaps a hand gesture and points the young man to where he has to drop the massive bundle. After a quick look over the goods, the worker can't help but gush. He's blown away by the bear pelt's incredible quality. The man realizes it'll fetch a higher price at the Adventurers Guild. In his head, he swore he'd dodge those troublesome siblings in the next guild over. Then he leans in and asks how to learn potion making, but the worker stops him cold and demands more time. The man explains how trade guilds run the whole pipeline for spreading general knowledge. He blurts out that he's stepping out and demands a full appraisal be finished. Moments later, he shoots his hand up in victory, proudly clutching the brand new scroll packed with potion recipes. As he scrolls through it, his jaw drops at how wildly packed the pages are. He decides that the potion-making process looks almost shockingly simple. He's gearing up to use potions to hide his own natural magical healing powers. Right as he's drowning in his thoughts, a guild worker snaps his name and calls out to him. The man blurts out that he's stumbled onto a magic stone and he's ready to show it to you. Still stunned, he jerks his memory back to when he'd read about these things in his guidebook. Magic stones are insanely rare. Every one is an expensive gem forged from a monster's leftover spiritual remnants. The worker breaks down the stone's wild properties, perfect fuel for fire magic. He signs the deal, smugly thinking, I don't even need it, I can cast magic without any of this. His job at the timber-framed guild building is finally done. Once his duties were finished, he grabbed his freedom, tore through the town, and hunted down something delicious to eat. He strides through the town's narrow, stone-paved streets. His quest drags him straight into a loud, jam-packed marketplace where people crowd every inch. The moment he steps into the bustling market, awe hits him like a wave. His eyes darted from towering wheels of cheese to stacked cured meats, like he couldn't pick just one delicious thing to stare at. The stalls are packed to the brim with mouth-watering goods, especially sizzling sausage and rich salami. He spots huge bowls of noodles and long stuffed bread rolls stacked for sale. He takes one look around and realizes the local bread is mostly basic sandwich stuff, nothing fancy. With his appraisal skill blazing, he leans in and stares hard at those sizzling sausages like they're hiding a secret. Still convinced that a perfectly cooked sausage was safe, he nods politely and orders just one. He sinks his teeth into a big, juicy bite of that freshly cooked sausage, and it feels absolutely perfect. He recoils at the greasiness and clocks one thing fast. Around here, even local adventurers are chasing calories like their treasure. His eyes snap toward a stall packed with dried fruits, like a treasure trove begging to be devoured. He grabs a handful of the dried fruit, chomps thoughtfully, and keeps moving down the path. One of the saved fruits hits him like a sour bomb, so brutally acidic it leaves him stunned. As soon as he starts recovering, his thoughts instantly race to how that fruit could change the flavor of everything. Then his eyes snap to a vendor hawking something that looks exactly like brown sugar. He's totally mesmerized by those old-school scales that weigh the sugar clumps. A sharp, fermented smell pulls him straight to a brewery, and suddenly he's stuck wondering, what's the legal drinking age here? Wandering the market lights him up, pure, simple joy, like the whole place is one big game. He keeps strolling down loud, packed Market Street, weaving through the chaos like he owns the night. A noisy crowd ahead keeps chattering, and that sound instantly hooks his curiosity. He leans around the building's edge and peeks out, trying to spot what's gathered all around them. He's completely blown away watching a whole pig sizzle and roast over the fire. Watching a whole roast pig hit the table blows him away. A vendor leans in and tells them the mouth-watering pork is exactly what he's using to make sandwiches. He wastes zero time and strides straight up to the stall to order one for himself. The vendor shoves a huge, mouth-watering sandwich into his hands. He takes one huge bite, and the flavor hits so hard it feels absolutely divine. He takes one bite, studies the flavor like a detective. Pork hits him with juicy perfection, but the bread leaves him cold. Later, he decides to grab a whole roast pig and stash it in his pantry. As night crashes down, he strides back to his grand mountainside mansion. He quietly declares his return to his dozing, fox-like buddy, Riesh. He drops into his seat, eyes down, realizing the island has shriveled his appetite. He hunkers by the basket, staring as his reach slips out with a low, quiet whine. A warm, gentle light blooms in his hand as he gets ready to heal. He can feel Rish slipping away, his very existence crumbling, and not even healing magic can put it back together. Still, he can't help but sincerely pray his companion heals up fast. He leans toward the starry night, then whispers goodnight to the quiet house like it's holding its breath. Morning light pours through the trees, slicing the forest open and kicking off a brand new day. He drops into his seat and digs into a no-nonsense breakfast, grilled fish, rice, and a steaming bowl of soup. As he eats, it hits him. He can still remember that trash-quality cloth he saw in Canaan. His gift for grasping the language ignites a burning need to devour local books. Today, he decides to storm into the massive, multi-layered royal capital. At the capital's gate, he grabs a guard's attention and demands a map, or a guide, to point him the way. The guard shoves a plain guide map into his hands, like it's the key to surviving his way through the city. The guard leans in and warns you the trade guild's tour could be a straight-up ripoff. The safest move with the biggest gamble is to hire one of the local kids. He whips out some payment, thanks the guard for the advice, and puts it in his hands for the help. Then the guard points him to the perfect guide, an eager kid named Leon. He lets out a heartfelt thank you for the recommendation that helped him out. He steps into the city, grinning like a genius, because picking that nearby country as backup was the smartest move ever. As he strides through the streets, he spots it. Those little buildings are all chained together, one after another. He barrels straight toward the city's main square, where one massive building looms over everything. He snaps back to the guard's words, "Find Leon by the well." From the well, he spots a figure and creeps forward, heart pounding, to find out if it's Leon. He's instantly stunned by how brutally intense the reaction hits him. Leon whips around and stabs him with a razor-sharp, hostile stare. Leon's glare burns as he demands, with open hostility, to know exactly what the hell his business is. The moment that aggressive greeting lands, the air snaps with tense electricity, like everyone's holding their breath. His stomach drops. Leon's terrifying look has him scared out of his mind. Leon's stare gets even more brutal the moment you bring up the guard. His gut screamed he'd been played, so he fidgeted and blurted out that maybe, just maybe, he'd messed up. Suddenly, Leon's tough act drops, and he nods, agreeing to be his guide. Still shaking off the recovery, he turns to his new guide and demands the best must-see spots. Leon points you to the view from the stronghold, then instantly slams the brakes and says it's strictly off-limits. With a deadpan stare, Leon flat-out declares that civilians aren't allowed anywhere near the stronghold. Jean wrestles with what to say next, because that useless advice doesn't help a single bit. He pivots the whole conversation and demands recommendations for clothing shops or dining halls. Leon's expression hardens into pure menace as he shouts at them to chow down fast, because he's got a shop in mind. Jean's totally thrown off, staring at his guide like, "Why do you always look like that?" Their boots thunder over the cobblestones as they stride through the city streets. While they talk, Jean snaps his head around and fires off another question to his guide. Leon lays it out. The city taxes every house by how wide it stretches along the road. Jean demanded to know why those houses were shoved together so tight, like they had no room to breathe. His guide breaks down the other taxes too, laying out everything from transit levies to glass duties. Jean jolts when the glass tax hit his surprise, then it clicks. These windows must cost a fortune in this place. He remembers Canaan's missing glass windows, and it hits him why. Then his eyes snap to that massive, ornate building looming in the square. Leon realizes it's the Bow of Spirits, a stunning sanctuary crowned by a sparkling fountain. Jean pauses, staring around, and concludes these people have to believe in spirits with everything they've got. Leon snaps his head away with a dismissive scoff, cutting his explanation off cold. He blurts out an apology and admits he should have been showing Jean those places like that. Jean reassures him, because somehow Leon doesn't look like the bad guy after all. Leon mutters under his breath that he's totally not the kind of guy who can lead tour. A sharply dressed older gentleman steps in, and Leon greets him like he's already been waiting, calling him Note. Relief crashes over the man's face as he shouts to the young Mississippi. Jean looks totally stunned, spinning his head around, desperately trying to spot who the man is talking to. His head spins with a million questions. Why does the butler dress like that, and what's up with that weird title? Leon straight up tells everyone that Note has been their family's butler since he was a kid. He then snaps, demanding to know why the butler is even here, completely brushing off Jean's baffled confusion. Leon glances aside, eyes locked in a serious stare as he braces for the butler's answer. The butler's expression hardens instantly as he drops a terrifying, urgent message with a shaking edge to his voice. A woman in a military uniform suddenly barrels in, barking orders for everyone to get out of the city, right now. Jean snaps to the truth. This Lilith isn't the person she thinks she is. Lilith points at the covered wagon and barks at them to climb inside, right now. Leon planted their feet, staring straight ahead with pure defiance on their face, refusing to run. The butler scrambles to spin the escape as a strategic retreat, but it totally backfires. Lilith snaps. She grabs Leon's arm hard and drags him into the move before he can hesitate. Leon violently flicks her hand away in a sharp, reflexive jolt. The butler came sprinting over, and the moment he saw she was hurt, it hit him hard. Lilith storms in and demands to know why they never used a potion to fix his injury. The butler lays it out. Banishment isn't just punishment, it's the death sentence for their fortune, because they can't pay for the family's remedies anymore. As the chaos erupts around him, Jean can't even process what he's seeing. Everything feels completely out of control. Lilith hears a buzzing crawling through the city and orders them to move fast before the chaos explodes into full uproar. Jean freezes for a beat at the waiting wagon, then decides, no way is he letting this slide. He lunges forward and thrusts the potion he brewed into the wounded person's hands, like it's their only lifeline. Jean tells them it's a trial product, something he personally appraised with his skill. Lilith's eyebrows shot up. This random stranger just made her an offer, and now she's demanding to know exactly who he is. He steps in and says, "I'm Jean," then leans in and tells you Leon is the guy who's been guiding him around. The butler backs up Jean's claim, then admits they were on their way to the Thames shop. Lilith pauses, finger hooked under her chin, as she weighs the Jean offer for a beat. Jean throws a sharp hand gesture, motioning them into the waiting wagon, and offers to drive them there. Inside the rattling wagon, the butler hurried over to Leon's wounds, tending his injuries with careful, urgent hands. Leon uncorks the potion they gave him and downs it in one single gulp. Jean clenches his fists, watching the untested potion he handed over and praying it works exactly right. Now that Leon's finally recovered, Lilith and the butler lean in and pour out their heartfelt gratitude to Jean. Jean is crushed with overwhelm, and in the quiet of his own head, he wishes he could jump off the wagon and vanish. Leon's eyes snap open, but confusion hits him hard like a wave from everything he just endured. They blurt out, "Where are we?" and the butler's voice turns soft as he tells them, "You're inside a wagon." Leon snaps back that he remembers being banished, but swears they've done nothing to deserve this kind of treatment. Lilith leans in and declares she's always known Leon's been honorable, then drops the real truth. She tells them Leon's little brother can't shake the feeling that something's off, like they shouldn't still be alive. Jean listens in horror, realizing they've yanked him into yet another explosive sibling power struggle. Leon throws out a biting, sarcastic jab, questioning what kind of genius thinks a tour is a good idea when a family feud is raging. The wagon slams to a stop, and the butler shouts, "Master Alderhade." Inside the shop, Leon practically calls out to Thame and begs him to help Jean with the clothes. Leon shoots out an apology for the unfinished tour, but Jean cuts him off fast, insisting this just isn't the moment. All fired up to get moving, Jean tells Thame, "Don't worry, leave this to me, I've got it." Lilith slams to a stop in front of Jean, holds him there, and officially introduces herself as someone from House Deviland. She slips a ring into his hand and tells him, "If you're ever in trouble, find me." Jean takes the ring for the moment, and you can see a flicker of worry flash across his face. Curiosity claws at him, and he blurts out, "So what's the deal with that young Mississippi?" Lilith drops the shocking truth. Leon isn't a boy at all. He's a girl named Lyra Alderhade. Jean is completely blown away. His thoughts spin out of control from that sudden, gut-punching revelation. Lilith flat out tells Lyra this. Her tough, androgynous look fools everyone into thinking they can't tell her gender. With a final, knowing look, Lilith slips out, excuses herself, and leaves the room like she's already one step ahead. The butler quickly blurts out an apology, offers him payment on the spot, and begs him to keep quiet. Jean scans the shop, and his face twists with confusion, because there isn't a single piece of clothing anywhere. Before he can even blink, a pack of excited shop assistants crowds him in a frenzy. He snaps into reality with a jolt. He's standing in a custom-made tailor shop. A while later, Jean stumbles out of the shop, completely wiped out from that fitting. He slips into a hidden nook to fire up his magic, clutching his fresh purchases like they're about to change everything. With a burst of energy, he snaps his storage skill into action and zips the package away. After grabbing sheets and covers, he's ready to hit the bookstore next. He bursts back home, settles in for a laid-back meal, and eats beneath a sky packed with stars. He plops down with the book he just bought, ready to soak up a calm, peaceful evening. He storms back into the grand, stately house, now calling it his real home. A soft glow flickers from his hand as he checks on Riesh, sound asleep, curled up like a cat. He stands at the bedside, ready to settle in and dive into his brand new books. He hunches over a single candle, and the tiny flame dances and flickers, casting everything in warm, restless light. As the room sinks into darkness, he struggles to make out anything in the flickering candlelight. He starts plotting a lamp, and his mind races to using rapeseed oil as the fuel. The goddess's voice from his past crackles in his head, and her magic lessons flash like lightning through his mind. He trusts the memory's guidance, lifts one finger, and locks onto the word light like it's the key to everything. A tiny, brilliant orb of light pops into existence right in front of him, blazing so bright it steals his breath. He can't help but grin at his success, shouting that this magic is pure convenience. He stops for a breath, letting the day's chaos hit him in full, then realizes he just learned and gained more than he ever expected. His mind drifts back to Lyra, the young miss with that scary face he just couldn't forget. He has no clue what happened to Leora and her crew after they split. Even with everything up in the air, he leans out his window and prays with all his heart that she stays safe. He gazes into the quiet night, eyes heavy with worry as his mind churns with unanswered questions. Deep in its little basket, his tiny companion suddenly jolts awake, stirring from its nap. The creature's eyes snapped open with a gentle little sound, yanking it awake from its endless sleep. A brand new chapter kicks off when Jean shouts for his partner deep in the mountains. Jean clutches a basket of fruit as Reese playfully rustles through the nearby grass. A young man in a dark cloak declared to his fluffy, dog-like buddy that it was time to turn around and head back. The narration spills out this wild detail. It's been a few months since that little creature finally snapped fully awake. They tell us at first Rich could barely stand on his own feet, but now he's bounced back, recovered strong, and is looking better than ever. With a basket in hand, the young man strides through the peaceful forest, while Rish skips right beside him, joy practically bouncing in every step. In a cramped room stacked with jars of preserved food, he leans in, locks eyes, and agrees to the plan. He pauses to think about everything he's done lately, like learning carpentry, and still clutches that jar in his hand. The moment his mind drifts, he's slammed by worry over those medicinal herb fumes. Then he starts plotting an expansion plan before winter hits. Outside, he stands by a tiny plant, eyes narrowed and thoughts racing as he plots his next move. A memory crashes back, him grabbing a cork oak seedling, and now he's stuck wondering whether he should plant it. Now that the seedling is finally in the dirt, he drops to his knees beside it, staring down like he's about to start something big. He grabs a special magical growth powder and dusts it over the freshly planted seedling. Sparkling powder rains down on the tiny plant, and boom, it kicks off a magical transformation. The plant's branches start to crack, and then they explode into growth at a jaw-dropping, impossible speed. He stares, stunned, as the seedling shoots up in a blur and lets out a truly impressed little sound. The tiny seedling has erupted into a gigantic, ancient-looking tree, and he just stares at it in pure awe. He remembers dusting that very same powder over his grape trellis, stunned by how ridiculously powerful it is. Spotting the tree as prime raw material, he hatches a plan and sets his sights on the town of Canum. The whole story cuts straight to the loud, bustling medieval streets of Canum, alive with chaos and footsteps. Every time he shows up to deliver goods, renting a room turns into an absolute headache. As he strides through town, he spots a handkerchief lying on the cobblestones, like it was dropped just for him. He spots the pink-haired girl who dropped it and lets out an annoyed sigh, her again. His thoughts spill it out. She's been tracking him ever since he sold that bear at the trade guild. He cuts her off cold, pivots away, and leaves the flustered girl standing there in stunned silence. A sharp worry hits him. What if grabbing home goods while he's supposed to be staying at an inn makes everyone think he's up to something? With fierce determination blazing in his eyes, he decides that renting a house is the perfect answer to his problem. Soon, a real estate agent takes him to a property with a clean stone and timber facade. The agent gushes over the house, calling it fresh, affordable, and totally safe, like it's the perfect deal. He studied the doorframe, clocked the cheap, crooked fit, and straight up decided the older, better-built houses are the ones that actually hold up. Even with all its problems, he commits to the house and vows to cram in more knowledge before he even starts renovating. A killer montage shows him grinding through fresh skills, jumping in every step of the cheese-making process like it's his next big mission. He's shown up close, spreading plaster over a stone wall with laser focus, soaking up the trade firsthand. Right after he makes his choice, he lets out a heavy sigh, because that pink-haired girl is still spying on him. The season flips, and now snow crowns those far-off, jagged mountain peaks. He clocks the air turning icy as he overhears a girl nearby freaking out. The pink-haired girl blurts her worries out loud, acting like she's dead broke. He spins around to face her, and her eyes go wide when she spots him standing right there. She blurts out his name, trying to snag his attention as he turns to leave. She demands to know if he's heading for the demon forest, then warns that the cold cranks up the danger to something far worse. He calmly admits he's already weighed every danger of this journey before stepping in. She begs him to stop forcing himself, swearing his life matters more than any pile of money. He leans in to the shaking girl, firing off reassurance that he's not pushing himself too far. Right when she lunges to stop him, she deliberately throws her foot out, sending herself crashing to the ground. Down on the floor, she swears she just tripped, but then flashes a playful, knowing wink like she's in on the joke. Her eyes light up as she gazes up at him, desperate for an answer, begging him with every heartbeat. He glares down at her, stone-cold unimpressed, baffled that she refuses to break even after his non-stop rejection. His eyes snap off her in an instant, getting yanked toward the nearby city gate. A hulking man barrels out from the gate, and the young guy whips around, shocked to his core. He clocks the man as the girl's older brother and shoots him a polite, tired greeting. Dean spots him again, right from that earlier, nail-biting run-in at the guild. Dean shoots into an instant apology, hands clasped tight as real remorse hits his face. Gene can't wrap his head around why Kane is there, and Dean tells him she's getting chewed out by her own superiors. Dean spills that the guild is furious, because the trade guild snatched a brilliant adventurer right in the middle of their petty fight. Gene swallowed his pride and in a soft, defeated apology, admitted he'd played his part in it. The younger brother snaps in right away, blaming everything on his sister's creepy words and unsettling actions. Dean's face tightens with worry as Gene steps up, ready to drop her one non-negotiable condition. Gene flat-out orders Dean's sister to stay miles away from him every time she spots him around town. Dean reluctantly nods along, but right before he keeps going, he stalls for a heartbeat. He blurts out half defensive, "Is that really okay?" then swears his sister is honestly pretty darn cute. Gene's mind gets hit like a truck when he realizes the brothers are using an insane sister filter, and it's painfully clear they've all got a sister complex. Dean corners him and demands to know his type, because if it's not his sister, then what a meal. Gene says he'll pick someone with a completely natural vibe, the total opposite of Dean's sister. A quick image of an androgynous, blonde-haired stranger slams into his mind as he speaks. He snaps in real quick, saying he wants someone feminine, not someone who just looks male, and it instantly leaves Dean totally baffled. To make up for all the trouble, Dean drops a heartfelt apology and offers to show him the exact spot where a rare plant is growing. Gene had every intention of gathering herbs anyway, and the offer made him nod at once. Dean flashes a bright thumbs up, grinning at the fresh setup, and secretly loving the shot he finally gets to make things right. Gene can't help thinking, if Dean weren't so tangled up with his intense sister obsession, he'd be totally normal. Together, they push into a thick, green slice of the forest, where sunlight breaks through the leaves like golden sparks. Dean spots a plant with sharp, long leaves and points it out, calling it the rare and valuable kinka herb. Gene can't help but wonder, does that earthy, grassy smell mean this food is gonna taste terrible? Dean pushes the idea that they should hunt a rabbit and turn it into lunch, and Gene shoots back, "Yeah, let's do it." Gene snaps into reality with dread. Today, his transition and storage skills won't work at all. Before long, thick skewers of meat sizzle over a crackling campfire in a secluded little clearing. Gene fires a compliment at Dean, praising how smoothly and efficiently he moves in battle, so sharp it's basically a lesson to watch. Blushing at the compliments, Dean shoots back, asking if Gene's strong enough to hunt bears all by himself. Gene lays it out plain. His fighting style doesn't bank on brute strength, it lives and dies by skill. Dean's totally lost. He squints at Gene's lean frame like, brute strength, where's that supposed to be? Gene clenched his fists, hated how short and scrawny he looked, and swore right there that he'd grow stronger and prove it. He flinches hard when Dean suddenly rockets up beside him, faster than he ever expected. Dean slams his foot into something in the underbrush with a thunderous thud, and Gene jolts hard, completely blindsided by the sudden move. Both guys jerk their heads up in shock, when a brand new stranger suddenly materializes right in front of them. Jean spots Lyra instantly and blurts, "What are you doing here?" Lyra says they're there to track down a bear and to pull water straight from the source. Jean's stomach drops as she panics about slipping Lyra's real name out in front of Dean, terrified it'll spell trouble because Lyra's a fugitive. Dean asks if they've met before, and both of them immediately say, "Yeah, we know each other." Lyra steps up to Dean and introduces themselves as Ash, keeping the disguise perfectly in place. Jean lets out a soft, grateful sigh. He's finally proven himself right, and he dodges trouble by not using her real name. Ash leans in, blurts out an apology for what happened before, and swears he'll repay Jean for that potion he once handed them. Dean cuts them off and shoves a sizzling skewer of cooked rabbit meat into Ash's face, snapping shut their apology without mercy. Dean grins, friendly but unshakable, and tells Ash, "Eat first for now, that's all we're doing." He figures if Ash is tough enough to go after bears, then by now he'd have surely stacked up enough cash to pay us. Ash's jaw drops when he learns that even a gold coin a day just to stay in your room is considered pricey. Dean stares at the place, baffled. What kind of Ash is this, getting stuck in there with just a bed and a table for that price? Ash tells Jean it all started when a pink-haired receptionist introduced it, and Jean shoots back, yelling that he's getting ripped off. Dean and Jean lock eyes, dread hitting at the same time, so they know exactly which pink-haired receptionist he's talking about. Dean snaps into action and immediately shields his sister, Amel, swearing it's the inn's fault and that she never meant any harm. Jean fires back, demanding to know why Dean's logic crumbles the moment his own sister gets involved. Dean keeps hyping Emil up, calling her cute and praising how hard she's trying, then pushes everyone to step in and help her out. Ash narrows it down fast, realizing the receptionist is Mr. Dean's younger sister. Ash's expression snaps into a brutal, menacing glare and Dean freezes, then nervously blurts that Ash's face looks terrifying. Ash, a young man with a secret, suddenly blurts out that a spirit is hanging around, right next to the sister. He points out that the mark of its power hangs invisibly above Mr. Dean's head. A flustered Dean breaks out in cold sweat, panicking hard as he swears he can't see a single thing. Jean can't stop staring, seeing a spirit's mark, not just the spirit itself, feels way too strange. Suddenly, a single white flower bursts to life right from the top of Dean's head, like magic. Jean fights to hold in his laughter, cheeks puffing up as amusement bursts out. With laughter bubbling out of him, he begs that stern face just to look away because it clearly refuses to look at him. Jean leans in, staring hard, and realizes that the blossom is actually an artificial flower. He shoots a quick apology, then reaches out toward the strange growth like he's bracing for impact. With a sharp snap, he yanks the flower off Dean's head and holds it up like he just caught the moment. Dean's body instantly starts to wobble, and all strength and balance drain out of him. Jean wipes it off like it's nothing, apologizes casually, then he drops unconscious onto the ground. Ash calmly tells him that was mental domination, and the second it's cut, Dean crumples and faints. Jean confirms it when he locks in and concentrates. He can touch spirits, just like Ash asked. He usually only sees his own companion, so it never really hits him, reach or not. Ash's jaw drops. Jean is the first person he's ever met with this ability. He tells them the rule in his family. Only his father can see the spirits, and even he can't touch them. Jean takes the warning to heart, swears he'll be careful, and vows to handle his weird, one-of-a-kind power the right way. Ash blurts out he's terrified his companion will see through him and discover the truth about his own ability. In their heads, it hits them at the same time. They're basically strangers who just met today. Ash's calm shatters as he spots that strange link between himself and this new person. They're stunned every twisted, dark joke they've made about a bear matches word for word. With a heavy sigh, Ash throws his hands up and admits he messed up, trapped in this bizarre mess of a situation. Jean clocks Ash and goes, "Yeah, this kid is built to always get the short end of the stick." The two huddle by the crackling campfire and kick off a way more serious conversation. Jean leans in and asks, "Can you actually see the spirit that's been tailing you this whole time?" Right away, a tiny bird's spirit swoops in and starts hammering Ash's head with non-stop pecks. Jean is frozen in shock as she blurts out that something is attacking her with brutal, non-stop pecks. Ash explains it's not some sharp sting, it's a crushing, dull suffering that won't let up. Jean can't wrap his head around it. How could such brutal pecking cause something that's supposed to feel dull? He hums under his breath, leaning in until he can study the bird sitting on Ash's shoulder up close. He catches a band of light hugging its neck and instantly realizes it's a collar. He locks in his focus and fires up his special appraisal ability, pulling up even more answers. The skill spills the truth. This bird is determined to whip Ash and Lyra into something tougher and more manly. Jean is totally floored by the wild, bizarre outcome of the appraisal skill. Ash tells everyone his father strapped the spirit to him when he was just 7 years old. Jean fires a question at Ash, does he even have a younger brother? And Ash shuts it down fast, saying it was all about the line of succession. Ash leans in and tells you about his father's wild drunk night and the spirit's unbelievable delivery. His family's been military forever, and that legacy pushed his spirit in the direction of training him for greatness. Jean tells himself he's putting a sunny twist on that weird plan to become more manly. Even the spirit looks totally lost, baffled like it can't tell one gender from another. Jean watches the bird claw at its chance with sheer panic, then tells everyone it needs to be set free. Ash acts like he doesn't want to hear it, lets out a sharp little dismissive huff. He admits it was supposed to drop 2 years ago, until his father collapsed and everything fell apart. A flicker of hope sparks in his eyes as he asks if Jean could possibly help him release it. Jean thinks he can probably break the collar's grip on that spirit. He tells them once we hit town, we should rip it out and be done with it. Ash nods in agreement, a heavy breath escaping him like a weight lifts, and he swears his gratitude with full sincerity. Jean jolts with a sudden memory of Ash's dire situation, and he realizes he completely forgot the reason why. Dean jolts awake and blurts an apology for messing with his sister, but Ash snaps back and sets the record straight. Jean breaks it down. Dean's tighter bond with that meal gave him way more pull. Dean vows to drag his sister all the way to the Bower of Spirits, where she'll finally be cleansed. He even shoots Jean an apology, and Jean shuts his worries down, assuring him that no real damage was ever done. Jean suddenly realizes, if spirits are showing up in Canaan, then a Bower of Spirits has to be there too. His mind whips into a blinding, otherworldly vision of the spiritual realm. He's figured out that every city has its own special bower for handling spirits. Jean blurted out that he had to rush back to town and lay the groundwork first. He tells the others, use a conveyor, let it haul your bear hunting straight to you. Ash breaks it down. A conveyor is basically a person who hauls an adventurer's catch from place to place. Jean shoves a note packed with the exact details for the conveyor he'd already asked for. As they split up, Jean leans in one last time and drops something else into the conversation. Dean flashes a confident thumbs up, swearing he'll keep their powers safely hidden. In the dead dark woods, everything goes silent as the crew splits up. Suddenly, a rustle snaps through the undergrowth, and 2 menacing wolves surge into view, growling like they mean business. Jean rockets forward, and his sword becomes a streak of pure force as he carves a devastating slash through the air. Ash breaks into praise as Jean's sharp, efficient strikes drop the second wolf to his blade. Jean watches Ash's calm, razor-steady swordwork in stunned silence, and it crushes him, because he feels his own moves are nothing but cheap imitations. The hired conveyors scream when their rented cart starts creaking, right as the wolves loom and wait. 2 men heave and strain under an impossibly heavy mountain of wolf carcasses. Jean and Ash figure out their haul of wolves is more than enough payback. Jean hauls the rest over and blurts out an apology for the hassle, but Ash shoots back that he's got nothing to worry about. Ash fears he could be out cold for days, maybe even longer than Dean ever was. He can't stop wondering where his butler vanished to, because the guy stormed off alone. Jean snaps, telling Ash he got completely ripped off, then his butler bails, leaving him stranded by himself. With worry in his chest, Jean steps up and offers his own home as Ash's safe haven. They finally reach Jean's solid timber-framed house, tucked inside the city walls. Inside that cozy little home, Jean sweeps in, welcomes Ash, and motions him to sit right down. Ash praises Jean's good taste, and Jean's heart lifts because he finally got the rental house fixed. Jean suddenly freezes, realizing he reeks of wild wolves. He lets out a timid question, asking Ash if he wants to go request a hot bath. He swears he'll handle the bath himself, then grabs Ash's attention and tells him to wait right there. Right next to the well, he decides to skip the public bathhouse scene, because the sanitation situation is just too grim. Right by the crackling fireplace, a huge wooden tub of steaming hot water is waiting, ready for the next move. Jean hustles Ash upstairs, pointing him to the toilet, then promises, "I'll be up there." As he climbs the stairs, he starts planning how to set up a guest bed for Ash. He murmurs to himself that this house deserves a real bathtub. With the mess finally cleared, they settle down with a cup of tea, and Jean leans in, asking if they should go ahead and start. Ash hands himself over to Jean's care right as the procedure is about to kick off. Jean fixes his eyes on the tiny bird spirit perched on Ash's shoulder, like he's trying to read its secrets. The bird starts its brutal pecking spree, its beak blurring as it hammers away nonstop. Jean softly prods the bird, then whispers his theory. He thinks he can strip the light's color away. With one last burst of power, the magical collar yanks, snaps, and shatters to pieces. Ash yelps in pain as the connection snaps away without warning. He wobbles like his strength slipping, then face-plants forward as Jean frantically apologizes for the sudden hit. With Ash in her arms, Jean studies her and growls that her chest is too flat to spark a single ounce of excitement. He carefully sets her on the bed and frantically tries to wake her from that unconscious haze. Jean snaps at the freed bird, swearing it off revenge against Ash. He softly strokes the little bird's head, coaxing it to finally rest after everything it just survived. The bird lands softly on the pillow next to the sleeping Ash, like the calm before the storm. Jean keeps a close watch on her, utterly relieved that everything goes smoother than they ever dared to hope. Jean decides to set up the third floor, while Ash stays laid up recovering as his guest. Time drags on while he keeps grinding, juggling books, and hauling every last household item like it's his mission. He carries a drink on a tray straight to the bedside of the still unconscious Ash. Jean sinks into quiet reading time, but his eyes never leave his guest. With his home tucked against the mountainside, he shouts for his partner, Rish. He throws himself in front of Riesh, apologizing for his recent neglect, then showers the happy pup with gentle pats as its tail wags like crazy. Rish soaks up the sweet scratches, and its fluffy fur looks like it's bursting with cozy, happy energy. Jean watches the Ash and realizes it's not waking up, not anytime soon. A voice suddenly blasts his name, snapping him out of his thoughts like a lightning strike. He whips around and there they are, Mistu, Rudiel, and Pal, standing inside his room. Jean jolts with surprise and blurts out to his divine visitors, asking why they've come. Pal rushes up and shoots off an apology for the sudden visit, then quickly admits they've come with a request for him. Rudiel begs him to name the spirits that fled into that place. Mistu snaps that his sister's reckless magic is exactly what kicked off the whole disaster. She's convinced his sister's fickle, obsessed streak is about to snap and drive her into a reckless move any moment now. She says those tiny spirits are already all gone, used up, and vanished into thin air. Jean keeps saying Namina under his breath, totally thrown off by this new name and the mystery behind it. A jolt of annoyance hits him as he realizes Namyana isn't just anything, she's the ball of light. Jean clenched his jaw, staring at the power-absorbing entity like, why won't it stop my sister? Mistu can't shake the fear that if his sister truly can see spirits, she'll take one look and crush them all. Pal admits the spirits are so loud she can't take it anymore. Rudiel snaps that this chaos will ripple far and choke the hero's chances. Mistu tells Jean, don't just take my word, go see the spirits yourself and watch it click. She grabs his attention and tells him to look out the window. Right then, the full scale of the disaster hits him. Jean draws a deep, steady breath, calming his nerves as he gears up for the sight. In a split second, his world flips because Rudiel shouts, look, and he obeys. He's horrified beyond words when he spots shelves jammed full of countless tiny, round spirits. Mistu blurts out that they ran to him because his liberation power could save them. Rudiel says that if you give them names, you'll lock in protection and stop them from ever being dominated. If his magic is strong enough, the spirits will likely pick him. Jean feels completely swamped, convinced he'll never manage to name that many spirits all at once. Pal tells him not to worry, simple numbers will do for names for now. She says that for now, any name, no matter what, will do, as long as it's not overthought. Jean can't stop scratching his head, convinced he's just spotted a contradiction in the whole spirit logic system. He realizes he can even tag the people who lend him their power with numbers. With a steady breath, he steels himself for the job, because he knows this is the price he has to pay for a calm, peaceful life of his own. The naming showdown kicks off as he calmly but carefully calls out, Red 1, then Green 1. He keeps going, slapping labels on them, Yellow 1, Red 2, and Blue 1. 2 hours later, the grind still drags on, until he finally shoves his way to Yellow 52. Spent to the bone, he slams down onto the table, gasping that he needs a quick break. A tiny spirit presses softly against his cheek, urging him to keep going. He jolts upright, remembering he has to go inside and check on Ash's condition. Breathing out in pure relief, he fires off his transition ability and vanishes in a flash. He slips out of the crowd with no trouble, but Mr. grins and plays dumb. So, who are you, Ash? A tiny bird flits in and settles softly on Jean's shoulder. He leans in, tells the curious Miss Toe, and confirms it. This little one is human at all, it's a spirit. Jean tells everyone he's guarding the crushed ash like it's precious treasure, after he finally broke her free from that spirit. Miss Toe hears him out, and her face snaps into full-on alarm. She bursts out dramatically that the unconscious ash has sparked a maiden's crisis. Miss Toe looms over the sleeping ash, still tense with the maiden's crisis. Jean's left totally baffled, because he can't stop wondering if Miss Toe can clearly see Ash as a girl. He shuts down the idea fast, swearing he has zero scandalous thoughts about the sleeping girl. Miss Toe winked at him and made it crystal clear she wasn't talking about that kind of crisis at all. She snaps her fingers and hurls a spell into the air, insisting that everything is finally going to be okay. She proudly declares that her spell stops Ash from needing the toilet in his sleep. Jean blurts out his thanks, cheeks burning. He can't believe he didn't think of that practical thing first. He dodges the topic, then leans in and asks Miss Toe what the little bird is called. Jean tells them he used an appraisal skill, and that's when he found out the bird's name was Rue. He leans in and tells the curious Miss Toe that their old contract is officially dead. That tiny bird chirps, demanding he give it a brand new name. He cringes at his own awful naming and brushes off Fluffy Chan like it's nothing. Those gorgeous blue feathers spark something in him, and he starts hunting for the perfect new name. He throws out the name Eju, and the bird tilts its head, studying him with sharp, curious eyes. The little bird nuzzles him close, proudly cooing like it's fully approved of the new name. Jean tells him he snagged the name from the Italian word, Azzurri. Then he turns to the newly named Azu and orders her to guard the sleeping Ash. He can't shake the thought Ash would be crushed if that bird vanished the moment she wakes. Jean and Miss Toe finally lock in and dive back into the job, naming the spirits. Later that night, when the stars were blazing, fresh visitors showed up outside. Jean's jaw drops when she spots Kato and Ish showing up too. He jumps right back into the exhausting hunt to name every colorful, floating spirit. At last he's done, and once or twice a month, he plans to drop by and check on them. Pal snaps at him to hold up before he even dares to use his light magic. A blinding burst of light explodes around him, and Miss Toe can only stare in stunned amazement as it swallows everything. Pal tells him you're safe now, because she's already choked the light with darkness. Ish and Miss Toe told them it wasn't magic tricks at all, it was the wild power of countless light spirits. Kato shoots him a hard look, warning him that ignoring your limits can get you killed. Jean realizes he has to lock in his magic, focus harder, and imagine it with razor-sharp precision now. His stomach suddenly roared, like it was throwing a wrench into his magical experiments and calling it quits. Jean bursts out that it's finally time for the spirits to sit down and feast together. He smiles and asks if they'd like to eat, just to make sure they're taken care of. They all shout their exact demands at him, and you can practically see his hope crumble. Meanwhile, Jean whips up a real feast, steaming soup, fluffy rice, and fresh fish. He sips that mouth-watering butajuru and sinks into total, effortless bliss. That warm, simple meal hits like a hug after a brutal, sleepless night. Miss Toe grins as he devours honey, while Pal calmly takes elegant sips from a glass of wine. Two elder spirits, Kato and Rudiel, kick back and feast on their own simple little comfort. Jean can't shake how wildly surreal the whole scene feels, especially because of one tiny detail that just won't leave his head. The young spirit sits there like it's stone-faced, then calmly devours plain salt straight from a bowl. Jean can't stop worrying about Isha's health, but the boy just shrugs it off like it's nothing. So he blurts out, "Wait, can spirits even eat human food?" Miss Toe explains that these human-like spirits can gulp down food, but their mouths can't taste a single thing. She breaks it down. Those non-humanoid spirits survive on stuff that matches their nature perfectly. Jean gets it the moment his buddy Rich finally shows up. He leans in and calmly tells the creature to hold up, because they're still busy eating. Howell's face tightens as she fires back, accusing her former master of plotting everything behind the scenes. Jean is totally thrown off when her sudden hostility suddenly turns on a tiny, innocent animal. Miss Hito finds the moment adorable, and you can tell it's because they never even got close to Rish before. She drops a sincere apology, admitting they still can't fully shake the faint doubt they have about Riesh. Jean stands there totally lost, staring at the bizarre dance between the spirits like he can't even process what he's seeing. Elder God Kato leans in and tells Jean the bombshell, that Rich used to be a world-shaking deity. He keeps spinning his dark story, all while the smug little creature looks way too innocent to be trusted. Jean freezes in total shock, staring at his adorable companion like, "Wait, are you an alpha dog?" Young goddess Mistu stares in total shock, her mind reeling from that weird, unfamiliar word, alpha. At the table with Reese, Jean leans in and lays out what a PACS number is. The whole 1 liter concept hits right then. He breaks down the human rules for dealing with these pack animals the right way so you don't end up clueless. Miss Hito calls Rish out, "Wait, you're treating a wolf spirit like a dog," and the comparison instantly falls apart. Jean can't help wondering if wolves and spirits play by different rules, and he turns to the others like, "So what's the deal?" Kato delivers one last warning, reminding them that Rish used to be brilliant and even knew how to speak. Staring at his adorable companion, Jean decides to let it slide. For now, he's just going to see him as cute. He thanks Kato for the warning, swears he'll be careful, and promises to sit on it later. Mistu suddenly swoops in clothes and whispers, "Jean, my precious honey," and Jean just freezes in pure, flustered shock. As the gods get ready to depart, Misto waves goodbye and hands the other spirits over to Jean's care. The dark-haired goddess shoots Jean one last, piercing look, as if to ask everything, then vanishes. She stares at the panting Riesh and calls him a noble, lone wolf. Jean stands alone in the night, staring at the spot where the gods just vanished. He falls into quiet thought, weighing that goddess's words about Rish, a lone wolf roaming on his own. Rish flops onto his back with a playful grin, and Jean can't help but wonder if this is some masterfully staged act. After all that chaos, he throws in the towel for the night, slips into a bath, and crashes into sleep. The very next day, he strides through the town streets on a brand new errand. Inside the shop, he finally spills why he came to the pottery town. He's there to order a bathtub. Staring at that stunning tea set, he starts dreaming about grabbing fresh tableware later. Outside, the town's massive brick walls loom up against a brooding, cloud-choked sky. Potter Malcolm jumps in and introduces himself, already guessing Jean's cooked up a brand new product idea. Jean grins and says he's got an idea for a bathtub, then swings right into introductions. Clutching his scroll packed with his design, he waits on tenterhooks for the Potter to finally give him that thoughtful answer. Malcolm blurts that this is a total godsend, because just recently, a noble had asked about a bathtub. Jean's eyes catch a vision of his sister and her friends, and suddenly, he knows exactly which nobles they are. Jean can't wait to jump in and help build it, and Malcolm immediately agrees, saying it'll be a project totally worth their time. As Jean turns to go, a weird jolt hits him, like their lives just got tangled together out of nowhere. In a calm, sun-drenched room, the young man with ashlight hair starts to stir, like something inside him is waking up. Ash jerks awake with a sharp gasp, eyes blazing wide as he realizes he's trapped in a room he's never seen before. Jean leans in, firing off, "You good," while Ash shoots back his heartfelt thanks for the help. Ash blurts out that his back's killing him, and Jean immediately calls it. He must have been asleep for way too long. Staring out at the starry sky, Ash can't help wondering, are we at morning's start, or is evening creeping in? Jean raises 3 fingers and, with unnerving calm, tells the stunned Ash that this is the 3rd day. Ash throws out an apology for the little bird, but Jean shrugs it off and waves away his worries about the trouble. While Ash was out cold, he admitted he'd named the little bird something new. Ash blurts, "So what name did you give it, Jean?" And the bird nuzzles softly against his finger like it's right there with him. Jean locks eyes with him and flat out announces the new name he picked for the bird, Azu. A soft, warm smile lights up Ash's face as he proudly calls it a good name. Ash tells her that if the spirit accepts Jean's name, it's basically saying, "I like you," and chooses her. Jean blurts out of nowhere that Ash's face is stunning, like he's completely ignoring that usual furrowed, wrinkled brow. Ash notices that Azu isn't just following him, she's seriously attached to him too. He straight up says Ash is a gorgeous young guy, and suddenly, a certain kind of people can't look away. Jean shoots out a sharp warning to Ash, begging him not to fall for someone's tricks and end up in their bed. A bead of sweat pops onto Jean's temple as he tries to process just how awkward this whole situation is. Ash, all confused and quietly worried, blurts out if Jean was the one who pulled the trick on him. The word bed snaps Ash upright, and suddenly his question hits like a punch because he just realized what it really meant. Jean quickly steps in, tells Ash he's safe, and shuts down the doubts before they turn into fear. He jumps at the chance to make soup, and Ash blurts out, "Wait, are you sure it's really okay for me to stay?" Jean swears he's not cold-blooded enough to toss him out into the night. With a warm, reassuring smile, he pushes Ash forward, telling him to get his strength back and claw his scammed money out of the thieves' hands. Ash nods right away and says he should pay rent too, and Jean's like, wow, that's insanely honest. Later, the two slip outside a massive timber-framed building right in the middle of town. In a loud, packed tavern, a booming voice slices through the noise and shouts for someone named Note. Jean and Ash snap their heads up from the table, because that call yanks their attention like a hook. An elderly butler practically bursts into action, relief pouring off him, and he calls Ash Lord with perfect formal respect. Jean leans in as Note drops into a respectful bow to Ash right there in the middle of the tavern. He whips his gaze across the crowd, spotting a few with glowing spirits, but not the one he's hunting. Dean Brown hair and all rolls up, flashes a big smile, and greets the whole crew like he owns the place. Dean swallows his pride and offers to buy Jean a drink, an apology for that brutal first meeting. He steps up and formally introduces himself, then casually admits he's Ash's uninvited attendant. He shrugs and says that adding a few more people to their crew won't change a thing. Heavy wooden mugs packed with foaming ale crowd the table, just waiting for the party to kick off. Jean spots a tiny spirit perched on Dean's shoulder, quietly watching as his affinity for them practically hums in the air. Dean tells everyone the truth. His sister Amel slipped into the bower of spirits to get exorcised. He lets out a heavy sigh and tells her straight, Emil has to knock that spoiled attitude out of her if she wants her job back. A black panel warns that even an unintentional spirits prank can jump on anyone, no exceptions. Ash lets out a serious warning. Those pranks can turn into horrible tragedies in the blink of an eye. Dean nods, finally understanding just how serious Ash's warning is and what it could cost his sister. Ash catches himself thinking, wait, Dean looks like a total airhead, but the guy's smarter than he lets on. He leans in and tells Dean the scammed cash is coming back soon, then sips his drink like he owns the moment. While Jean grumbles about soggy nuts, Dean fires back about staying at a lodging house. Dean grills for a note on whether they can rent a 2-bedroom house for a quick short stay. Jean takes a slow sip of his ale, half smiling as his mind drifts to the twisted thrill of underage drinking in this world. Dean catches Jean's eye and gears up to demand his answer. He leans in and asks Jean if he'd be down to team up with a mid-level adventurer. Dean tells them the adventurer isn't a powerhouse at all, he's just rock-solid reliable. Jean doesn't hesitate. He jumps at the offer and tells them it'd be a huge help to get the introduction he needs. Dean says let's link up tomorrow at the same time so we can keep things moving. As they split up, Ash shoots one last look back and says there's something he still has to get off his chest. Ash locks eyes with both Jean and Dean and warns them, you two are acting weird, stay sharp, or trouble's gonna find you. Jean teases Ash, telling him to unwrinkle his brow if something weird is bothering him. A steaming meal lurks in the corner, fuming that those freaky strangers are definitely going to come sniffing around. A fresh chapter kicks off with Jean jolting awake in a cozy bed, blinking through the sleepiness like he can't believe the day is here. He jolts upright, smiles at his fluffy buddy Rish, and says good morning in the gentlest voice. Cradling Rich in his arms, he blurts out an amazed ooh the second he sees what's out there. He stares out the window at the snow-covered mountain and suddenly realizes, yeah, it's snowing. He starts cooking breakfast. Soup bubbles on the stove while an egg pops in a hot pan beside crispy bacon, sizzling like it's about to steal the show. Jean smears a thick, glossy layer of jam across a slice of toast. He sinks his teeth into a huge, satisfying bite of the toast he just made. He savors that wild combo of sour plum jam and cheese, and the string just keeps stretching, long, slow, and impossible to ignore. Taking a slow sip of his drink, he pauses and lets the chill of winter hit his thoughts. A brutal flashback to his miserable mountain days hits hard, right against the comfort he's soaking up now. He wipes his now empty plate clean, then offers a grateful thanks for the meal. He finally decides it's time to prep for his meeting with Dean's acquaintance. He bursts into the medieval town of Canaan, all set for the grand introduction. Dark cloak wrapped tight around him, Jean stands there, gripping the moment, waiting for the meeting to kick off. Close by, Ash and his butler stand by too, faces set and calm, like something huge is about to happen. Ash strides up to Jean with a grim look, demanding they settle the potion payment, right now. Jean snaps, exasperated, asking if they really have to bring this up again. He never expected any compensation. Ash looked grim as he admitted he never even dreamed that potion would actually work. Jean throws out a compromise, swearing he'll go back for the money the second Ash is finally taken care of. Ash's butler steps in right then, bows to apologize, and grabs Jean's generous offer like it's a lifeline. The story cuts to a cozy local tavern. glowing with warm candlelight and buzzing with life. Inside, Dean grins and warmly introduces Gene to a tough, rugged, bearded adventurer named Let's. I greeted him, and he admitted he's no wizard with formalities. He'd much rather talk like a real person. As their hands lock in a shake, Gene jolts with certainty. This has to be the relentless adventurer everyone talks about. His friendly smile snaps away the moment he whips around and shouts Dean's name. He rants that Dean left out how good Gene looks, and he's convinced that makes her too feminine for his taste. Dean winks, lets it slip. He's already screwed up once, and he refuses to make another mistake. Gene can't stop blaming the nonstop parade of stunning people around him for the whole awkward mess. Gene lunges to get his attention, and the distracted guy jolts back like he'd just been yanked from a daydream. Mortified, he blurts out an apology for losing focus and urges them to get moving. Dean just bluntly confirms it. He's only doing exactly what he was told to do. Gene leans in and whispers to Dean, asking if he's got a complex about handsome men. Their journey kicks off for real. Gene lands their first chance to hire an adventurer for a mission request. The trio plunges into the snowy woods, their boots crunching loud under every step. He's about to lay out his plan for hunting rabbits this season, so he can cash in on their precious fur and meat. He explains that the tough horned monster meat is basically poison to the business, so they turn out to be a terrible moneymaker. Gene's jaw drops when he learns the rewards for hunting bears just got slashed. What happened overnight? With a bead of sweat rolling down his brow, Gene realizes the scary truth. Him and Ash might be the reason this all started. The adventurer kicks off his lesson, then shows how to spot animal trails hidden in the grass. Gene is totally blown away by Let's' cool, professional vibe, like the real deal. Point at those snowy tracks with me. Now let's break down the rabbit's rare, unforgettable gait. Then he spots fresh paw prints, and his gut tells him those belong to a fox. When Gene demands answers, we crack the case wide open. The tracks are from a horned rabbit. He spots the claw marks and instantly knows it's a monster, because something was hunting prey and left that trail behind. Gene stares at his own simple method, using search and trusting his sword to get the job done. Let's be real, this simple shortbow just doesn't cut it when monster hunting is on the line. With relentless practice and razor-sharp focus, he nocks an arrow, draws the bow, and locks his sights on the target. His arrow flies true and smacks a horned rabbit dead on, and it squeals in pure panic. Monsters are the easiest targets when they charge straight at you. Once the hunt ended, he declares it's time. He's going to teach Gene how to hunt a fox next. Back in town, this merchant was singing praises, bragging that his pelts were top-notch and the best quality around. Gene can't believe it. Once work starts, Let's turn super chatty and weirdly charming, and it totally shocks him. To celebrate their win, the whole crew piles into a tavern, clinking glasses and trading wild cheers like it's the best night ever. Gene sincerely thanks Let's for the life-changing lessons he picked up during their outing. Let's label Gene as a total weirdo and question why he'd even decide to learn those methods. Gene keeps it to himself, smugly convinced his slender frame is exactly what makes his fighting style unstoppable. Dean grins and declares the drinks are on him for the whole day. The story jumps to a cozy house tucked under a snowy mountain, lit by a sky full of stars. Alone, Gene stares at his arm, and fresh steel determination burns bright in his eyes. The very next day, he kicks off a brand new training regimen and hammers out furious push-ups. He heads to the local craftsman's shop to see if his special order is finally ready. The craftsman beams as he unveils a dazzling, spotless white clawfoot bathtub, gleaming like it owns the room. After Gene pours out his gratitude, the craftsman leans in and asks how he's going to carry it out. Gene panics and goes bright red because he realizes he totally forgot the logistics. Panic surges through him as he realizes he can't touch his storage ability out in public. Stammering through his words, he swears he's got a method ready, then the craftsman shrugs and agrees to take it from there. The master craftsman and his assistant haul that massive, wrapped tub together, pushing it into a hidden, secluded spot. As soon as they're gone, Gene holds his breath and waits until he's finally alone. He sweeps his gaze over everything, hunting for any shred of witnesses. He can't stop thinking about how brutal it is to squeeze that storage skill to handle objects that size. Light snow starts to drift down over the town, dusting the timber-framed rooftops in a quiet, eerie hush. Gene kicks off his renovation by ripping up the old cracked tiles from the floor. Then he storms out into the yard and starts digging a trench near the well. With laser focus, he carefully sets brick after brick, building a brand new wall from the ground up. He takes one look at his progress, and a proud, satisfied smile bursts across his face. He stands in the brand new bathroom, throws up his hands, and declares his project finally done. A brutal knock at the door slams the moment of satisfaction to a grinding halt. He swings it open, and there's Ash, breathless with guilt, apologizing for showing up and bothering him. Ash leans in and tells everyone he's come, bearing a huge moving-in gift. Shocked that Ash snagged a brand new place, Jean blurts out, "Wait, where's your new house?" Ash just jabs a finger at the building right next to Jean's house. Jean swings him into the neighborhood like nothing happened, and Ash blurts out an apology for getting way too close, way too fast. Ash blurts out that his butler tracked down the house, even though nobody ever told him where Jean lived. Jean refuses to call it coincidence and admits this mess is probably his fault. Ash digs into an old chat with Jean and admits, right then and there, he was honestly happy. Jean is totally blindsided by the sudden, bombshell confession. Feeling the chill bite, Ash asks Jean if he can step inside, and Jean nods and lets him in. Inside the house, Jean warmly offers his brand new neighbor a steaming drink. They slide into seats at the table, and Jean beams as she thanks Ash for the housewarming gift. Then the gift bursts into view, an insanely gorgeous, mouth-watering fig tart. Jean takes one bite and instantly declares it the best tart he's ever tasted in the whole city. Jean gushes that Ash's butlers got real talent, because that recommendation led them to one seriously amazing bakery. Then the vibe snaps, Ash pivots the conversation and steers it somewhere totally new. He slides up to Jean and asks if he's had anything new made for the house lately. Jean swears he ordered a bath to be delivered, and that claim totally scrambles Ash's brain. Ash suddenly panics, then it hits him. He's been totally thrown off by a misunderstanding about the word bath. Jean decides it's way easier to show than talk, and he drags him straight into the brand new room. Ash's jaw drops. He can't believe what he's seeing, blurting out if this is real or just some kind of bath dream. That pristine white bathtub shines like a jewel, its elegant clawed feet catching the light and begging for attention. Ash's eyes were glued to it. He blurts out that he's never seen anything this beautiful. Jean tells Ash the walls aren't dry yet, but he still grabs his attention and dares him to test it out soon. Thrilled by the offer, Ash leans in and asks if he can send for his butler, right now. Seconds later, Note shows up, bows deep, and strides in with all the respect in the world. Ash sinks to his knees beside the tub, eyes sparkling as he admires its stunning beauty with his loyal butler standing right there. He blurts out, all pumped, that Jean has offered to let him use it. Jean snaps into panic because he totally forgot Ash is a young lady. He catches himself wanting to hold her back, then admits, right there, that his curiosity has gone through the roof. Then the two men storm into the kitchen, checking every corner like it's hiding a secret. Both Ash and Note stare in shock at the fact that there isn't a single nasty smell in sight. Jean gets hit with a question. What workshop did he hire to pull off construction that advanced? Jean hesitates for a split second, then calmly snatches the credit for himself. The butler's jaw drops as Jean delivers an unbelievable claim. Ash snaps the truth to the stunned butler. Jean really was the one who did it. Note fires off an urgent question. Has Jean even thought about registering this invention with the guild? The butler demands Jean sign it at once, and that one snap decision rockets Jean into jaw-dropping wealth. Caught in a raging blizzard, Jean can't stop worrying. This situation is getting bad fast. Staring out at a dead, snow-choked forest, he snaps and grumbles about the brutal cold biting his skin. Visiting the lake isn't random at all. He's there because he needs to grab fresh bedding right away. As he stares at the horned geese, he's desperate to slam through his task and bolt back home fast. With practiced precision, his gloved hand snaps an arrow onto the bowstring. He sinks into stillness, aiming with ruthless precision, making sure not a single sound escapes as he closes in on his prey. The arrow rockets through the sky, dragging a thin rope behind it as it charges straight for the birds. His shot smashes into one of the geese, and it yelps in sharp pain. A wild grin spreads across his face as he blurts out, "I did it." He stands at the icy water's edge, gripping his line as he prepares to haul his catch in. Panic hits him as those predatory birds come swooping in, lured by the scent of blood. To outrun the new threat, he snaps his transferability on without hesitation. Now standing safe on the stone path, he finally lets out a heavy sigh of relief. When he finally makes it home, a cozy fire roars in the hearth, crackling like an open invitation. He decides to warm up first, then charges back out to keep chasing his target. After a while, a knuckle slam hits a wooden door with a hard, unmistakable thud. The butler swings the door open and beams at Gene Dono like he's welcoming an old friend. Gene tells him his move is coming along great, thanks to Note's priceless help. Ash tells them the Note was acting like the foreman, and suddenly the house is packed wall to wall. Gene hands over a huge, tightly wrapped futon as a housewarming gift to show his appreciation. The butler's jaw drops when he realizes it's made from horned geese feathers. He blurts out that this has to be an insanely pricey luxury item. Ash can't stop staring at how he pulled off hunting those wary geese, because that gift feels wildly over the top. Gene admits, looking sheepish, that he never realized how much it was worth, because it only cost him next to nothing. Spotting her shot, Ash whips out an invitation and drags both Gene and Note along for dinner. Note blurts out an excuse, then urges his master to dig into the meal and savor it. The butler snaps that it'd be downright improper for him to sit down and eat with Ash. Ash shrugs off the formalities and Gene nods. Yeah, the invitation is for both of them. A glorious banquet hits the table, stacked with a huge roast and a whole parade of mouthwatering dishes. Gene leans in and tells everyone he's cooked up his very own version of the fig tart. Note gapes at the jaw-dropping luxury of a roast carved from horned geese. A razor-close shot catches that roast, skin glistening, perfectly cooked, and practically begging you to bite. The three of them shot out heartfelt thanks for the food, then dove in without hesitation. One bite of that tart in Ash's face instantly lights up. She practically shouts that it's delicious. Note savors took a heavenly bite of the turnip soup and immediately locked the recipe in his mind. Gene watches Asha lock in on her food with terrifying focus, and it makes his stomach drop a little. As he watches her eat, it hits him. He's finally starting to understand her for real. Ash swears that the second she tastes something delicious, her mood shoots up like a firework. As Gene reaches for his own slice of tart, Note lunges in to cut him off. A black spirit crashes into the tart out of nowhere, smashing the dessert to pieces in an instant. Note and Ash lock eyes with steady, serious focus, like they're bracing for something big. Gene stands there totally lost, blurting out what just happened. Ash has cornered the black intruder, yet where it came from, he still has no clue. He decides to keep his spirit-seeing power locked away and doesn't spill it to the butler. He realizes he has to explain himself, so he braces to pretend he has no clue. He fires off a temperature shock plan and promises to grab another tart. As Gene turns to leave, his thoughts sprint nonstop, scrambling for a way out. Note watches him leave with a silent, knowing stare, eyes heavy with thought. In the other room, Gene wrestles with one terrifying question. How on earth is he supposed to keep that captured spirit from breaking free? He mutters that he's in deep trouble now, trapped with a pickling container. He raves about his spirit companions, Rose and Khan, and credits them for their flawless work. He spots an enamel-glazed container, and he can't believe he grabbed it from his other house. Note's voice snapping from the doorway jolts him, and he's hit with the question, what's wrong? To Gene's shock, Note shot him an apology, and that's when the spirit unveiled himself as his very own familiar. Gene snaps the pieces together, realizing the Note caused all the trouble, and then he learns the spirit's real name is Quinn. Note lays out the brutal rule: his family must serve without ever eclipsing the main Alderhead line. He leans in and tells Ash they match, same gray hair, same amber eyes. Gene fires the question, does Ash know that a Note can actually interact with spirits, even though he can't? He can't stop silently wondering, why aren't they living free, even though they've been disowned? He told Riley to make Note use the front door next time, with his spirit leading the way. Note carefully studies the container, and that wild, fermented stench hits like a signature only it has. Gene finally admits it, now that Butler is in on his secret. The story fades away, and suddenly it's just the hush of a starry night sky, stretching out in silence. A brand new day kicks off in a loud, bustling port town, where ships crowd the harbor like they're ready to set the world on fire. Gene bursts into the bustling market, ready to hunt down answers and start his info-gathering mission. A fishmonger gives a curious white cat the boot, shooing it away from his wares. Gene pauses and takes in the roaring, lively buzz of the port like it's alive. He remembers hearing that his sister came storming through here, reckless magic blazing. A diagram lays it all out, showing how human magic drains spirits dry from the very start. That drained spirit then clings to a burning grudge that digs in deep. That old, aching grudge doesn't let go. It twists the spirit until it becomes a monster. Gene's got one mission: check whether the hero's magic has warped the world around them. He catches the fishermen grumbling about brutal raids led by people from Schluntas. Another fisherman steps up and says his own crew got hurt during the raids. They're furious because the local hero keeps stirring up nothing but trouble for them. He can't help but hope a demon lord shows up and wipes this mess clean. While a pickpocket lunges to snatch his pouch, Gene whips around and traps him instantly. He pauses mid-thought, replaying that pickpocket attempt like it just happened. He throws the investigation on the back burner and heads home to feast on some seafood. A sweeping exterior shot shows his huge stone house, buried under a thick blanket of snow. A gorgeous platter of fresh and baked oysters sits ready, waiting for someone to dig in. He takes a first fresh oyster bite, and his face lights up with pure, unfiltered delight. He's straight up thankful his appraisal skills let him grab them and eat with zero worries. He can't stop imagining other mouth-watering ways to cook those oysters. Staring at the leftovers, he starts plotting how to marinate them in oil. He grins and asks to play with his fluffy buddy, Rish. Rish inches forward and sniffs the hand he's reaching out with, his face lighting up with pure curiosity. The dog-like creature jerks its head aside with a sharp little huff. Gene can't stop wondering, does Reese hate that loud, fishy seafood smell? Spotting the daylight slipping away, he casually calls for the lights. The window explodes into a blinding storm of white light. He jerks back in agony, clutching his searing eyes with both hands. He steals his will, trains his magic control like never before, and then sets out for the guild. He storms into the demon forest and kicks off his training session right away. He blasts the growling monster with a scorching fireball spell, unleashing pure power. A raging spell swallows a monstrous horned rabbit, trapping it inside a screaming whirl of fire. He realizes he's way stronger than he ever imagined, and he has to lock in his power before it spirals out of control. A wild montage blasts him as he wipes out monsters one by one, unleashing a ruthless combo of elemental spells. He's convinced that focused training has transformed him, like he leveled up for real. He can't stop fretting that he went too far with the hunting, staring down from above a heap of monsters he just crushed. Deep in the dark forest, a young man thrusts his magic into the air and conjures a tiny orb of light. The scene bursts into view of a huge, timber-framed adventurers' guild building, standing loud and bright in daylight. Gene strides up to the guild door, ready to tear into the quest board and hunt down answers. He hears a blazing voice coming from within, demanding a full-on Deep Woods investigation. Peeking in, Gene spots a blonde guy brooding over the missing 3 horned monsters. Dean Firmly, a guild official, flat-out declares he won't sign off on that reckless expedition. Dean slammed his fist down, shouting that those 3 horned beasts weren't just scary, they were terrifying. Blonde Chris fires back that their disappearance isn't the end, it's proof a far bigger black-tainted threat is closing in. Jean's mind goes blank as the flamboyant man hits her with a showman's dramatic, pulse-pounding intensity. He scrambles to put the name Chris together because Dean just dropped it a moment ago. 2 more people, one a young boy, the other an older man, step up and swear they've just seen Gene return. As soon as Chris spots him, he barrels over and cheerfully hands Gene this wild label, *** bear slayer dono ***. Gene's jaw drops when Chris calls him that, practically bragging about how well he understands him. A flashback snaps back to Dean fuming earlier, blasting a blonde Dean and those stuck-up nobles. Deep down, Gene clocks this guy as a full-blown nightmare waiting to happen. Chris flashes him a charming smile, slaps on yet another strange nickname, and opens the twilight. Still reeling from the wild new title, Gene just stares, and his companion nods along like, yeah, this totally fits. He straight up tells them his name, Chris Eads, and drops that he's a 3-star silver rank adventurer. Gene awkwardly grips his hand and blurts, please, stop describing me like a poem. Chris just hums to himself, eyes locked on their joined hands like he's uncovering a secret. Then he straight up demands that evening twilight join his hunt. Gene's thoughts spin as he realizes, without any say in it, someone has yanked him straight into something totally bizarre. The chapter cover has Chris firing off his formal request again, begging Gene to come with him. Gene's thoughts hit him like a punch. Yeah, he's totally trapped in some seriously weird mess. He tears apart the crack in Chris's logic as Dean fights to hold back a burst of laughter. Chris swears he saw no monsters, but the forest feels wrong in his bones, like something is watching. With a grin full of sparks, he boldly announces he's betting it all on his gut instinct. Dean's jaw drops as he stares at Chris, horrified that he's betting everything on a gut hunch. Growing more impatient by the second, Dean snaps at Chris to hurry up and explain himself. Gene tries to calm everything down, telling them they can just wait until spring to go hunt. Jean's older companion keeps it to himself, secretly wondering if Chris's gut feeling is something far more special. He leans in and tells Jean that Chris might be getting pushed around by some unseen, oracle-like spirit. The man lays it out plainly. Chris isn't just acting strange, the spirit is possessing him. Jean realizes this kind of spirit's favor isn't taken lightly, because spirit seers are so rare that every one of them matters. He clocks that Chris could be hiding subtle powers, maybe a flash of foresight, or a ridiculous resistance to getting roasted by the sun. Dean snaps that this hunt would demand his own silver rank time, like it's not something he can just shrug off. Chris shoots him a sly grin and reminds Jean he still owes the guild, because of what happened to his sister. He makes it crystal clear, this mission won't drag on, it's going after one monster and that's it. Dean makes it crystal clear he wants gold-ranked adventurers on the job, because he's determined to keep the town safe. Chris snaps again that the forest air is anything but normal. The quiet white-haired boy slices right through the noise, barking for them to drop the back and forth and get to the point. Dean spins toward Jean, begging him, like he needs it to survive, to join the forest expedition. Jean snaps his hand up and shoots down the request, no questions, no delay. Dean instantly flips his offer, claiming Jean should just be relegated to a baggage handler. Jean can't help it, deep down, he admits he's got a little curiosity about the whole situation. He finally caves in and agrees to go, much to Dean's utter shock and thrilled delight. Jean throws down a condition, then pushes for Ash and Note to join him. Dean nods right away, telling them to hold off until spring so they can dodge the brutal snow. Later on, Jean curls up beside a blazing fire, and through his window he can see a snow-draped house outside. He's convinced his sister's crazy powerful magic is shaking the forest and stirring up all that chaos. Swallowing her anger at having to clean up after him, he decides to grab his courage and dive into the forest himself to find answers. Under the night sky, he charges into the demon forest's darkest, most terrifying inner depths. Alone in the crunching snow, he braces himself and steps in to see what the local spirits are up to. He flips on his vision, and suddenly the world erupts with countless glowing spirits swirling everywhere. A tiny, winged, fairy-like spirit zips through the magical air like it owns the sky. A fox-like spirit darts through shimmering motes of light like it's slipping through starlight itself. A creepy, shapeless blob spirit drifts through the group like a living shadow, looming over everyone. He notices some spirits look sickly, shrinking smaller and smaller until they vanish completely. To his utter shock, he watches a healthy black spirit gulp down a dying one like it's feeding on its last breath. Up close, the black spirit kneels in prayer over the broken, cross-eyed creature, as if it's too weak to even lift its head. Jean finds the whole act of spiritual cannibalism stomach-churning to watch. Even though he knows healing won't fix it, he chooses to name them, because those names will lock in their stability. He lunges forward and clamps down on the tiny, shadowy spirit, trapping it in his hand. Cradling the creature with care, he gives it a bold new title, Black One. He tracks down yet another dark spirit, then slaps a chilling name on it, Black 2. He cradled a dark, rabbit-shaped spirit in his arms, then named it Black 3. A shadowy squirrel-like spirit wriggles in his hands, and bam, it turns into Black 4. Feeling the effort squeeze him, he clenches his resolve and calls it, he's done for today. He realizes that forcing names onto these unwilling spirits drains him down to the bone. Fed up with the chase wearing him down, he decides to pick up his work tomorrow. He trudges through the snow, crunching every step as fresh footprints trail toward the stone house. At the door, he shouts, "Is Denoso there?" Denoso slams him into a crushing hug, and Jean still can't get used to that kind of attack. Jean hands Denoso a pair of delicious gifts, wine and cake, and Denoso's joy explodes on the spot. The kids of the house beam at him with bright, sparkling smiles like pure joy just lit up their faces. They pile on him in a massive group hug, and boom, he's proven right. These people are wildly, unmistakably affectionate. Denoso flashes a grateful grin and snatches the pouch of wine his friend hands him. Shiva, the mother, grabs his hand, thanks him with a warm smile, and urges them all to dig into the cake together. Denoso grieves over his beautiful wine, while Shiva leans in and demands what they were doing right before he showed up. A basket of beans lays out their winter mission, peeling beans while they repair and fix the farm's broken equipment. Jean steps in and offers to help with the kids' work by the fire. Shiva strides in with freshly cut slices of the cake she just made for everyone. Jean showed up with a cake, and the kids devoured every sweet bite with pure joy. Denoso's daughter, Tina, steps up with fearless confidence and declares she'll marry Jean someday. Shiva's amused grin lingers, but Denoso slams the brakes. He adamantly refuses. He insists Tina once promised to marry him, while Jean scrambles to calm the situation down. Denoso snaps in rage over genes that don't even exist yet, convinced they're meant to insult his daughter. Then the two young boys boldly declare they're going to marry into Jean's family instead. They grab onto Jean hard, so hard that Jean's face lights up with shock at just how strong their grip is. Denoso just stands there, completely rattled, his defeated expression shattered by his son's jaw-dropping declaration. He darts into the chaotic fun, yanking his sons off that flustered Jean before things spiral. Shiva and Tina watched that wild family chaos explode in front of them, laughing like it was the funniest thing ever. Looking from the outside, it's clear his family had never been this kind. Spring arrives and at last, the expedition time is here. Chris bursts in and greets Jean and Ash with his flashy nicknames, Evening Twilight and Moonlight. Jean shoots a confused look as he grips Chris's hand, because yet another weird nickname hits him out of nowhere. A rugged, bearded adventurer shouted Jean's name and broke into a friendly greeting. He tells Jean to stay sharp, because Chris's crew is stepping in to take care of the fighting. Another adventurer worries that Let's is too green for the job, but he cuts in fast. Ash isn't helpless. Ash is the bear hunter. Ash mumbles the answer under his breath, and Chris, along with the other adventurers, stares at him like they just got hit with a plot twist. A brutal adventure outed Ash as a notorious bear hunter, but Ash laughed it off and dodged the whole thing. He digs in and swears the whole mess was set in motion by their companion, this young guy named Jean. Hearing that, Chris, this flamboyant, blonde showman, burst into a delighted, flowery laugh. He declares his Twilight hunch was spot on, and it instantly makes Jean question whether something spiritual is pulling the strings. Jean snaps to a hard truth. Chris's personal spirit is exactly what's driving that weird nickname. He can't look away as that little fairy gently strokes Chris's bold chin, like she's doing it with pure love. Kina, the guild's woman, steps up to the group and tells everyone she can't wait to team up with them. She offers Jean a heartfelt formal thank you for his help, then drops a sincere apology for every inconvenience he ever had to deal with. She spots his backpack and later pulls him aside to make him show her the exact dimensions. As she's saying goodbye, she hands him an ornate vial right on the guild's behalf. She sends them off with a heartfelt wish for a safe return as the party lines up to finally launch their expedition. On the trail, let's dig into what makes Jean's bag so special and what's hiding inside it. Jean leans in and tells you he stitched the leather bag himself and that the roll stacked on top is packed with bedding. His friends freaked out, worried that that huge futon would turn into dead weight the second the fight started. He shows off the genius in his design, belts and clips that snap in and pop right off with zero hassle. Chris glances at his own bag, grumbles playfully about it, and then lightly scolds the spirit for constantly doting and stroking its chin. Four fearless adventurers stride into the forest depths like they own the place. They glide through the wilderness like they've done it 100 times, eyes locked on the path ahead. After a bit, one of the party members swings their arm and shouts at everyone to halt, time to grab lunch. After blazing through the trail, the crew finally pitches a tiny camp right beside a rushing stream. Jean drops to one knee beside his pack, pulls out a huge cooking pot, and sets the stage for their next meal. Over a crackling campfire, he throws dried chicken, onions, and mushrooms into a pot and starts brewing a stew like it's about to save the day. While the ingredients bubbled and danced in the pot, he bursts out, "It's ready, dinner's done." Then he snaps his focus to a whole other part of the lunch he prepared just for this moment. He throws open the board and reveals a huge, perfectly arranged loaf of sparkling, stuffed sandwiches for everyone. His companion can't stop drooling, staring at the insane-looking lunch Jean just rolled in. As Jean offers to share, the whole party practically lunges for that delicious-looking food, grabbing it like they can't wait another second. Another adventurer digs into the meat and praises it to the skies, then complains he likes his bread tougher and slips in a question about the coating. Note the oldest guy in their crew stares in shock and keeps repeating the same word like it won't sink in. Jean lays out how breading and frying work, but he keeps his crazy sauce recipe to himself, biting back the details in silence. Ash lifts a juicy piece of fried chicken and can't stop gushing about how ridiculously delicious and savory it is. Jean rattles off the intricate seasonings, and Note locks that recipe into his memory like it's life or death. With their bellies finally full and their spirits lifted, the adventurers shot each other a look and decided it was time to hit the road again. The crew's boots hit the grassy trail again as they kick off the next leg of their journey. Jean spots his shoes getting grimy and immediately starts wondering, did he mess something up with his gait? Then he spots notes near pristine shoes, and it blows his mind. He can't stop staring at how insanely skilled those butlers are. He decides to copy the butler's stride, but Chris's warning about wolves snatches his focus instantly. Chris tells them wolves don't hunt solo, they swarm in packs, and then urges them to take the lead and act on their own. Jean and Ash lean in, eyes locked, and they both nod hard, fully buying into the combat plan. Jean spots Chris's sharp, attentive leadership immediately, even though he can't help thinking, Chris is kind of annoying. Suddenly, a terrified warning screams out, and out of the woods charges a vicious pack of horned wolves, ready to tear in. Out of nowhere, the wolves start circling like predators with a plan, then they squeeze in tight, pinning Jean as the only target. Riley finally snaps to the truth. He's supposed to be the weakest one in the crew, just as a comrade screams his name. With a fierce look in his eyes, he grips his sword tight and braces to clash head-on with the danger right in front of him. He lunges ahead, and his blade turns into a roaring blur as he sets up for the killing strike. He crouched low and locked in, his steel sword flashing with sharp, battle-ready light. He whips out a brutal horizontal slash and drives it straight through the air, aimed dead for the peck. After the chaos, we just stand there in shock, staring at the defeated wolves and wondering how Jean's still standing. Chris blurts that Jean is baiting the men, but Jean panics and snaps, "No way." Dean watches Jean and realizes she's got secrets. Then he admits, with a sting of doubt, that his own skills don't measure up. Note calmly starts yanking the horns free, then warns that blood will draw every monster crawling around. Dean nods along, then practically yells for the party to bolt out of there, like, right now. The group pushes deeper into the darkening forest, heading straight for the campsite they've picked for the night. The chapter slams shut, but it leaves you right on the edge, like the forest expedition is about to blow wide open in the next part. As soon as they reach the campsite, Jean wasted no time and snapped up a simple tarp shelter that actually got the job done. Kneeling in the dirt, he looks over his handiwork with a smug grin, convinced it's good enough. A companion steps in, stunned, and blurts that Jean's camping skills are crazy, especially since he'd sworn he hated it. Chris dramatically praises Jean's genius, and Jean fires back that he's skilled, not exactly in love with it. He admits it, those survival skills didn't just happen, they were forged by months of living alone on a lonely island. Seeing how Jean crushed it with moss as a cushion, Chris wastes no time and sprints off to grab more. The others rush in with him, ignoring even one person's worry about ruining the mountain's moss. Two of the guys slapped the plan on the table and said they were heading out to catch fresh fish for dinner. Jean lights up the place by promising warm soup for everyone, because on a freezing night like this, that idea hits like pure comfort. A pot bubbles over the fire, and it's practically promising these worn-out adventurers a warm, comforting meal. Jean throws out the menu, hot, hearty tomato soup, then explains he just has to prep the dough. Dean rubs the back of his head, like he can't quite shake a half-remembered detail from some old conversation. He stares at Jean's weird hand signals above the dough, trying to figure out if he's doing some kind of secret ritual. With one touch, Jean makes the dough explode into a massive, silky smooth orb that shimmers like it's alive. He starts waiting for the dough to rise, because he's got breakfast in mind too. Night drops in, and the whole party crowds around a crackling campfire beneath a sky packed with stars. A mouthwatering feast stretches across the table, steaming soup, golden roasted fish, and a giant pizza piled high like a celebration. When they ask, Jean leans in and spills it. His pizza is stacked with cheese, bacon, and wild-foraged asparagus. Chris lets out a stunned, confused laugh. He's never once heard of a dish called pizza. Dean, still baffled, leans in and demands answers from Jean about that ritual-like thing he caught him doing earlier. He bites into a slice, and a wild ribbon of melted cheese stretches from his mouth like it won't let go. His eyes flare with pure joy as he blurts out that this new dish is absolutely out of this world. Note fires off his sharp critique, insisting that tomato sauce would be a perfect extra too. The older man stared, eyes wide with surprise, like the idea of using tomato sauce caught him completely off guard. Jean snaps to attention with a jolt. Did he ever really see a fresh tomato before? As he stirs the soup in his mind, the dried tomatoes burn bright on his tongue, and Ash goes wild praising the taste. Chris Pat brushed a Jean on his shoulder, eyes burning with a heartfelt, slightly shaken sincerity. He boldly says Jean would make the perfect wife, then adds a sharp little condolence, because, yeah, he can't resist the dig at his own gender. Dean bluntly leans in and asks Jean what kind she's got, then can't stop worrying that his own sister might be too flat-chested. Ash blushes hard and blurts out that Dean has a huge chest, like it's not exactly something a woman should even chase. He watches, eyes widening as he realizes, he's trapped in a conversation he can't talk his way out of. Jean admits he's still getting used to people, so he hasn't figured out his type yet. A young woman's face and past flares in his mind as he admits he's only ever been surrounded by people he can't trust. Chris, so let's chuckle off the idea that the confessions he got were just sneaky, malicious pranks. Dean bets the confessions weren't just jokes. He thinks they hit way too close to home, and the confessors end up squirming in pure embarrassment. Jean lays out the confessions timeline, and it's wild. Each part comes from different people, all of them still kids. His companion gapes at the huge number, then laughs like, "Okay, Jean, are you cursed or what? Let's cut him some slack. His situation is weird, and we've got to reassure him that not all women are like that." Jean's smile drops into a somber stare as he confesses, his sister is the whole reason this happened. A flashback cuts in, his sister kicking it with her friends, and it leaves no doubt, every one of them was linked to her. He tells her how it felt like she owned him, so he finally stopped fighting back and just jumped into her games. Chris slaps him on the shoulder and fires off a quick pep talk, determined to lift his mood. Ash goes quiet, shoulders sinking as Jean's story hits him, and you can practically see his thoughts turning over in his eyes. Beneath a sky packed with stars, the forest falls deadly quiet as the night watch finally kicks off. Jean sits alone beside a crackling campfire, sipping from his cup while the cold air bites at him. He tilts his head to the night sky, and the cold hits him again, hard like it never left. On night watch, Jean beams as Azu, his tiny bird buddy, swoops in and lands right on his shoulder. A voice slices through the darkness, offering to take Jean's watch duty off his shoulders. Jean lifts his head and spots Ash closing in, lit up by the shaky glow of the campfire. Ash hands Jean a snack of Florentine biscuits, and Jean blurts out heartfelt thanks for everything, like he genuinely can't find the right words. As he put on the jeans garment, Ash couldn't help but gasp at how insanely light and comfortable it felt. Jean shrugs it off and says the coat is just a hobby, then casually adds that the potion debt gets paid back. Seeing Ash's gloomy face, Jean can't help but wonder, did they hate the Florentine biscuits he just offered? Ash leans in and insists those past romantic confessions were nothing but coordinated pranks, and Jean just freezes, totally unable to find words for a moment. Jean suddenly realizes Ash is talking about their earlier conversation, trying to nudge his spirits up. Jean finally admits he's trying to trust people again, and Ash lights up, thrilled to be there for him. He quietly accepts Ash's kind words, feeling a tiny bird settle on his shoulder. Ash snatches the watch, settles by the fire, and Jean finally relents, letting them take over. He realizes Ash is the real deal kind of straight shooter, and those blunt compliments hit him so hard they almost embarrass him. Ash's open, honest way of being feels like fresh air, especially when you put it against his sister's totally different personality. Once the watch is passed into his hands, Jean decides, all right, time to power down for the night and get ready for tomorrow. The adventurers dig into a huge, comforting meal and swear the wild tastes better than any town ever could. Two men chowed down on juicy roasted meat, and one of them practically begged for booze. Huddled around the fire, the party can't shake it. They've somehow barely run into any real, heavy-hitting monsters on the road. Jean shuts his eyes, already imagining a perfect sip of Radine, like it's exactly what he needs. The older gentleman nods right away, then raves about the drink's wild, layered flavors, saying it's a perfect match for the meat. After their chat, Jean can't stop thinking, and the clues click. Ian has to be red wine. Chris, a woman with wide-eyed wonder, can't stop being amazed that Jean can whip up bread in a pot. He tells them the Black Mountain goat liver pâté isn't made with milk at all, it's crafted using salted water. Jean quietly admits to himself that he's probably the only one stressing over a healthy diet. Chris jabs a finger at a janky tent pitched by the river, leaning in like, is that gonna be your shelter for the night? Jean corrects her and tells Chris the truth. He built a steam bath, and the confusion on Chris's face is instant. He tells them he crafted the dome out of flexible branches and sheets while they were out there hunting. Inside, Chris stares in confusion at the bonfire made from a painstakingly stacked pile of rocks. Jean shows him how it works, scoops water over those hot stones, and they instantly start sizzling. A thick cloud of steam blasts out of the rocks, and Chris's eyes go wide as shock and awe hit him at once. He lays it all out, beads of sweat running down his face in the sauna, then plunges into the river for a brutal, refreshing splash. Chris stares at him with brand new awe, then calls him by the name he goes by, Twilight. She showers him with praise for his unmatched talent, because somehow, even while traveling, he always manages to make things feel calm, and that's a quietly powerful compliment. Jean hands Chris the steam bath he built and says, "You can use it." The rest of the party suddenly hears it too, and those shocked faces catch Jean completely off guard. Under those intense stares, he fumbles, then awkwardly thrusts the invitation out to everyone. The whole party lights up, and with one roaring yes, they accept his offer for a steam bath. A huge white bath sheet drapes over a tree branch, hanging there like it's waiting for the next moment. That night, Jean draped the wet sheet and just quietly figured they'd have to sleep with no cover. Right by the stream, a tiny shadow creature suddenly lunges in and rips the calm water with ripples. He stands at the shoreline, eyes locked on the spirits piling in under the moonlit glow. Now his mind drifts to an even darker sight he's been spotting more and more lately. The young man blurts out he wants to name the black spirits, but the thought of being caught makes fear slam into him. Golden morning light slices through the thick forest canopy, tearing open the sky like a promise of a brand new day. The whole expedition crew keeps rolling forward, pushing deeper along a winding path through the woods. Dean and Chris practically glow after their bath, laughing about how insanely refreshed they feel. Their happy march gets ripped apart when Dean suddenly screams, "Stop," and everyone freezes. Up ahead, a lizard monster bursts into view, then he locks eyes with it and realizes it's the three-horned variant. Name the threat as tenacious, then tell the group to hold their ground until Dean gives the order. Dean lays it out. That lizard's hide is so brutal and tough that its throat is the only real weak spot left. Plan locked in, Dean snaps, Chris split up, and Chris answers without hesitation, "I'm ready." Chris's boot digs into the grass as she slips into her carefully planned position. Playing the decoy, she lured those huge reptiles, full attention, onto herself. Dean bursts in from the creature's flank, eyes locked on the mission like nothing else matters. He lunges in with a lightning strike on the monster's side, and boom, just like that, the perfect distraction is born. While the lizard's attention is snagged, Dean blasts out Chris's name, pushing the final attack. Chris barrels ahead, driving her blade deep into the monster's bare throat. Ashton note fire off praise at Chris for her jaw-dropping work, and in that moment, they confirm just how terrifyingly formidable her reputation really is. Even with everything landing perfectly, that brutal fight left him rattled to his core. Jean realizes their teamwork doesn't just happen. It's a skill you can't learn by watching, you have to fight for it. Finding a three-horned lizard this deep in the forest is ironclad proof that something real is out here. Let me explain. Out here, monsters usually rock just one horn and sometimes none at all. Then it hits them. They've been trapped in this gigantic forest for days, and no one can explain how it slipped by like a blur. Dean exhales in relief and announces that their main objective is finally complete. They map out how they'll push to the next campsite and only then head back into town. Chris then leans in and asks Jean to help her rip the creature's body apart. In a forest clearing, Jean watches in awe as Let smoothly disarms and dismantles a massive lizard with brutal skill. He tore his gaze off his work and praised Jean's insane dismantling skills. Jean soaks up the praise and lines in, admitting he's been training to hunt in his own way. The moment he spots all those black spirits swarming the area, his thoughts snap into something far more serious. He can't shake the thought, what if these dark spirits are crawling into the horned monsters and driving them like puppets? Musa is ready to start frying up that lizard meat, then he turns to Jean and asks where their large supply went. Jean looks around and confirms they've got plenty, then throws caution to the wind and sprints off to forage wild asparagus. He cautions him about those hungry monsters, and Jean nods gratefully, like he's been waiting to hear it. While he's hunting around, Jean spots mushrooms and garlic mustard and starts plotting his next future pasta masterpiece. To make hunting food way easier, he flips the switch and activates his secret search power. He slams the skill to activate it, remembering how he'd used it earlier while breaking that lizard apart. His search seals it. He's found the very fox he'd only caught a glimpse of earlier. He spots it instantly, a swift, two-horned monster barreling straight toward their camp. Jean realizes it links fire to prey, and he rushes to warn everyone, right now. He sprints back to camp and blurts to Lassie about the monster fox closing in fast. Let's quietly slip in the fact that he's already covered their scent with cedar leaves. Then he shoves an ointment into Jean's hands to mask his scent, so they can disappear before they get caught. From his hiding spot, Jean gapes as the fox rockets past with insane speed. A monster fox explodes into the clearing, tearing through the air with insane speed and unstoppable force. Caught off guard by its sudden arrival, he swears, face locked on victory, that he'll defeat it. The creature totally snubs him and fixes its eyes on Jean, daring her to step up for a one-on-one brawl. He screamed, desperately trying to pull the monster's focus away from his friend. Jean's eyes lock on with pure determination as he braces for the monster fox to come straight at him. The deadly fox is down on the ground, trembling, whining, and spinning in a dizzy haze. We froze in shock, staring at that creature like, what just happened? Jean proudly declares he took down the twin-horned monster all by himself. Flamboyant Chris saunters in and blurts out a weird little nickname for Jean, Evening Twilight. She snatches his hand and gushes about how incredible his feet are, right there, like only a bronze-ranked adventurer could pull off. Ash and his butler finally roll in, and Ash lets out a huge breath of relief because Jean is safe. Right after that jaw-dropping clash, a tense hush settles in. Take a look at that defeated fox. He's still in shock, staring like he can't believe what Jean just pulled off. He leans in and tells the whole group his fears about this brand new threat that just showed up out of nowhere. Let me show you why those wide-ranging monster foxes are way more dangerous than territorial lizards. With a grim look on his face, Ash warns his companion because a three-horned monster is about to smash into town. Jean's eyes narrowed as the danger kept climbing, and he clocked it, twin-horned fox stepping into the chaos. Roger clenches his jaw and decides they're heading back to town first thing tomorrow morning. A huge pot of meatballs roars and bubbles over a crackling campfire, like it's about to steal the whole show. Jean starts doubting this huge bird hunt, but their companion swears it was downright ridiculously tasty. Another adventurer raves about the pasta, saying their wild, out-in-the-woods meals absolutely crushed whatever they used to get in the city. Sunlight blasts through the thick, lush canopy overhead, turning the whole forest into a glowing, living tunnel. The group marches back through the woods, and this time their trip home stays weirdly calm, no twists, no trouble. With stubborn, determined faces, Ash and Roger charge ahead and guide the whole party out of the forest. They slam into the massive barred gate of the town because the expedition is finally over. Back in the city, Jean finally exhales a huge breath of relief, like the weight has been lifted off his chest. Ash orders everyone to rush to the guild, and Jean's face instantly screams, "Why is this happening?" He leans in and quietly tells Ash and Note to grab his reward later, because he's done for the day and just wants to get home. Ash looks Jean dead in the eye, frets for him, and promises, "Come to my place later, I'll get you cleaned up with a bath." Roger shoots Jean a question, "Where are you rushing off to?" like something's seriously about to go down. Roger nods, takes the request in stride, and promises to talk about the spirits with him later. Jean bursts up to a massive timber-framed stone house, his temporary home for now. Completely spent, he drops the firewood by the hearth and lets out a heavy, exhausted sigh. Tiny winged fire spirits and a flickering salamander dance through the blazing flames. He lays out his wild plan, using fireplace spirits to talk across all his houses. With his storage ability, he somehow pockets a piece of that scorching hot water like it's magic. He's gearing up to use his magic to superheat the bathtub for later. With a burst of shimmering energy, he slams in a transfer and pops over to his other house. He yells over to his tiny, dog-like buddy, Rich, who's curled up asleep in a little basket. Risha wakes up with a burst of joy and rockets into Jean's arms as he says hello to his pet. He leans in close, coos to the creature, and insists it has to get a bath before they're allowed to play. Jean slips into the scorching hot water and lets out a long, satisfied sigh like the world finally goes quiet. Now it clicks after 3 brutal washes, he finally scrubs every last bit of grime away. A fire spirit bursts in and he blazes with gratitude because the whole night, thanks to it, no guests ever arrived. He taps into that same transfer power again, hustling to get his preparations done before anyone can stop him. He checks the bathwater and finds it lukewarm, so he drains it and refills it fresh. He snaps his fingers, and the tub refills with steaming, fresh hot water like magic. He swings the door open and blurs out an apology to Ash and Note, admitting he kept them waiting. He steps up and shoves a heavy pouch of money in front of them, proving that this is his cut of the reward. Jean grins and announces he's already got a steamy hot bath ready for both of them. The butler tips his head, calls Ash Ajusama, and snaps into position, ready to help her in seconds. Later, the 3 of them finally kick back, tearing into some toast and washing it down with a drink. Curious about that gorgeous bathtub, Jean grabs the moment and asks where he bought it. Jean finally blurts out that it came from the kingdom of Pester, an insane, long, and brutally expensive trip to get here. He muses that his fancy foreign cutlery might make people assume he's from there. Jean reaches out and says, "Forget paying me back," and when they ask if they can buy the robes he lent them, he flips it into a gift instead. The butler's smile drops into something deadly serious as he brings up their forest investigation. He spills the bombshell he's forming a strike team and tells Ash and himself they're both in. After that brutal journey, the note bluntly says they're not allowed to take the robes for free. Jean tries to dodge the payment, insisting it's totally no big deal. That terrifying presence pressed down so hard that the usually stubborn Jean finally caved and took the money. Fresh out of her bath, Ash strides in and declares, loud and clear, that she's done. Jean jumps in and offers to brew the next batch of steaming hot water and tea for Ash. He politely shuts down her offer, saying being a butler means he can't stray from his duties. Note darts away and leaves Jean and Ash alone for a beat. Jean waves Ash in and tells her to make herself comfortable, then slides her a steaming cup. He's completely shocked when he finally sees her with her hair down, like it's the first time it's ever happened. He freezes at her sudden, murderous aura and cautiously blurts out, "What's wrong?" The air turns pitch black and suffocating, and you can feel something terrible creeping in. She leans in and asks if he spotted the spirits in the forest, and he wastes no time, saying yes. Ash can't forget the last time he saw spirits this shattered, back when a rogue mage wrecked everything. A memory slams into view, an empty, ruined landscape crawling with shadowy, corrupted figures. Jean, who's never even spotted a hint of magic, blurts out, "Wait, is this power something rare?" Ash tells them that spirits can be forced into obedience, either through ruthless contracts or brutal, destructive spells. He's absolutely horrified when he realizes that once a spirit's power is used up, it vanishes for good. She nods and says the black stain is proof of their grudge, right against humans. Jean blurts out, "So does this mean the magic users are doomed to turn into monsters too someday?" A grim smile snaps onto his face as he realizes his sister is about to become a demon lord. Ash tells them magic doesn't just power spells, it can also lock spirits in place and give them real permanence. Jean figures out that as long as you don't push them past the limit, spirits will gladly jump in and help. She stares at Azu and blurts out, "The spirit picked me, so it won't turn black." Ash grimaces as he dares to compare loyal Azu to the twisted black spirits. Pain hits like a punch. Jean watches as Ash gets wrecked by the corrupted spirits' horrifying presence. He shoots up from the table, ready to do something, anything, to help. He stops a totally baffled Ash mid-step and demands he wait, because he's about to whip up something in the next second. He comes back with a tray in hand, flashes a warm smile, and tells her he really appreciates her waiting. He sets a plate of sweets in front of her and whispers, "Keep these hidden, don't let anyone find out, not even your note." On the table sat a mouth-watering lineup of pastries, one cream puff, a tart, and a slice of cake like a sweet feast waiting to be devoured. Ash, Azu perched on her shoulder, blurts out that she's never laid eyes on sweets this wild before. Jean tells her straight up that he wants her to be his personal taste tester. He tells her, "Stop mulling over the spirits for so long, it's not good for you." Ash shoots him a grateful thank you for the food, then leans in and goes for her very first bite. She hesitates, then brings a bite of the cream puff to her lips like she's bracing for the first taste. The moment she takes a taste, her face lights up with full-on, blushing joy. Jean scoots right in, leans over, and asks if it's good, then urges her to take a warm cup of tea. She digs into the cake, cheeks puffing up as she chews like she's savoring every sweet second. Her eyes balloon with awe, and a bright, happy blush storms across her cheeks. She tastes everything and declares it downright delicious, then zeroes in on that white cream and asks, straight-faced, "What about the tart?" Ash points out the red fruit, and Jean tells him that's a strawberry. He's crushed with guilt, obsessing over the idea that a young lady shouldn't be taking bites of anything she doesn't know. He leans in and asks if she likes the sweets, because the only thing he can do to comfort her is that sugary little peace offering. Ash takes a calm, soothing sip of her tea, and you can practically see her mood lift in real time. She blurts out that she's genuinely happy, shocked by just how effortlessly she managed to smile. She can tell Azu, her spirit companion, looks way happier now too. She flashes a soft smile, gently stroking the little bird as she matches its bright, happy mood. Jean and Ash lock eyes over the table, sharing a calm, knowing look that says everything. The scene flips, and her voice bursts out with pure joy as she says she's finally feeling better. Under a spotless blue sky, you can see a huge timber-framed building looming in all its glory. Jean bumps into Let's on the street, and Let's immediately tells him, "I heard you're heading back into the forest." Let's get Gene to craft him a bag. Gene nods and jumps in, taking his measurements right away. Gene tells them straight up, after crafting bags for Dean and Chris, he's suddenly out of leather and he needs more fast. I couldn't stop worrying that this insanely high-quality bag would draw attention and get snatched. As Gene sizes him up, let's spill the details about the hunt coming right around the corner. Gene snaps in surprise because he always thought the only adventure stars came from plain old standard requests. And yeah, stars aren't just for schoolwork, they're also handed out for guild work and community service. He realizes right then and there that compared to the whole universe, they're nothing more than small fry. A bold diagram lays out the whole adventure ranking system, showing Gene sitting at the bronze rank. Gene hears that bronze ranks can join an expedition, but he shuts it down hard and vows he's not going. As they measure him, he playfully complains that the process tickles like crazy, and Gene jumps in, asking when he'll finally be leaving. Gene says his exit hinges on a guy named Amadio, and he can't even believe why that name matters. It turns out Amadio is a gold-ranked adventurer, and the guild pulled strings, cashing in favors to lock it in. He says Amadio is teaming up with a terrifyingly powerful magic user, and that instantly spikes Gene's interest. Let's show everyone how fearless the guild feels, because they're sure Amadio can crush the few monsters they're walking into. Switching gears, Gene leans in, eyes locked on the sound, curiosity sparking like a question in his mind. Then boom, Amadio swears he can see spirits, and it absolutely floors Gene. Beneath the night sky, glowing motes drift through the demon forest like living sparks, lighting up the whole canopy. Deep in the magical woods, Gene clenches his resolve. He's hunting monsters for the bag-making materials. A tiny, shadowy black spirit darted past him in the moonlit forest. He lunges and grabs the creature, and in an instant it hardens into a glowing orb, one he recognizes as Black 95. He unleashes the spirit and swears that he'll name everyone he finds, just to give Ash the peace of mind he deserves. All alone in that glowing forest, he tightens his grip and gears up to dive headfirst into his brand new mission. A brand new chapter kicks off when a voice snaps out from the town street, calling straight to Gene. Gene finds Ash and slips him a note, thanking him for hanging in there and waiting. He hands them brand new backpacks and shrugs like, "I had to give you the stuff anyway." Ash freaks out about how fast it all happened, and Note throws down a payment. Gene just waves it off for now. Gene says his manufacturing know-how made the whole job way easier than anyone would have guessed. He straight up says the expedition's start is Amadio's call, so they'd better hit the shops early. He remembers Letz's warning, troublemakers could be slipping onto this expedition. Two grizzled thugs stepped in, sized him up like he was nothing, and demanded his money on the spot. Fuming at their demands, Gene snaps back and powerfully shoves one of the thugs away. Note checks on Gene, right as a fresh voice taunts the thug for picking the worst person to mess with. Chris shows up with Dean, and he snaps at the flustered Vikes like, "Shut it, everybody be quiet." An adventurer can't believe the thugs. Attacking a black bear was pure stupidity, and it leaves Gene completely baffled. Note says they're all going to celebrate their reunion at a restaurant, and Chris is absolutely thrilled by that idea. The whole crew clinks their wooden mugs and cheers in one loud, happy toast. So tell me, what's everybody been up to since the last investigation? Vikes tells Chris, "I've been out here helping you gather herbs, while Dean's been sprinting from danger this whole time." Gene corners Dean and grills him about what it's like living on the run, then admits he ditched their request early too. Chris corners Dean and asks, "So when are you getting out of your current place?" Dean snaps that his mom has flipped the switch on his pouting little sister, since he's been coddling her too much. He decides it's dangerous for his sister to lean on him, especially while the guild retrains her. Gene watches stunned as Ash acts like the chaos is nothing. His eyes are locked on the hunt, hunting bears like it's the only thing that matters. Gene cuts the conversation and pivots, asking about something completely different. He blurts out a question about the Black Bear nickname, completely lost on what they're even talking about. Node warns that people sometimes mix up Gene and Ash, because both hit like absolute monsters. Gene's face twists. He's not amused at all, because he'd rather be called a wolf like Riesh than get this comparison. Chris dramatically snaps, saying a bear just doesn't match Gene's iris-like look. Vike yanks the mug down hard, breathing in like he's about to unleash a blazing, passionate declaration. He blasts out that Bombery is the real king of wolves, and calling yourself a wolf name is downright insane. Gene blurts out, "Who's Bombery?" and Chris leans in and says he's a legendary adventurer. They even add that Bombery's name is still legendary, and that Dean is a total superfan. Vikes tells us he became an adventurer because of Bombery, and that amazing Gene lit a spark in him. Gene flips the conversation again, fists clenched with excitement, ready to hand out his gifts. He holds up the bags he made for Chris, Dean, and Letts, and they gratefully take them from his hands. Dean yanked open his bag and froze, stunned by what was sitting inside. He bursts out that even the inside is leather too, and you can hear the shock in how he calls it wildly expensive. Note promises to pay up, but Ash smirks and suggests, Gene is calling it, that after the expedition they hit the bar for a drink. Dean starts teasing, joking that they should order a whole cow next, and he totally throws Gene into a full-on fluster. They all agree when they all come back safe, they're throwing a party together. Gene lifts his mug and toasts the crew, praying they all make it to their expedition safe and sound. Vikes and Chris shouted they were out, and Gene's crew got stuck continuing to drink without them. Tell Gene he's renting some bargain room right beside the demon forest. He rants that the rent is skyrocketing because the landlord just jammed in trendy new toilets. Gene snaps that lets us stare needs to stop because the staring is making him squirm. The very next day, Note muses about how they can live with those old smells. Then Gene blurts, "Wait, are you guys salesmen?" A brand new day kicks in, and the sun climbs over the forested mountains like it's lighting a battle that's about to begin. Gene snaps awake, devours breakfast, and then, totally locked in, pushes deeper into the woods, using his transfer ability to move where others can't. He takes a slow sip, eyes locked ahead, thinking through the exact moment he's going to push deeper into the forest today. Deep in the woods, he readies himself for another brutal day of hunting and naming those black spirits. With every spirit he spots, he calmly labels them, one by one, until they all get the name, Black. With a breathy sigh of relief, he realizes he's finally getting the hang of it. He waits with bated breath for the expedition force to roll past, desperate to catch Amadeo's companions showing off their magic. He tracks down some tiny, fairy-like spirits nearby and begs them to keep him posted on how the expedition is going. With sheer determination in his eyes, he decides to push a little deeper today. He hunches over his map and clocks the brutal truth, right at the edge of the god's influence, it just cuts off. He strides into the uncharted depths of the forest, brimming with excitement to uncover whatever secrets lie ahead. His boots crunch through thick undergrowth as he pushes deeper into the dark woods. A hulking, three-horned boar monster rockets out of the bushes and charges straight at him. He yanks out his deadly all-kill blade, and fiery energy erupts around his hand. With a lightning-fast, bone-crushing swing, he unleashes a slash that obliterates everything in its path. He tosses out a casual plan for a savage wild boar hotpot later, and even stashes the meat in storage by the carcass. He spots some wild plants nearby, and his curiosity spikes like a lightning bolt. He spots them as wild asparagus shoots, and decides to snag a few for himself. He grins, already picturing himself handing Ash that asparagus in his note. Just as he drops to his knees to grab the plants, a chilling feeling hits him, someone's watching him. A majestic unicorn-horned snow leopard bursts out from the trees and charges straight toward him. The majestic beast rumbles a deep, guttural hiss that crawls up your spine. It trots along with a frayed chunk of dark hide clamped in its jaws. Gene yelped in shock, totally thrown off when the animal suddenly popped out of nowhere. With bated breath, he spots the creature and realizes it's a snow leopard. The horned leopard rips off its hide, hisses straight at him again, and dares him to blink. He can't help but wonder if that creature is trying to send him a message. He clocks the signal. This animal isn't just making noise, it's pleading for a favor. A majestic white stag bursts onto the scene and demands that Gene seal a contract with someone called Maisel. Gene's jaw drops when another talking beast crashes onto the scene. He digs for answers, scratching his head like, why on earth does that leopard keep its tail held like that? He spots the horn and the strange lack of black shadows, and his mind immediately races. Could this be a holy beast? He blurts out who's Maisel, and the stag just smirks. Maisel is their friend. Gene pieces it together. Maisel is seconds away from turning into a black spirit. After he helps the stag, it offers him a deal, build him a safe sanctuary to hide in. Gene steps in and makes it crystal clear. This sanctuary will shove back monsters and black spirits without mercy. He mulls the offer over and over, then clicks. Setting up a base deep in the forest would make tracking and calling spirits way easier. He jumps at the chance to help, then gets told to hop straight onto the deer's back. He climbs onto the white stag like it's his destiny, and with a bold voice he declares he's on. The deer rockets ahead at breakneck speed, slamming him back into its antlers like a battering ram. He clings on for dear life, shouting at the deer to slow down as they tear through the forest. The young man gets slammed hard onto the ground, and nausea makes him groan helplessly. Stunned out of his daze, he sits up fast and snaps about how brutally, out of nowhere, everything just slammed to a stop. Mao the snow leopard lets out a sharp hiss, like they're announcing their arrival to Maisel. A twisted, corrupted horse claws its way onto a ledge and stares down at the human like, "Who are you, and why are you here?" Rising to his feet, the young man points out, Maisel is the horse, and Mal is the leopard. He closes in, staring at the sinister, shadowy flame licking at Maisel's shoulder. With a contract brewing in his mind, he barrels straight in and demands the horse's name. His thoughts lay it bare: if a spirit has a name, it has to willingly say it out loud. Maisel snorts and laughs like, what idiot would ever sign a contract with a human? The horse snarls that their bond feels like a noose, and vows he's stepping away for good. With a sudden burst of speed, the young man springs onto the stubborn horse's back. He lunges in hot blood rage, spits spirit scum in its face, and demands its name, no fear backing him down. The deer and Mal both point out that his methods feel downright over the top. Maisel thrashes in a frenzy, screaming that its rider's a despicable human. He pins the struggling horse to the ground and keeps firing questions at it, demanding its name over and over. Beaten within an inch of its life, the horse finally lets out its name, then the young man slams a deal on the table. The whole idea of making a contract hangs between them like a charged wire, waiting to snap. His hand starts to glow with a gentle, creeping light as he gears up to unleash the ritual. Once the contract was finished, relief crashed over him, and with it, his magic got drained dry. His animal companions chime in again, roasting his wild, over-the-top plans for the sanctuary. He lays out his vision, a peaceful, spirit-friendly paradise with a bubbling spring anyone can reach. Mao orders him to ride out with the deer to the location they've picked. Maisel, finally purified, breaks into thrilled admiration for the human's jaw-dropping riding skills. He reluctantly hops back onto the deer, already wishing the ride felt way more comfortable. Without warning, the deer explodes into motion, slamming him backwards straight into its antlers. During their breakneck sprint through the woods, everything smears into a confusing blur. The trip slams to a halt again as he gets yanked down to the ground, one more brutal time. Dazed out of his mind, he hauls himself upright and blurts, "Where are we?" He spun around in pure awe, staring at a stunning grove of white-barked trees. With a warm, grateful blush, he admits, this place is even better than he ever dared to hope. The two spirit animals declared that it's time, they're setting up the sanctuary right now. Mao hisses sharply, and a surge of magical energy blasts into the pond. A shimmering, impenetrable dome snaps into place over the entire clearing, locking everyone under its guard. He snaps to it, this barrier will shove away ordinary horses like they're nothing. The deer reassures him, no matter which contracted beast you pick, it still gets to slip inside. As he says goodbye, the majestic animals bow and thank him, letting him know his help truly mattered. With a blinding flash, the two spirit beasts disappear like they were never there. He stands alone in the sudden stillness of the magical sanctuary he's claimed. He spread out his map and froze when a brand new location suddenly showed up. He can't believe what he's seeing in the new edition after the last time he checked. He finally cracks it. He can chart locations the gods never even reach. The chance of finding Japan-like flora hits him like lightning, and pure excitement explodes in his chest. With a fierce stare, he locks in and figures out exactly what he's doing next. A brand new chapter kicks off in the blazing, non-stop trade city of Naladade. He came to study the buildings up close, grabbing them as reference so he could use every detail. The island city is famous far and wide for its insane tech and jaw-dropping craftsmanship. He's instantly blown away by how spotless and high-grade those glass window panes are. He kicks in his appraisal skill and starts ripping apart the structure, piece by piece. He studies the glass as it gleams clear, made from linked rounds fused into one solid sheet. He remembers that thick, bubbling green glass he'd seen in Canaan. His eyes snap to the document box, where intricate engravings crawl over its surface like a warning. The city flaunts its advanced power through lavish, high-tech shops at every corner. Staring at that ornate red goblet like it's calling his name, he decides he has to buy it. He grits his teeth, furious that a mindless shopping trip yanked him off his architectural research. He pushes into a chemist's shop, eyes wide, wondering just how high the world's medicine can really go. His gaze locks onto a huge, open bin packed with cocoa beans. The shopkeeper leans in and tells him those beans get crushed into a bitter elixir. He finds out the nobles are sipping it with sweeteners, and that's what jacks the price through the roof. The absurd price of those beans shocks him so hard he can barely breathe. Even with the price staring him down, he still decides to grab some for himself. His eye for detail exposes just how brutally hard they've been grinding for all of it. He grabs a bunch of extra spices too, hunting for the perfect match and testing them against what he already has. As he strides along, a voice suddenly snaps out from behind him, calling his name. An old gentleman beams and points out something gorgeous he's just noticed. The young man's muscles tense up, and he can't stop wondering if that guy is hunting for a fight. The gentleman shoots an apology his way, then demands to know where he bought that bag. He breaks it down. This is a brand new, ridiculously convenient design straight out of the Azul region. He realizes the Azul region is miles and miles away. He recounts the brutal grind of his snow-cloaked mountain trek. The gentleman shoots him a grateful nod, then turns and slips out, leaving him behind with that new intel. This is the 10th time today someone's cornered him and grilled him about his bag. He's hit with a brutal memory from that grim bathroom, and he's praying the plumbing this time will actually hold up. Once the window shopping was over, he tore right into his real mission. He strides down a silent alley, like the day's biggest showdown is already calling his name. He barges into a messy shop, and the owner snaps, "So what are you hunting for?" He marches up and asks for books about spirits, and the shopkeeper's jaw drops at the wild request. A blonde kid eavesdrops, then blurts out, "Hey, are you looking for a particular kind of book?" Ash the youth watches the book like it's a unicorn, so rare it might as well be myth. He's convinced that if it can be found at all, it'll be found someplace, right down to where it's invalid. Ash confesses he's been hunting it too, prowling shady antique shops to find it. The shopkeeper leans in and tells him those books aren't for reading at all, they're just fancy display pieces for nobles. The young guy blurts out, "So where do I find these really shady bookstores?" In a bookstore, the clerk slides over books and asks if he wants the real contents, or the mystery pages with nothing inside. The clerk leans in and snaps, "Those empty books are nothing, just wooden boxes wearing disguises." He shuts down the fancy display and demands the real books instead. A clerk hands over a book of pure blank pages, yet the pages are cursed, and a spirit renders the whole thing unreadable. The clerk stares at the blank book and snorts, because of course the one that looks empty is the priciest one in the shop. His eyes sharpen into slits as he demands to see the spirit-touched book. A tiny fairy pops into view, and he can't help wondering, does she keep rewriting the words over and over? The moment the clerk cracks open the book, a fairy flickers off the pages and shoots away like a startled spark. The clerk leans in and tells him the script is special, only the author can read it. He can't help thinking about how magic users always clamp down on their secrets, like they're locked behind steel. To his total shock, his language skills finally unlock the ability to read the characters. He spots clues that scream, "This isn't just one case, something bigger is connected." Spots those magic circles and blurts out, "Wait, are there more books like this with the same spine?" The clerk nods and says, "Yes, they exist," but then drops the truth. The versions with illustrations cost way more. He nods at the clerk as he storms out of the shop, mission accomplished and his victory burning in his chest. He finally clocks it. Those spirits have been guarding the original manuscript all along. Those books are pure treasure, packed with history, rare herbs, and crazy spirit lore secrets. Blowing every last coin, he finally hits the point where there's nothing left to do, so he turns around and heads home. In a warm, cozy home, a young guy named Gene sits by the roaring fire, glued to a book as the flames crackle. He stared down a book about spirit contracts, weighing every deadly risk against every tempting benefit. Gene remembers this. Contracted spirits supercharge magic, making it way more efficient and dead reliable. He weighs the brutal energy price of summoning a spirit into enemy territory. Then it hits him, spirits aren't all the same at all. Some are wildly different. He can't help but see Mistu and Halalfa as two totally different light attribute spirits. His mind whirls to a different ball of light when he can't help but call a loose cannon. Gene is dead sure the spirits steer clear of anyone who trashes the environment. A brand new day bursts into the world under a blazing, sunny sky. A mouthwatering hot breakfast hits the table, sausages, juicy patties, and fluffy crepes steaming like a feast straight out of a dream. Blonde Kid Ash savors the meal like it's pure bliss, taking every bite with unstoppable joy. Ash grinned at the blazing hot meal, and even his elderly butler chimed in with a warm MMHMM, calling it truly delicious. Gene tells them, "I invited you over so we could smash through the perishable food before our trip." A note lays it out plain. Hot breakfasts are basically a once-in-a-lifetime miracle in their world. Jean asks them if they ever manage to cook a real hot breakfast in the morning. The butler spills the secret. People slash their firewood costs by grabbing it from the market stalls. That empty bowl is the final mission complete sign. Breakfast was so satisfying it got devoured clean. As his guests start to leave, Jean snaps, "Hold on, wait a second," and stops them in their tracks. Ash and Note stare in awe, hanging on his every move, dying to know what he's plotting. He hauls over a huge, wrapped lunch and hands it to them so they can dig in and share it with their companions. With heartfelt gratitude, the two shared one last look and waved goodbye as they took off. All by himself now, Jean declares he's hitting the store to stock up on building materials. He rockets into a supply shop, scans every tile like it's treasure, and then drops the bricks he needs into his hands. The shopkeeper jumps in, hands him everything he needs, and helps him check out his pile of construction supplies. Jean hurries to his dog-like partner, Rich, and spills the news about a brand new safe zone. A bunch of tiny, winged, dog-like spirits scamper and whirl around Jean's feet like they're playing tag. He grips Rich tight, then fires up his transfer power and vanishes them with a teleport. His boots kiss the ground in a grassy, sun-drenched forest clearing. He jerks in surprise as tiny, fluffy spirits explode into chaos, scattering everywhere in panic. He blurts out that Richie showing up might have triggered their whole flight. Jean plants a shield like a wall and tells his companion, "You're safe, go on and play." He strides up and declares he's starting landscaping, yanking materials straight out of his magical storage like a pro. With pure focus, he slams his shovel into the ground to kick things off. In a sun-dappled clearing, a young man grabs his shovel and starts digging, because he's decided to raise a 2-story house from the ground up. He sketches a simple plan in his head, just one room per floor, the perfect spot to sip tea, then kick back and rest. With his companion in his arms, he longs for a big yard too, so they can stay side by side while he calls spirits by name. After days of hauling plaster, wood, and bricks, he finally grins, fully ready to start building. After grinding through the hardest work, he slumps onto his shovel, exhales a tired sigh, and calls it lunch break right now. He yells for his tiny dog-like buddy, Rish, and the little thing trots right over to join him. With his ears pricked, Rich lunges forward and eagerly laps up the bowl of water laid out just for him. A giant, thick bagel sandwich, packed to the brim with juicy meat and fresh greens, rests on a sheet of parchment, just begging to be taken. The young man sinks into a calm, satisfying meal at a tiny table, while Rich sprawls contentedly right by his feet. After finishing his drink, Rich spots a tiny stick on the ground, snatches it up, and studies it like he can't help himself. He grins as he chews the stick, then flops onto his back in the grass, absolutely delighted. Staring at his pet, the man starts dreaming up a whole garden lineup, and then thinks, "Yeah, I need a coffee siphon too." Startled by a sharp hiss, he freezes, then spots a glorious horned snow leopard stepping out of the trees like it owns the night. His shock keeps skyrocketing, then a graceful white deer with massive antlers slips into view right behind the leopard. Then this deadly dark horse bursts into the clearing, snapping the trio of surprise visitors into place. The 3 creatures shrug him off, their eyes locked on Rish, then Rish hisses a fierce, protective warning. The snow leopard's mind races with pure confusion. Why would the revered Rish-sama be here? Stunned by the animal's reverent tone, the young man blurts out, "What the heck is going on?" The majestic spirit beasts crowd around Rish as the horse snaps. "Why are you here, Rish-sama?" The young man blurts the honorific again, Rish-sama, and his head suddenly floods with even more questions. The deer and snow leopard trade chilling signals, and it clicks. Riesh vanished 5 years ago, right after he failed to summon a hero. With his hand on his chin, the young guy leans in, eyes locked, and lets the new info hit his brain like a thunderclap. He whips around to his pet and demands to know if it used to be the boss of these terrifying, powerful creatures. Rich simply tips his head, staring with a blank, confused look, still clinging to the stick in his mouth. He studies Rise's stare, and his mind races. Either he doesn't remember, he'll forget, or he just doesn't care enough to think about it. A sudden jolt of realization slams into him. He can't believe it when he learns they'd even known each other. Staring at that glittering, magical clearing, he can't help but wonder if this is where Rish used to live. He figures it out, of course. A wolf feels right at home in the forest. Then the animal's praise kicks off. One hissing voice cuts in, claiming Rish-sama is stronger than every single spirit out there. They add that Reach isn't just powerful, it's also the most free spirit of them all. No one else compares. The compliments keep rolling in, and they swear his thunderous voice can echo into every last corner of the world. As the snow leopard rumbles in pure adoration, Riley can't help but grin. This cat's got to be a die-hard fan. A deer spills the tale of how Riesh stood between the forest and the apostles of wind, and the man vows he's not done yet. The young man leans in, asking about the apostles of wind, but the horned snow leopard just spits a furious hiss. Meanwhile, the spirit animals stare at Rish like he's royalty, praising his stick-chewing form as downright majestic. One spirit drops the bombshell. Every single trace of the Reach vanished about a year ago. Jean suddenly clicks. This is the moment it all started when he brought Rich to his magic-sealed, cut-off house. He can't stop wondering if Rish saving this forest is the key to why the region's geography feels so weird. He whips back toward the spirits and demands, one more time, to know who the apostles of wind really are. The deer drops a jaw-shattering truth. Turns out it was the hero before. Then the snow leopard crumples and weeps. Jean's horrified and he can't stop himself from wondering, were all those past heroes just terrible people? The spirits revealed the hero's plan, crush the forest's power and forge watercraft from its ruins. He finally gets it, they mean boats, and guilt hits him hard for what he did. He's terrified Rich will hate him now that he's done something just like that. He slumps down with a defeated sigh, and then Risha's innocent, curious eyes lock onto him. He breathed easy and gently scratched Risha's belly, and she rolled over in pure, playful delight. The spirit animals stand there, dead serious, saying the western forests never bounced back after the hero obliterated them. Jean stares at the world and realizes human settlements don't just grow, they hack into nature, cutting it back to make room for expansion. He realizes that once you cross past those towns, a deadly world of spirits and beasts is waiting to tear him apart. He's stuck on humanity's reckless deforestation, totally oblivious to the terrifying dangers it'll unleash down the road. The horse spits out the truth, how this hero's magic twisted its once pristine white body into something corrupted. It's basically screaming, thank you, because being spared from the horror of devouring its own kind is the only mercy it can truly feel. The other spirits jab the horse with the truth. This deal didn't just happen in Rish's territory, they orchestrated it. A ghost of a woman's voice bursts back into his mind, warning him that something ugly is lurking out there. She explains that spirits don't just wander, they devour others, and she warns him to stay away from those terrifying heroes. Jean tries to convince himself he'll never get anywhere near them. His resolve clenches like iron, no regrets, but one truth drives him: he has to get stronger. He finally realizes that God's gift for craftsmanship won't carry him anymore, so he has to learn how to fight. He interrogates another spirit, demanding to know if Rich lost his memory right along with his power. Staring at his map, he figures Risha's grip on these forests has finally slipped, so her influence is low now. The horse and the snow leopard start trading hard-earned secrets about Reach, like it's the key to unlocking a forbidden power. A deer loudly declares that Risha-sama is the greatest, braver, wiser, and unmatched by any spirit out there. Crushed by their non-stop flattery, Jean finally begs them to stop. The story snaps to a grand view of one of his towering, multi-story mansions. Jean sits down to a mouth-watering meal, hands clasped tight as he bows in pure gratitude. He takes a huge bite of noodles, savors every slurp, and blurts out, "This is seriously delicious." Jean devoured the meal with big dreams in his head, already plotting his farm and working to make fresh, new vegetables a normal sight for everyone. As Jean digs in, he can't stop thinking, what if he grew better crops by teaming up with the local spirits? One day, he's dreaming that his one-of-a-kind ingredients will end up sizzling in fancy restaurant dishes. Grateful for every hard-won lesson, he clenches his resolve and storms into action with his massive plans. A bright moon drapes over the quiet mountain peaks, and the whole sky feels like it's begging for a peaceful night. Beneath the burning stars, he kicks off his build, slamming a heavy sledgehammer into the rocks to tear them apart. He even kneels to the ground, digging into the dark soil like he's getting it ready for seeds. In the magical forest, he coaxed a tiny shadow spirit onto his fingertip, slow and careful. He strides through his freshly planted field, soaking in the rush of how far he's come. With a grin tugging at his mouth, he flicks through the new crops in his head and feels pure joy surge through his chest. His mind drifts to his friends out on that expedition, and for the moment, he shrugs off all worry. He shouts to his buddy, Rish, urging him to join in and play tug-of-war with a rope toy. Jean grins and hurls the toy, and Reach sprints after it like he can't wait to grab it. Riesh strides back with the toy, and Jean lights up, praising him like a total good boy. As he scratches his companion's head, he starts daydreaming about asking Denoso to forge him a frisbee. He slams out the words that playtime is done, because he's got a brand new project he's dying to tackle today. On his study desk, magical tools are spread out like weapons, all set and waiting for him to use them. With his face hovering over the parchment, he blurts out that he's going to carve out magic circles with his own hands. He carefully crafts the special ink, blending every ingredient with his own magic, drop by drop. With a drawing compass clenched in hand, he readies himself for that delicate, razor-precise task waiting just ahead. He steadies his hand and dabs the brand new enchanted ink onto the compass tip. With a steady grip, he digs into his book and starts carving out those intricate shapes, line by line. He clenches his focus tight, knowing he has to fuse those shapes with the other magical symbols. Right when the silence hits, he weighs his choice and decides what kind of spirit to summon. His imagination conjures a slimy gelatinous water spirit and a winged earth fairy to match. A fiery salamander spirit suddenly flares up in his mind, like the next summoning move begging to be used. He panics and starts snapping at the spirits, furious they showed up before he was even done. He shoves the chaotic elementals back, panicking they'll wreck the delicate parchment. Caught in the chaos, he freezes mid-step, heart pounding as he scrambles to figure out what move comes next. Right as he weighs the option, a wild new idea hits him. Why not summon an ice spirit instead? Just as his thoughts start to spiral, Rish suddenly bounds into his arms and lets out a playful lick that knocks him clean off track. It hits him like a lightning bolt, Rish's ice and darkness, and suddenly it all clicks. He daydreams about the future, hot dreams of making ice cream, if Rich will just help him cool everything down. He shakes his head, snaps back into focus, and decides it's time to dive right back into drawing. Now that the field's finally planted, he shoots up a heartfelt wish, begging for a bountiful harvest this season. He blazes out his final call, grabs the fertility symbol, and pours his magic straight into it. The moment he pours his power in, the completed magic circle erupts with a blinding, radiant glow. A massive cloud of smoke blasts out of the parchment the moment the summoning finishes. He freezes in total shock as an elderly, hooded woman suddenly appears right in front of him. Magical flecks of light burst into the air, sparkling wildly around the brand new spirit as it's summoned. She flashes a warm smile, and the moment it hits, he realizes she's the very spirit of the bountiful harvest. He mutters that he gets it, but the whole thing still hits him like a punch to the gut. His mind races nonstop, wondering if this is just a prank or if the summoning actually worked for real. He snaps to the brutal conclusion that the enchanted ink he brewed so carefully must have been trash. A sudden hand shoots out from behind him, jabbing a finger straight at his magical work. Vaughn steps in, eyes steady as he calmly studies the glowing parchment resting on the desk. With a careful touch, he presses his palm onto the magic circle. Jean stares in shock as the razor-sharp drawing on the paper suddenly disappears, like it was never there at all. Rudiel and Kato cut in fast, telling him the book wasn't for him, it was meant for the nearby contracted spirits. A warm, amused laugh drifts down from somewhere overhead, filling the quiet room like a spark. Goddess Hal Alpha drifts down like a beam of light and tells Jean, "You're really having fun, huh?" With a bright, radiant smile, she tells him how much it fills her heart with joy to see him. Jean throws his hands up in sheer disbelief, furious they showed up out of nowhere, no warning, no notice. Hal Alpha slaps a hand on his shoulder, feeling the razor-thin spirits he's collected. She tells him those fleeting spirits are exactly why the house feels warm and safe. All the gods have finally swarmed around his work table, staring at what he's building. Ish leans in and demands to know why Jean even bothers with books, why not just ask the people directly. Jean is mortified inside, replaying the moment they abandoned him to fend for himself. Vaughn pitches a sparring match on the spot, just to shake the boredom out of everyone who's been stuck doing nothing. The story snaps to a sun-drenched clearing buried deep in the forest. Vaughn and Jean face off across the space, blades yanked free, poised and ready to explode into a duel. They surge ahead, and the moment their blades collide, it's a thunderous clash that hits right now. Jean clenches his teeth and pours every ounce of strength into the engagement. He bursts forward with a ripping yell, throwing every ounce of strength into the strike. Vaughn snaps his blade up in one clean move, and the sword strike meets it with a sharp, booming clang. That brutal parry hurls Jean's, stumbling backward and crashing down to the ground. Vaughn leans in and tells him, straight and blunt, that Jean isn't moving right. Still stuck on the ground, the confused Jean blurts, "What do you mean by that assessment?" In a flashback, Jean finally snaps to the truth. He hasn't been creating his own style at all. he's just been copying everyone else. He grinds to get stronger by copying a bunch of fighting techniques, one after another. Vaughn leans in and hits him with the truth. His movements are out of control, a total wreck. Gene admits the assessment is right, because he knows it plain as day. He never adapted those moves. Von Says leans in and begs Gene to picture his sword exactly the way it was meant to be. Gene shuts his eyes, lost in thought as he wrestles with the idea behind his visualization. His thoughts whip back and forth between fantasy heroes and the cold, relentless samurai straight out of old period dramas. He walks away convinced that period dramas hit way harder and stuck with him. He stares at his ornate weapon and grins like, this thing's straight out of an RPG, totally a sword. A shocking truth hits him like thunder. This sword isn't just different, it's totally on another level. Vaughn grips the sword, and suddenly it starts breaking apart into sparkling light like it's vanishing right in his hands. Gene freezes in total disbelief as his sword starts changing, like it's turning into something impossible right in front of his eyes. He watches in awe as the all-kill blade twists into a brand new form right before his eyes. His eyes blow wide as he spots the new weapon forming right in front of him. He blurts out, stunned, because it's turned into a Japanese katana. A brand new weapon slips right into his grip, glowing with a soft, magical shimmer like it's alive. He clocks the changes in this fantasy world, like a slick silver chain where there should have been cloth. Clutching the hilt like it's sacred, he proudly roars that this blade is from his homeland. With a grin, he readies his sword, and then, click asterisk, the blade answers with a satisfying ringing snap. He drops into a ready stance, gripping katana so it hangs out in front of him, perfectly level. He snaps his blade free in a smooth, lightning-fast motion, ready to unleash a fight. Vaughn leans in and asks, you ready to go again for another round of sparring? Gene's face lights up like a match struck. He dives right into the challenge without hesitation. Their second duel kicks off with a brutal, instant collision, steel screaming against steel. Vaughn expertly dodges Gene's strike in a breathless blur of motion. Gene grips the katana, and suddenly everything feels effortless. He's loving every second of the fight. Vaughn praises how far he's come, and Gene lights up immediately, practically beaming with joy. He realizes in a cold jolt that the all-kill blade can't slice down its own creator, no matter what. His face turns stone serious as he stares into his mentor's insane power, fully lost in it. Vaughn's guidance lit a fire in him. Now he fights without even a shred of hesitation. Rich surged in, showering his cheek with an affectionate lick like a tiny victory cheer. Mistu and Halofa, the goddesses themselves, pop up in front of him and shower him with praise for all the hard work he put in. The two goddesses giggle and tease him like, you're really getting surrounded by beauties all around, huh? Gene clutches his little companion and decides the book is built on shaky, wrong assumptions. You've got a brand new mission. Go to the temple in Thelmist within 7 days. Young learned Stelmist lived on a lonely island south of the Caval Peninsula. A mysterious woman vows to craft a far more accurate book, and he gratefully grabs that promise without hesitation. With a heavy sigh, he admits it. If he wants that book, he's got to earn the money first. A ragged, hooded old woman shows up out of nowhere and just watches, staring at the crazy number of crops he's planted like it's something unbelievable. Glowing rosebuds of magic shimmer faintly in the tilled soil of his brand new garden. The boy and the old woman step in to help harvest, trading their muscle for a meal. Gene can't even process it. He's baffled, staring at the idea like, why would spirits want to eat in the first place? They explain they can taste anything that hooks their attention, especially his one-of-a-kind crops. He realizes their palates have leveled up. Those basic staples don't cut it anymore, and now they're craving what his garden grows. Chasing the money he needs, he barrels straight into the loud, bustling trade city of Naladade. A gilded sign swings outside one of the city's many shops, shining like it's daring you to step in. He digs into an outdoor meal at a seaside restaurant, watching the ocean breathe as he eats. With every bite of truffle pasta, he can't stop marveling at the city's wild mix of mouth-watering delicacies. He leans back and grins, replaying how he sold a fox's hide and horns for a ridiculously high price. Now that his money worries are finally gone, he digs in and savors every delicious bite like it's the best thing ever. His mind snaps back to one goal, finding a practiced sword that matches his all-kill blade. A shopkeeper greets him with a grin and tells him they even stock rare spirit weapons. He learns that these weapons are either powered by spirits or they're spirits that somehow become weapons themselves. This new clue hits him like lightning. His own all-kill blade is no ordinary weapon, it's a spirit weapon. The shopkeeper tells him to stash them where spirits can't get to them, and that warning knocks the wind out of his storage plan. Armed with the answers he needed, he smiles at the shopkeeper, says his thanks, and strides out. That evening, he storms back to his home and gears up for his nightly ritual. He sets a basin of water right on his table, ready for the scrying spell. At the basin's edge, he braces himself and slips a look at what's happening far out in the distance. His reflection bends and warps as the scrying magic churns through the water. The image snaps into focus, an expedition team comes into view, and it's his daily check-in, no excuses. While he sips his tea, he locks eyes on them and realizes this is the gold-ranked crew led by Amadio. He confesses that he's calling in local spirits to get an even clearer view. Munching his snack, he clocks that Amadio is, just like the rumors said, packed in by a whole crowd of women. His sharp senses pick up the truth. Every one of those 3 adventurers is riding with spirits at their sides. He locks onto the robed mage's companion and realizes it's a light attribute spirit. The vine-wrapped bow in the archer's hands suddenly gives it away. She's a spirit weapon user. Finally, with a straight-faced deadpan stare, he realizes Amadio's familiar is a prairie dog. His scrying flickers for a second, catching the creature's bouncing rear, and somehow he can't help but think it's adorable. Then he decides to rush over and make sure Ash and the rest of his friends are doing okay. The scrying locks onto Ash's party and proves they're still together, 5 heads moving in sync, no one left behind. He spots Azu, Dean's spirit, and the notorious one who's absolutely obsessed with chins. To keep them safe, he remembers leaving one of his spirits with them. Pure terror hits him as he watches his fairy-like spirit lovingly brush and groom Letz's beard. He can't stop worrying that his spirit might start picking up strange habits without Letz even knowing a thing. He shifts the topic and can't help wondering how that gold-ranked party is doing right now. The scrying shows it. Now they're locked in a full-on fight with a giant lizard. With one brutal, power-packed swing, Amadio splits the massive lizard clean in 2. The hooded mage and her elf-like spirit stare, wide-eyed, as raw power explodes on display. The bisected lizard monster crumples, lifeless, on the forest floor. Jean stares in shock, wondering if their insane strength is powered by their spirits. Then a lone figure catches his eye, and a cold, uneasy dread crawls up his spine. A heavy, tense dread drops into the scene as the story shifts to this new, ominous figure. The armored man creeps in like a shadow, hand clamped tight on his sword's hilt as he closes on the archer. Hearing it, the archer snaps his head around, and just in time, he swings the sword down. A streak of motion tears through the air as the brutal, sudden clash finally erupts. The archer jerks out of the way at the last second, then drives a swift dagger straight into her attacker's side. He's blown away by her skill, because being gold-ranked isn't just a title, it's proof. The armored man staggers backward, gripping his side where the wound is burning. A vile black spirit starts crawling out of the wound on his chest, and the air turns cold. The possessed man crumples to the floor the second the spirit fully bursts into the world. The spirit, ripped free in an instant, rockets straight at the archer, hungry to snatch a new host before anyone can stop it. Suddenly, an unseen force rips around the archer and violently shoves it back. The spirit rockets back in, slipping into its old host's body just as the poor guy drops out cold. Jean starts digging into why the possession began in the first place, because she knows those spirits can't move without a human host. He can't stop thinking about what the archer is about to do next to take on the black spirit. A chilling dread starts creeping into his mind as he watches her. He's left staring at the impossible. How do you even beat a spirit that's taken over someone's body? He's convinced a spirit weapon could save the day, just not when a living person is forced to play host. The archer snaps her spirit-tinged bow into place, jaw set, eyes locked, ready to fight with no mercy. He freezes in terror as she lines up her shot at the host, and he finally understands the brutal truth behind her aim. His eyes lock onto the horrifying sight as black blood erupts from the wound in brutal splatters. The memory of that execution still haunts him, and the closer death got, the harder his whole body started to shake. He whips his own cheek, hard, shaking himself out of that spiraling, doom-filled headspace. He sucks in a deep breath and wrestles his nerves back into control. He remembers this chilling truth: hurt the host, and you'll rattle the spirit too. He can't shake the question, why didn't she strike the spirit the second it flickered into vulnerability? His mind replays it again, another adventurer, one of his own comrades, sprinting toward the fallen man. The man cradles his dead comrade in his arms, his face twisted in pure grief and bone-chilling horror. Jean shoots him a sorrowful look, and finally realizes that the man standing there was his friend. A black spirit starts spilling out of the grieving man's chest, like darkness breaking free. The spirit is rushing to take over the second man, hunting for a brand new body to wear. The archer and the newly afflicted man stare in shock as his sudden collapse hits out of nowhere. With absolute certainty, he declares the archer can't see the black spirits at all. He figures that spirit sight could show up in totally different ways. Maybe it's just a blur, like only certain kinds of spirits, with certain strengths, are even visible. He can't believe it. This is the first time he's ever watched a spirit crawl into someone's body and take control. He's convinced that this strange protrusion shows the possession is still in its very first stage. He starts wondering if the other two gold-ranked guys in the party can actually spot them. He remembers how people say it's brutally hard to spot a spirit clinging to someone's soul. He figures if they could have spotted it, that guy would have been locked up and quarantined on the spot. At first, he shrugs it off. No duty, no pressure, because everything he's learned tells him he can coast. But when he imagines Ash and the rest of his crew right there nearby, everything clicks and he changes his mind. He thinks about his friend's safety, then snaps into action and declares he's already made his choice. Back in his room, he summons his light and shadow spirits, begging them to come to his rescue. He orders them to hide his face in shadows and hoist him up off the ground. He fires off a last command: hold that cloak down tight so it won't lift with his body. He's standing there, completely transformed, this hooded mystery drifting through the room in total silence. With a razor-sharp grin, he declares it's go time and shouts that it's time to head out. On the battlefield, Amadio storms in and demands answers. What exactly happened between his comrades? The archer, totally baffled, blurts out that their companion just keeled over out of nowhere, no warning at all. The mysterious figure's voice slices right through the chaos, snapping every last one of them to attention. The adventurers whirled around, jolted by his sudden, silent arrival. Dark Hood hiding his face, Jean's convinced nobody will ever spot him. His confidence crumbles the second he spots Ash and the others packed among the onlookers. Glowing motes swirl around him as he quietly pleads with the spirits to change his voice. He leans in on the possessed man and declares, clear as thunder, his mission is to reach the thing hiding inside him. The afflicted man blurts out stammers in pure confusion as the cloaked figure closes in, arm shooting forward with an outstretched hand. To his total shock, the mysterious figure's hand slips right through the man's chest like it's not even there. Jean brushes off the weird feeling and insists, without a shred of doubt, that he's just imagining it. With one sharp, decisive yank, he rips the shadowy creature right out of the man's body. A nearby adventurer shouted in shock, realizing that the wriggling thing was a black spirit. The long-haired adventurer remembers that the possessed man had been acting way too weird even before he finally collapsed. A hooded woman's eyes widen with dawning horror as she realizes, no doubt about it, the man was possessed. Now that he's free, the man stares around in a stunned daze while Jean watches him in silence. Jean's eyes snap to another victim, and her heart drops when she realizes the archer's target is still breathing. He drops to his knees beside the grievously wounded man, face unnervingly calm as gentle lights drift through the air. He clamps his hands on the wound and triggers his overwhelming healing power. The wounded man grits his teeth and groans in agony, his face twisting as the magic finally kicks in. His eyes snap open as the miraculous healing kicks in, and his consciousness crawls back in. A blonde companion stares in total shock, blurting out that the man is finally awake. The whole group freezes in shock as the healed man sits up and declares it a miracle. Under his hood's shadow, Jean breaks into a tiny, relieved smile, like he's finally caught a win. The adventurer muttered in pure disbelief, staring at the impossible recovery like it couldn't possibly be real. The hooded woman barrels in on Jean, eyes blazing as she demands his real identity. No lies, no masks. Her sharp gaze snaps to the shimmering lights around him, and the questions start stacking up in her eyes. What kind of spirits are you really? He can't believe spirit contracts are real, especially since they saved him today. Jean steels himself and realizes it's true. She really can see the spirits hovering around him. She admits she has no clue where the spirit he just pulled from the shadows even came from. She fires off a stern warning, making him promise to keep a sharp eye on the initial host. Jean whips around and there's Ash, staring at him with an unsettling, ice-cold intensity that won't let up. Ash's piercing stare hits like a warning. He panics and bolts right now before anyone can spot him. Another adventurer shouts for him to stop, but his escape is already rolling forward. He flips the transfer skill on, and his whole body shatters into glowing particles of light. He disappears without a trace, and all that's left is a trail of shimmering light motes and this faint, gentle sound. As it reappears somewhere else, he grabs the captured black spirit tight, like he finally figured everything out. He stares at it. This is the biggest black spirit he's ever seen, and then he makes the bold choice to lock in a contract with it. He remembers a bigger, possessed horse, corrupted to the core, yet still hanging on to a shred of self-control. A diagram lays it out. Black spirits devour others to patch up the missing pieces inside themselves. A spray of static bursts across the panel, and just like that, time or his thoughts whips into a new moment. It lays it out plain. With the right contract or a loyal host, you can finally tame a black spirit's endless, unstoppable hunger. He sits back and scrutinizes his routine, how he keeps his own bound spirits from turning on each other and feeding. A tiny, bat-like spirit flaps around with pure joy, gearing up to zip back home. Beneath a sky packed with stars, he finally cracks and decides it's time to sprint back to his house. Back home, his spirit companions rush in, thanking him for saving them, and begging him to end their curse so they can finally disappear. All alone, he can't stop wondering what chaos has swallowed the world while he's been gone. He leans over a scrying basin, eyes locked on the churning water as distant events ripple into view. He stares in shock as the adventurers he rescued kneel in the dirt before the archer who just attacked them. He smirks, clearly entertained, because they're bowing to the exact guy who nearly wiped out their comrade. He argues that the possessed man's party struck first, coming after the archer. Once they finally roll into Canaan, he's ready to corner Ash and the others and demand the whole story. The whole scene flips to a new time, and outside a solid stone farmhouse, the tension hits all over again. Denoso, a young man, jerks up in sheer panic and shouts, "What's happening to me?" Jean snaps at Denoso to shut up and strip, brushing off every protest as if he doesn't even hear them. Two young boys peek around the corner, buzzing with excitement as they ask, "Can we join in the fun?" Jean shrugs it off and casually nods, then tells the boys to lend him a hand with the task. The two boys grinned like they were up to something, while Denoso's face crumpled in pure, full-on horror. Denoso's clothes get yanked off with a loud, triumphant rip that makes the moment feel straight-up victorious. Shiva grabs the clothes and her eyes widen because the quality is shockingly good. She lays out the chores for the day, and Jean fires back, telling her to make Denoso clean himself up too. A shirtless dino screams at the top of his lungs, furious that they're picking on him this early in the morning. Shiva winks at him, swearing she'll make sure he scrubs himself spotless at the well. Jean waves goodbye as Denoso gets tossed into his fate, while Shiva yanks him away without mercy. He bursts in and announces he's at the Denoso house today for one specific, crucial reason. He thought back on studying local construction, and that's when it hit him how wildly unsanitary everything had been. He stares at the raised steps by the doorway, like they're built to kick street filth right out. The mere thought of scrubbing horse manure off the streets twists his face with pure disgust. He notices the Denoso family's humble setup, just a plain cloth draped over a straw mattress. He slumps against the broom and realizes he's got to help his friends stay spotless. He sweeps the stone path like a man on a mission, convinced dinosaurs are the cleanest farmers in the whole area. The sun drops behind the trees, and just like that, the grueling day of nonstop hard work finally ends. Denoso stands in his spotless, sparkling home and demands to know if Jean is some kind of cleaning prodigy. Jean soaks up the compliments, then smirks and says he's got one thing left to do: fix the shutters. He swears he'll fix everything by tomorrow, then pulls the whole family in for tea. Shiva orders the kids to dash off and bring back a quail and a few eggs for their meal. The kids burst into cheers, pumping their hands up like they can't wait another second. Denoso presses Jean, "Why are you cleaning if you don't even like it?" And Jean snaps back clear as day, "I don't." He admits he showed up on a whim, because he can't stand being anywhere that's unsanitary. Shiva lays it all out for Denoso. Jean's simple, she just loves everything spotless and clean. She brings out a jaw-dropping roasted quail, drowned in a rich, mouth-watering sauce. Jean can't help but stare in awe at Shiva's legendary signature dish, a bubbling pot of fowl with quail and leeks. The description says the dish gets its flavor from a sweet liquor, partly fermented, full of wild character. With his appraisal skill, Jean studies those leeks and realizes just how perfectly they've soaked up the flavor. With a bright, warm smile, Shiva ushers everyone in and tells them, "All right, dig in." Jean and his family pause, dig in with grateful smiles, and the whole scene feels like a cozy little postcard of home. Jean smiles at the thought that the Denoso family is his dream home, and he's clinging to hope that someday he'll have a life just like theirs. A bittersweet thought flashes through him. What if he could bring that same warmth home and help his own family feel it too? He swats the idea away as pure nonsense and keeps chewing through his meal like it's not even worth a second thought. The story rockets into Thelmist, a coastal town packed with stone buildings standing guard beside the roaring sea. Gene decides to hit the temple first, before he goes shopping for the town's legendary lace and dazzling silverwork. He blurts out, "Where do I find the temple for Goddess Rudiel?" As the bright sky blazes overhead, the temple's massive stone facade slams into view like a legend made real. Inside, an elderly white-bearded priest steps in and greets him. The priest admits someone warned him to brace for Gene's arrival. Eyes shut tight, the priest declares he can see it too. Gene's been handed the prophecy as well. Gene stares in total disbelief, blinking hard as confusion crashes in. He just can't wrap his head around that prophecy. He can't stop thinking about Rudiel talking straight to him, and now he's wondering if that moment was a real prophecy. In a sudden flashback, Goddess Rudiel thrust a book into his hands. Gene admits to the priest that somehow he's right. The priest smirks in satisfaction and flicks his hand. "Gene, come with me," pulling him deeper into the temple. Their footsteps bang across the stone floor as they stride down a long, endless corridor. Gene jerks his head up, and pure shock flashes across his face as they screech to a stop. The priest whips around with a grim face and warns him not to blurt out what he's about to see. Then the story snaps open on a blank white transitional panel. A young man with dark, tousled hair makes a solemn promise and swears it with all his heart. An elderly priest pivots toward a stone wall, bracing himself to step forward. His fingers graze the wall, and with a sudden click, a hidden magical mechanism springs to life. A hidden passage grinds open right beside a towering stone statue. From the pitch-black dark, a single candle's flame flickers into view, burning like a secret. A tiny robed figure slips into view, and the shadow swallows their face whole. Gene jolts back and gasps, stunned by the sudden arrival. He freezes when he realizes the figure looks exactly like someone named Rudiel. The young man freezes, utterly baffled, as that mysterious robed stranger stares back. The figure snaps a calm, steady look back at him, like it's reading him in silence. He decides he can't stand not knowing, so he pushes in for a closer look to finally figure out what's really going on. His relentless stare spots something downright weird in the candle's flame. He realizes it isn't fire at all, just a sparkly trick the little spirits conjure. So he can't deny it anymore. This figure has to be a terrifying, powerful spirit. The spirit whips around, says nothing, and strides off like it already knows the end. Gene pauses for a beat, wondering if he's actually supposed to tail them. He charges through a long stone corridor, where magical light spills from the walls like glowing fire. The thought of slipping into that hidden area sets his heart racing. The scene bursts open into a massive library, and the shelves tower so high they feel unreal. His spirit guide nails it instantly. He's craving books on summoning. Gene nods along and then leans in with real curiosity, asking to hear everything about the library's history. With a single sharp gesture, the spirit yanks a massive book off a towering shelf into its grasp. A dusty, ancient tome is thrust into Gene's hands. His guide tells him this book will be the compass he needs to find his way through the whole collection. Soon enough, they're crammed into a plain little room inside the library. No frills, no escape. The room floats in emptiness, with just a wardrobe and a desk standing out like the only anchors in the void. The spirit stays locked in place, patiently waiting as Gene gets ready to launch into his research. He lines in and asks, "Is the tour over yet?" before he even opens the book. The pages whisper and rustle as he dives into the library's history. The book lays out the story of how Rudiel swooped in and spared the entire collection from total destruction. Gene realizes the spirit keeper has to be tied to Rudiel, no other way. He slams his focus into the ancient text, sitting there like nothing else in the world exists. The spirit grins, already sensing his next move, and slides him yet another book. Gene can't help but blurt out a wild thought. Maybe love itself holds powers no one has ever seen. The spirit drops a history book in his hands, packed with a love story. He snaps the book into his hands, grateful, and stunned that the spirit is helping him like this. He dives in and starts digging into the history of the lock. The story kicks off with an illustration of the Bossa Nation's founder, right there on the first page like a warning. He learns the Love Forte were a powerful nation. Spirits guarded them like living shields. Their collapse didn't just end them, it propelled the survivors to unite and crown a brand new queen. Jean stumbles on the truth, the original Lock Kingdom, and the royal bloodline that proves it all. He shuts the book, finally done with that heartbreaking tale. It breaks down the big difference between two totally separate groups of love in one clear hit. He can't stop thinking about how that secret society may have secretly pulled the strings in all those past events. He's soaking up how priceless that library is, and he's already plotting his return. The story snaps to the outside of this huge stone building, looming like a threat. Jean is out reading when a sudden sound snaps his attention. He snaps his head up, stunned by the sudden arrival of someone he actually knows. A blonde teen, Ash, blurted out his name and shot him a sharp, cross stare. Jean is left totally baffled when he lays eyes on Ash. She looks like she's been through hell and back. He spots that Ash's hair is soaked and blurts out, "Did you just bathe?" A tiny bird perched on Ash's shoulder looks soaked through and utterly miserable. Jean jumps in and offers to boil water for a real, proper bath. Ash admits his filthy state left him, so ashamed he couldn't even bring himself to ask. Jean smiles, clocking Ash's usual quirks the moment he sees them. He nods in grim understanding, remembering just how filthy an expedition can get. Ash is grilled about where his butler has disappeared to. Jean jumps in and offers to brew tea while the bath water heats up and starts to boil. He tips a white pot and pours steaming tea into a cup, the heat rising like a warm challenge. He slides the tea into Ash's hands and lays a basket of fresh bread right in front of them. Ash, blushing, asks him to back off because she's sure he reeks. Jean nods, then suddenly remembers he's got something ready for him. Ash hands over a tiny bundle wrapped in cloth, like it's the most precious gift in the world. Jean snatches the pouch, tears into the moment, and demands to know what's lurking inside. Ash blurts out the truth. This isn't just metal, it's magic iron, perfect for forging a blade far stronger than before. Jean grins as he snatches up the pricey, valuable gift like it was fate in his hands. Ash leans in and fires off. "So, how'd it go in the forest, Jean?" Jean sputtered as tea went down the wrong pipe when Ash dropped a shocking revelation. Panic slams into him. He can't stop thinking, did Ash just see his face through that robe? Ash can't forget the robed figure's kindness and the way its spirit companions lit up his heart. Jean exhales with relief when Ash finally sees his kindness. Ash clocks the figure's got zero dominant magical power swirling around it. Jean cracks the spirit's secret and pulls off the perfect disguise that keeps his true identity hidden. Ash's story suddenly turns dark, then he spots a possessed man and the dread hits hard. Jean discovers that neither Ash nor Note can see the black spirit at all. A flashback slams onto the screen, showing the possessed man and the gold-ranked sorceress. Jean can't believe it. How did the possession slip in that easily? Ash lays it out for everyone. If there's a war roaring in Chaldea, that's the most likely reason. The clash ignited the magic, and it spat out a swarm of black spirits. Jean shoots the question, asking if anyone would honestly expect collateral damage from them. He spits out his disgust and can't help wondering if Chaldea's leaders are straight-up idiots. Ash grimly calls it, Chaldea's harvest is doomed to fail this year. Ash drops the bombshell. The sorceress, Rosa, is hunting a descendant tied to true love. The story snaps into a cozy home scene while the butler hauls in a stack of firewood. The butler seals the deal by pairing the family's genes with sleek, modern, luxury-level comfort. Jean catches the scent of fresh soap in his hands and decides, right then, to bake something. He stands there torn, should he whip up a juicy meat pie or flip out some fluffy cassella pancakes. A flashback cuts in on the butler and the sorceress, whispering about love like it's a dangerous spell. The butler leans in and bets the kingdom's going to roll out a loud attack, or anything to keep it at bay. He chalks their run-in with Jean up to pure luck. Jean shuts down their theory on the spot and plots a way to slip out of the guild. The butler nods in agreement, but you can tell he's terrified, because asking Ash for help is about to turn into the most awkward moment ever. Jean fully believes Ash will step in and help him dodge that brutal, tough situation. He flickers with the idea of telling the truth, then shuts it down, too much hassle. He shifts his attention back to his baking, diving into every detail like it matters. Jean slowly folds the fluffy meringue into the batter, making sure not to crush a single cloud. A tiny fairy spirit swishes her magic and stirs the batter in the pan like it's alive. He slides the pan into the blazing oven and lets it cook slow and steady. Ash sneaks into the kitchen, lured in by that sweet, mouth-watering smell. With a rosy tint creeping up his cheeks, Ash can't help but ask Jean what he's cooking. Jean stands by the brick oven and spills the secret. he's whipping up casella pancakes and a sizzling meat pie. Ash's eyes lit up like fireworks the second he thought about sinking his teeth into casella pancakes. The action cuts outside a tough stone building, framed in heavy timber like a fortress. Jean proudly unveiled a steaming, freshly baked meat pie and a radiant, golden pancake too. Ash and the butler just stare, eyes wide, mouths agape, at the gorgeous food laid out before them. Ash takes a delicate bite and immediately declares the food absolutely delicious, right there with roses all around. A band of adventurers clinks their wooden mugs together and toasts like they just won the day. A huge feast sprawls across the table the second the party finishes their expedition and gathers for lunch. The adventurers crowd around a massive wooden table and dig in together, starting their meal like it's the start of something big. A huge guy named Vikes thunders that you can't go wrong when it's good beef. Chris and finally catching their breath, Chris let out their joy as they dug into freshly grilled meat after that brutal, exhausting journey. Jean can't stop smirking as he watches his crew still pile on mountains of meat. Ash pauses mid-breath, wondering if this tavern is serving meat pies, and his mind keeps drifting back to Jean's. Vikes remembers the moment their expedition collided with a ferocious demonic wolf that nearly got them killed. A chilling illustration shows a menacing wolf leaning in to warn that demonic monsters spread a sinister, dark-eye haze. He warns them if the hay gets spread out, the monster will blaze into an even deadlier demon. Chris thinks the guild saw this coming, so they shut it down by sending 3 gold-ranked adventurers. Jean's jaw drops when she finds out Sorceress Rosa isn't just strong, she's actually gold rank. Chris locks eyes with Jean and flashes a knowing smile, then Jean's left staring at him, totally baffled. He grins and heckles "Oh evening twilight," teasing him as a beast for how ravenous he is. Let's link the monsters to Haldia's insane magic overload and the hero summoning that kicked it all off. A grim truth hits Jean like a punch in the gut, because when the hero finally shows up, it doesn't bring peace, it brings war. Let's reveal the truth. Amadeo is gearing up for a brand new, massive expedition. He grabs the butler and shoots him a question. Did Amadeo invite him to join the force? The note spills that he turned down the offer because Amadeo and he just couldn't stand the same vibe. Chris snaps into a charming pose and blurts out that he just couldn't refuse when a beautiful person asked. Then he turns to Ash, who doesn't make a big deal of it, just quietly confirms that he turned down the invitation too. Note shoots the faintest knowing nod, locking onto the moment as the two trade words. Jean begs Ash for a favor, and Ash says yes on the spot, no hesitation, no questions. He swallowed the bitter disappointment and had to face the truth, he wasn't even invited to join. Jean comforts him, saying the recruiters just can't spot real potential in people. He firmly declares that Amadeo isn't just picking adventurers, he's hunting for people with the right spirits. Let's not pretend Amadeo's chosen cronies won't turn this expedition into a full-blown disaster. Staring at the food, his sense of duty snaps into place, and he decides, no matter what, he's going anyway. Jean and Ash pray he stays safe, and the guy immediately cracks a joke, then demands a little sympathy like it's his birthright. Chris begs Jean to come along, but Jean slams the door on the idea, refusing to camp out in the cold. Let's spread the word. Jean's custom bags are absolutely killing it with the gold rank party. A bright, genuine smile blooms across Jean's face as he leans in and offers his heartfelt thanks. He storms out of the crowd, calling out that he's done for the night, then slips outside the building. Inside the municipal office, Jean storms up to a clerk and grills him about houses for sale in his area. He tells them he's headed for the back of the Fox, where he and Ash stay. The clerk checks his rental status, and he shoots back that he's scoping the neighborhood. With a grin, the clerk tells him to hold up for a second while she checks something. Jean thinks to himself that he's only asking on a whim for now. With a burst of excitement, the clerk eagerly hands him a handful of houses to look over. Jean's jaw drops. He really thought only silver-rank people could buy property. The clerk leans in and says, "I've got guild vouchers for you," because his business is so massive it practically screams success. She gives him a brutal choice, stick with his current house or trade up for a nicer one. Jean decides to buy his rental for keeps, grinning as he says he's thrilled with it. The clerk drops a bombshell. Another house, owned by a guild, is about to hit the market soon. Jean realizes that homes right by the outer walls are basically death traps because monsters keep pouring in. The clerk leans in and hisses a juicy rumor. Amadeo, the gold-ranked noble, might snag it and roll in with his retinue. Jean's face twists with pure annoyance at the thought of his new potential neighbors. He confidently locks eyes with the clerk and declares he'll grab that house too, then rip into renovations. Fresh off buying 2 houses, he turns and strides into the distance, already chewing on his next big projects. He decides to kick off the renovation by ripping into the back door of the new place. They suddenly pop into view, wave at Gene like they've known him forever, and hit him with a friendly question. Gene tells them he's staying behind because most of the crew is already out of town. We tease him, jokingly roasting him for not being grateful that he's a gold-rank monster hunter. Gene tells everyone he knows Ash, his neighbor, is outright now hunting bears. Then he asks you to tell him the moment any rooms open up nearby. Gene's jaw drops when Let's reveals the shocking twist. He's the one packing up and moving out. So he finally got that big rain cup. Now he can straight up buy his own house. Gene watches Let's with wide-eyed respect, stunned by the success he fought for. A wild idea detonates in Gene's mind, and his eyes blow wide with instant inspiration. He grins and asks if I'm free tomorrow to help him with something. The very next day, Gene tells Letta to keep the door held open for him inside the building. Wait, turns out Gene and Ash both own houses here, and that is a brutal shock. Gene spills his secret of nature, but won't let it out about the well he uses to brew potions. He weighs the pull to help people against the need to keep his own actions hidden from the world. While he's hard at work, Gene leans in and asks, "So what kind of house are you actually hunting for?" Picture his dream home, a towering 3-story building with a storefront right on the front. Gene whips around with sharp curiosity and asks why he even needs a storefront for his new home. He nervously admits it's for his wife, and it blindsides Gene completely. Still recovering, Gene quizzes Let's about whether she's run into anyone, because right now she feels totally deflated. They immediately blurt out, all flustered, that getting a house the natural way is exactly how you end up finding a wife. Gene's dream of a real love story suddenly flares back to life, and he can't wait. He shoots off questions, begging for every last detail. He flat out denies having a partner, saying work is the only thing that matters to him. Over a hot meal, we cheer his killer genes, and then I press him, "What's with that sour taste?" Gene jolts as it clicks. Tomatoes don't exist here, and he completely forgot. He panics over his screw-up, snapping at Lyria to keep her from eating the unfamiliar food. He trusted Gene's cooking completely, and it stunned his own host. Gene is absolutely flattered by that trust, and it catches him off guard, making him feel a little shy. Let's ask Gene one thing. Do those gold ranks spell trouble for us? Gene twirls his pasta, and suddenly his smile slips away. His face turns serious, like he's deep in thought. He flat out admits he just wants to stay out of their way and keep himself far from their followers too. So yeah, this reads like Gene is trying to dodge being stuck in their party. He shoots a warning. If he ever finds out Gene can see spirits, it's going to blow up into a real problem. Gene's size matched Let's judgment of just how brutal the situation really was. A shadowy, dead silent panel looms over the page, and Let's serious words hit like a heavy punch. Gene's mind spins in pure shock. How on earth could they possibly know his secret? Watch closely, calm, knowing, like you already see it coming, waiting for the genetics reaction. The revelation hits like lightning, and just like that, the chapter is over. Let's gaze stays locked on him, but Gene's panic keeps spiraling higher and higher inside. Gene's got that smug smirk, so tell me, does he actually know what he's talking about? He drops his clue, and right away, you notice Chris never once calls Gene by his real name. Gene remembers Chris's wild, flamboyant nicknames, and when he clocks Let's comment is dead on, it all clicks. Let's have Gene straight up ask Chris for his real name, and then hype him up for his character. Gene quietly nods, but his mind is still racing, replaying the shocking revelation over and over. A young man leans back and thinks hard about Chris the adventurer, praising his big-hearted nature and the way everyone can't help but love him. He admits that Chris's loud, boisterous energy can feel a little too intense for him. With a dramatic flourish, Chris bursts onto the scene and beams as he shouts the nickname, "Oh, Evening Twilight." Gene pauses, staring at the truth. Chris trusts intuition with zero clue where it really comes from in a spiritual sense. Chris can't stop himself from wrestling with the idea of exposing his secret, because that would blow his own gift, seeing spirits, wide open. Gene blurts out, can it really count as a secret if Chris himself has no clue? Suddenly panic explodes in Fane's chest, and he blurts out, what do I do right now? Gene spots Let's having way too much fun, and Let's fires back with a grin, teasing him for getting himself into a total pickle. With a smug, triumphant grin, you can finally tell it, he'd been sensing something special about Chris from the very start. Gene stands there in total shock, then blurts out that Letz's whole display was nothing but a slick, calculated bluff. With a dark, impressed smile, Gene finally admits Lays had completely outsmarted him. I'll slap a reassuring hand on Gene's shoulder and promise I'll keep an eye on the gold ranks for him. As Let's walk away plays, Gene gets hit with the truth. His friend's got the kind of mature, worldly experience that stops him cold. That blurry abstract image doesn't just sit there, it screams, time's moving, while everything around it suddenly snaps into a new focus. Gene tends to his crops, and while the expedition force marches on, he starts naming the spirits lurking along the route. He remembers teaming up with Ash to forge a revolutionary eye medicine, then watching it blow up in the guild like a thunderclap. With the fire crackling beside him, Gene sinks into deep thought, staring down the mountain of work still waiting for him. He leans down to his loyal buddy, Rish, and tells him, "All right, it's time to step up and act with the heart of love." A mysterious cloaked figure darts into the forest and disappears with a whisper-quick, soft snap of sound. The cloaked one realizes other nations have begun sending hunting parties straight into the forest. He finally spills his secret plan, wearing a disguise to dig up details about the very sightings he's being linked to. From behind a bush, he leans out and lets out a sharp gasp, because what he spots is straight-up alarming. He's locked onto his prey, 3 adventurers hemmed in by snarling, menacing wolves. He spots the adventurers and clocks them as Empire people, then he zeroes in on those horned monsters lurking nearby. Darting from the sky, owls and bats dive in, crashing into the relentless swarm of monstrous creatures. A giant, snarling bear surges up on its hind legs, piling yet another terrifying threat onto an already impossible lineup of dangers. Gene's stomach drops as he realizes the forest is packed to the brim with monsters, each one stalking hunters and flipping the whole hunt into prey. He suddenly remembers Kina from the guild, warning him that the survey teams had gone missing. As the shadowy beast rockets forward to strike, one of the adventurers lets out a blood-curdling scream. Gene doesn't even hesitate. He rockets forward, and his hands blaze with magic he was ready to unleash. With a fierce stare, Gene bursts with power, and dark blood splashes everywhere. 3 adventurers freeze, staring wide-eyed as that sudden, violent intervention crashes down on them. Those once terrifying monsters are now sprawled on the ground, defeated, eyes crossed out like they're done for. The lead adventurer whips around to the cloaked figure and barks, "Who are you?" The cloaked stranger thrusts out a trembling hand and kicks off a healing spell, bathing the battered adventurer in warm light. The adventurer stares at his own body in shock, then blurts out in disbelief that he's completely healed, like it's impossible. A mysterious figure steps out of the shadows and snaps a warning, "Don't you dare push your luck any further in this forest." The healed man blurts for the leader to stop, completely stunned by everything that just happened. His companions surged in, and when they saw he was safe, tears poured as he blamed his own weakness. From afar, the cloaked Gene glares at the whole mess, then turns on his heel and bolts. He can't stop thinking about how he carved out a name for himself just by always showing up in this forest. A jagged, lightning-fast graphic snap slams down, signaling he's about to change the whole game. He decides to poison the truth, using spirits to whisper to adventurers that he's headed northwest. A montage kicks off as he slips into disguise as Luffy and grinds away, brewing potions like a master. 2 months later, under the night sky in a quiet town, Gene looked wrecked. Then he shouted for his butler, like something had gone horribly wrong. In a rowdy tavern, Gene leans in and practically begs his butler to snip his hair right then. The butler shuts him down cold, and Gene's totally stunned. He blurts out in disbelief that he got rejected. Gene asks, still confused, if he needs money, because that sudden request makes no sense. Gene said it was simple. He just decided to ask a skilled butler for help. He flat out admits he hates the haircuts they hand out at the local bathhouses. Ash jumped in, saying it'd be a crime to cut Gene's fair hair. Gene can't stop staring at the water. Something about it makes his hair shine like it's got its own spotlight. Let's stretch it longer, but Gene shuts that down fast. He won't deal with the mess of washing it. A wicked thought hits him, and he almost convinces himself to just shave his head instead. Let's Panics barges in and offers to cut Gene's hair himself, anything to shut down that drastic plan. Gene's stunned. Did that clairvoyant of his actually read him, or is he so predictable that everyone can see his moves coming? The butler claims Gene's just hire a servant, and one notion Gene recoils like, "No way, that's ridiculous." A sharp little jingle bursts from the tavern doorbell as new faces pour in. Dean and Chris burst in with bright grins, calling out that the entire gang has finally showed up. Let's welcome them with open arms and celebrate as they finally complete their request. Jean can't help but think it. These new guys are loud all over again, just like always. Let's go ask Dean how that gold-ranked adventurer, Amadeo, and his crew made out. Dean gives Amadeo a hard nod and admits it. He's strong, and he clicks perfectly with his two companions. Chris blurts out that he's jealous of their spirit weapon, begging the universe to let him be loved that way someday. Jean clocks Chris's choice of words as way too suggestive and flat-out inappropriate. An archer shows, loud and clear, that a spirit weapon is basically worthless unless it truly wants its wielder. Jean freezes in shock, staring at it like, wait, is that really how spirit weapons work? When he finally gets home, he decides to take matters into his own hands and work some serious maintenance on his blade. Dean didn't just doubt them, he flat-out distrusted the hero's followers, convinced they were marching on blind faith. Jean catches his breath and thinks, good thing I stayed out of this mess. Chris drops the bombshell that this time there are 4 heroes, and the Empire's so reckless they just let them wreak havoc. Jean is absolutely stunned, blurting out, 4 heroes total. A flashback hits him hard. There's his sister, surrounded by her friends, and he's dead sure they're the only heroes left. He replays that meeting with the gods in his head, and finally realizes he was never allowed to ask a single question. The conversation lays it out clear. Heroes don't just start strong, they build their power over time. An adventurer realizes the truth the hard way, step farther west, and the spirits start vanishing. Ash fires off a furious demand, demanding to know exactly who's been pulling the strings to rein in the heroes. Dean reports that the heroes' moves have massively cranked up the odds of monster floods. Chris throws his hands up, raging that the monsters have all burst out at the same time. Let's switch gears, tell them to drop the heavy topics, and steer the conversation away. He snaps at a totally stunned Jean and dares him to a head-to-head drinking battle right on the spot. Let's and Chris nailed down the bet's terms, secrets, brothels, and all. Jean can't make sense of the weird, off-the-wall names of every place they bring up. He clocks that they're not talking about some run-of-the-mill places, they're talking about high-class, referral-only brothels. Ash steps up and agrees to the bet without a second thought, like its shady terms don't even register. Ash clocked the butler's terrifying face the instant brothels were mentioned. Ash didn't care about their feelings, he was worried sick about the brothel's reputation, straight up calling it not high class. The butler goes totally speechless as he finally gets it. Ash is freaking out about the wrong thing. By nightfall, Let's is sprawled drunk, right in the middle of the contest's crossfire. The butler couldn't help but praise Jean's insane talent for holding his liquor. Jean grins, confessing that his heal magic only leaves him a little bit tipsy. The butler hands Ash over to Jean, then hustles off to clean up. Jean nods along, catching that tiny shift in Ash's vibe, and it doesn't feel like coincidence. Ash's cheeks are flushed, his eyes look dazed, and the alcohol is wrecking him. Jean notices it too. Ash is acting drunk as well. The butler grins, and you can't help but notice, watching a drunk Ash is ridiculously rare. Ash boldly declares there's absolutely nothing wrong with walking on his own. Jean blurts out Ash's name in panic as Ash stumbles forward, shaking on his feet. He shoots forward and yells at Ash, because one step and he'll smash straight into that wall. Ash slumps against him and mutters that he's fine, but Jean cuts in he's totally, completely drunk. A hand reaches out soft as silk, urging them, easy, take it slow, okay. Jean snaps at a drunk Ash to calm down, and Ash mumbles back a weak, soft agreement. He grins, already sensing he has to step in before Ash blunders straight into a wall. With an arm hooked around Ash, Jean steadies him and guides him down the hushed, moonlit street. Their boots thunder over the cobblestones, then Ash abruptly slams the brakes and stops dead. Jean whips around with worry, shooting his companion a quick, concerned question, like something's definitely wrong. With a hot flush on his face, Ash looks up and whispers Jean's name, like it's the only thing he can say. Stunned by the closeness of the moment, Jean blurts out a sharp, unsure sound. Their boots still sit on the cobblestones, and that burning question, what's really wrong, hangs there like a storm waiting to break. From behind, Jean shouts Ash's name and keeps steady support on him at the same time. A close-up snaps to Ash's dazed, buzzed face, while Jean watches, stunned. Ash huddles in clothes and murmurs Jean's name again, right there, like a spark to kick off the chapter. A Chibai Jean gets totally flustered, staring at Ash's as she murmurs in agreement, soft, but somehow enough to throw it off completely. Beneath the glittering night sky, Ash drunkenly slurs about a brothel, and Jean just sits there, totally stunned. Ash nods like his gibberish is flawless logic, while Jean grits his teeth, completely fed up. The drunken Ash slurs out a wild mention of hair, and it somehow only makes the whole Jean mess even more confusing. Jean drops his jaw and admits he's totally lost, while Ash keeps nodding along like he understands everything. Jean's eye fills the frame, and pure confusion flashes there as he stares at his companion in that wild, messed up state. He clocks that Ash's features have gone softer since the alcohol. That dazed stare in Ash's eyes hits him like a cold chill, and it's unsettling as hell. Jean whispers Ash's name, his eyes locked hard on his partner. Just then another guy shows up and warns him, getting drunk in public can go terribly wrong. Jean stares at Ash, chewing on every word of that stranger's advice like it might change everything. Under a cloudy, star-spangled sky, Ash murmurs a quiet yes. The very next morning, Jean's in the kitchen, pounding and kneading a fresh lump of dough like it's about to change everything. He can't shake the worry. After that wild night of drinking, he's wondering if everyone's okay. He decides everyone else is fine and vows to whip up something special to cure Ash's hangover. He slams up to the door and pounds on it, hard enough to rattle the frame. The door swings open and Ash is staring back looking wrecked, while Jean leans in and fires, "So, how do you feel?" Another guy shoves bread and sausages his way, and Ash immediately snaps, "Don't feed me that, I've got a stomach problem." Jean steps in and offers the kitchen for use so he can cook up something way more fitting. Instead, he serves up a steaming, cozy drink, swirled with spicy ginger and bright citrus syrup. Ash takes a sip and jolts. Spicy sweetness hits his tongue like a punch. Jean tells him to take a break, lay off the strain, and down a ton of water to recharge. Ash finally feels stronger and straight-faced. He tells Jean thanks and rushes to apologize for scaring him. Just as Jean's about to bolt out the door, Ash blurts his name in a frantic rush. Ash leans in and reminds him of that promise. Together, they're going to hit the bow of spirits. Jean nods, suddenly flashing back to their first meeting, and confirms, yeah, he's got time. An elderly butler smiles at them, swearing he'll tell them exactly when to make their move. The next day crashes in under a blazing blue sky, lighting up the whole town. Jean and Ash stroll side by side, and Ash flashes a grin as he confirms he's feeling way better. Jean watches them stride through the town, eyes locked on every step. Azu, the tiny fluffy bird, perches on Ash's head and chirps away like he's right where he belongs. Jean spots it right away. Azu's grinning, but Ash is still stuck with that familiar frown. A young girl leans in and asks if this is their very first visit to Canum's Bow of Spirits. She confirms this is exactly the place they went, the one tied to Dean's sister's spirit. Their boots pound onto the path, and they announce loud and clear that they're finally here. Right in front of them rises the Bow of Spirits, an absolutely stunning stone building that grabs the eye the moment they see it. Ash points out that massive buildings like this pop up everywhere in the big cities. Inside, Ash steps in like a flashlight, guiding everyone through the workrooms and calling out exactly where to look. He waves Jean closer, urging her to look deeper into the courtyard. Jean's eyes bulge with pure, jaw-dropping shock at what he's seeing. Sunlight slices through the trees, and a stone wall frames a jaw-dropping scene that looks straight out of a dream. He asks if that branch by the fountain is the exact bow the whole place is named for. Ash stands beside the sparkling fountain and declares it's a gift from the king's bow. Jean looks back and realizes he picked world history over the bow's lore, choosing the lessons over the legend. He can't shake the thought, this lesser bow, did they copy it or did they straight up fake it? Ash just watches, jaw tight, while Jean mulls it over, bird perched on his head like it knows the secret. Ash leans in and tells the king this bow isn't just a weapon, it's a sacred tree blessed for the spirits. Jean's stomach drops, he panics inside, convinced Ash has just spotted he doesn't know what he's talking about. Then it hits him, he remembers he already confessed to Ash that he didn't know what he was talking about. The narrator lays bare the deadly power of those bows and the fierce oaths bound to them. A map lights up with the 3 nations that inherited the king's legendary bow. Jean's eyes widened as the truth hit him. His sister had been shipped off to one of those nations. Ash explains that those magic stones forge a cozy, protective field, perfect for spirits to feel safe. Jean absolutely hates the whole process of making offerings. It feels like the biggest hassle ever. He watches a woman stride toward the fountain, his mind racing as he wonders, does she work here? The woman plunges her hand into her basket and pulls out a glowing magic stone. She slips the stone into the fountain's water basin with a soft, careful touch. Jean watches the stones drop into the shimmering water, and the whole scene sparkles like it's alive. He can't stop wondering how long those rare, pricey stones will keep the spirits alive. He starts wondering if the field can even survive, if it truly can be kept standing without those stones. Ash tells them that if they weren't there, the magic would fade away into nothing. As he talks, a tiny, winged, fairy-like spirit bursts into existence right beside Jean. The fairy darts toward the fountain, and with a sharp shout she warns everyone the spirits are closing in fast. Jean watches in shock as the spirits twist the water into holy water right before his eyes. Ash breaks down the nighttime ritual, how you light a fire to rake in better harvests. He offers to take Jean around again, and Jean jumps at the chance. Jean suddenly panics, and his brain leaps to a whole new conclusion. He can't stop wondering if he just accidentally signed up for a night date with Ash. Azu erupts off Ash's head in a flash, blasting into the air the moment she spots her opening. It plummets into the fountain with a brutal dive, blasting a massive splash right at a shocked Ash. Jean and Ash stare in shock as a little spirit hovers there, watching the splash like it's the most amazing thing in the world. One last thought hits. Ash's beauty shines even more when he's not frowning. The camera swings outside a grand, imposing mansion. Rudial Jean keeps the campfire blazing beside his companion, Riesh. He yanks a perfectly roasted sweet potato straight out of the embers. Rudial stands tall and beams as he surveys his thriving fields, soaking in every hard-earned bit of progress. He toys with the idea of crossbreeding plants, but his confidence crumbles fast. He doubts he's got the skill to pull it off. He's absolutely thrilled when he spots a little fairy quietly tending the pea plants. He also spots spirits hovering over the cabbages and Italian parsley. His mind snaps back to his companion, Rish. He spots Rish by the onions and yells out, worry cracking his voice. Her eyes bulge with pure panic. Out of nowhere, she snaps into the scene and warns Rish that since he's not a dog, onions are a no-go for him. Rudial admits her sudden pop-in absolutely freaked him out. He can't shake the thought, are Rich's moves really affection for that old leader? She can't shake the feeling that Rudial's mind is racing with a million thoughts about that leader. Rudial, sparked by those gorgeous vegetables, suddenly gets struck by a brilliant idea. An elderly woman, a pal, and a boyish kid sprint into the garden. Grateful to the core, Jean watches the young boy, watering those fields with non-stop care. Elderly and hooded, Pal slips through the garden next, moving with a calm grace that somehow feels like a spell. As she slips forward, magic bursts in, plants shoot up all around her with tiny, soft pops. Right after Pal tears through, huge, perfectly ripe strawberries suddenly burst onto the vines as if they'd been waiting for him. Jean gapes at the spectacle, convinced his life has finally turned into a full-blown fantasy story. Then his eyes snap to Rudial standing by Rish, and he fires off, Rudial, you're the creature's attendant, aren't you? A sudden spark of inspiration ignites in Jean the moment a brand new idea slams into his mind. He whips around to the spirits and basically tells them, go on, dig in and taste the veggies from my garden. Thinking they'll finally get to taste it, he shrugs and decides there's nothing to lose in taking a bite. With total care, he places a stunning, perfectly prepared salad in front of you, crowned with one magnificent strawberry. The whole crew crowds around the table, and Jean pushes them to take a tiny first bite, just to start. Pao raises a forkful to her lips, and a soft wave of curiosity lights up her expression. Rudial eats with this calm, peaceful smile, eyes shut tight as she savors every mouthful like it's pure heaven. Leaning in close, Jean holds his breath, buzzing with anticipation as he waits for the final verdict on his cooking. Both Ish and Pal dug into the salad and practically cheered, raving about how sweet, tangy, and super fresh it tasted. Jean is absolutely over the moon. Now he can whip up all kinds of vegetable dishes for them. Rudial's simple comment about how sweet it is has him scratching his head, wondering if she actually enjoys the taste of onions. A towering, multi-story apartment complex comes into view, and just like that, the scene shifts. Jean answers from inside with a quick, calm nod, got it, I'm coming, right after someone knocks on the door. With a bright, cheerful grin, he swings the door open wide and welcomes his guests into the warmth. Ash and the butler roll up with purpose, heading straight to the housewarming party. In that plain little room, Jean steps up with full confidence, proudly saying he left nothing on the table for the event. With a teasing grin, Jean complains that he got worked like a slave building the two houses. The butler and Ash beam with gratitude and thank Let's from the bottom of their hearts for every ounce of hard work he's poured in. The butler sinks into quiet thought, convinced that every choice he made to manage the property was for Ash's safety. A cold, heavy memory slams back as they barely scrape through their escape from Ash's vengeful brother, the Duke. He snaps his mind shut on those dark thoughts with one quick, decisive no. He got a cheaper rent because Gene footed the bill and cut the cost for him. Gene can't help but feel blown away by how the butler wastes no time and makes a smart, practical call, renting to the lets right away. He couldn't believe his luck. He finally found a cheaper rental on the edge of town, and the relief hit him like a wave. He spills his dream of one day buying a house he can stay in for the rest of his life. Gene jokes that getting a house means, okay, are we really gonna start hunting for a wife now? Flustered beyond words, he scratches the back of his head and insists he's nowhere near that stage yet. Ash completely misreads the situation. He assumes you've gotta buy a house before you can even think about getting a wife. The tour kicks off as Gene fires up, breaking down the layout of the entire first floor. He was blown away by the fancy modern stuff, like the bathtub and that toilet sealed behind its own little wall. Gene seethes in his own head, furious at the primitive, filthy hygiene standards of this world. His smile drops and seriousness hits. He leans in, voice sharp, and sternly reminds them of the rental conditions. He declares loud and clear that we've got to bathe every day and scrub the bathroom twice a year, no excuses. After putting the final touches on everything himself, he couldn't stop and just openly voiced his real, heartfelt admiration for Gene. Gene keeps it under wraps because he knows he tapped his storage magic and quietly recruited spirits to pull it off. He can't spill the truth, so he shrugs it off and claims he's just fit, like that somehow makes everything okay. He hustles the crew upstairs, barking that the second floor has 3 rooms waiting for them. I can't believe it. I'm totally stunned to find a real bed with a thick, comfy-looking mattress. He perches on the edge with shaky caution, running his fingers over the strange new object like it might bite. He flops onto his back and blurts out, shocked at how wildly different and somehow amazing this feels compared to straw. Gene says he picked this route so he'd dodge creepy insects, then tells them to air out the mattress every once in a while. Elsewhere, Ash and the butler crouch over a weird wall panel, staring at it like it's hiding a secret they can't ignore. Gene stops Asha mid-push and tells her it's not stuck, it's a sliding door. With a gentle rattling scrape, Ash slips the door open and freezes. Surprise hits his face instantly. He can't stop staring at the wonder of it, grinning as he explains how it swings open from both directions and links the rooms like a secret passage. Gene can't help but think these doors don't stand a chance here. They're taken off so easily they might as well be unwanted. Ash keeps slamming the door back and forth, unable to look away from how that mechanism works. Once the tour of the upper floors wrapped up, Gene grabbed their attention and laid out the whole building's layout. He tells the grateful Leth, "Don't worry, these rooms have locks for weapon storage just like you asked." Letz's face lit up with pure joy, and his mind instantly sprinted to Gene's promised cooking. The butler and Ash feed off his excitement, both leaning in like, "Yes, bring on that brilliant meal." Sandwiched between his 2 towering companions, Gene feels small for a moment, yet he's totally at peace. A warm smile blooms on his face as he thinks about how their wild, lively energy keeps lighting up his heart. The second he sinks his teeth into the housewarming feast, he blurts out, amazed, "This is insanely delicious." Gene can't help but grin as he watches their faces light up from the way his complicated cooking hits them. He tells you the dish is a gratin loaded with morel mushrooms, except there's a catch, they're technically poisonous. A chilling illustration pops up, blasting the truth about the deadly false marrow mushroom. Next, a second image pops up, lining up the edible yellow morel mushroom right beside it for a perfect comparison. He leans back and daydreams about the pure, reckless love of cooking deadly stuff, like puffer fish, right back in his old world. The gang keeps hyping the gratin, raving about that crunchy golden crust and the soft, creamy goodness inside. Gene soaks up every compliment like their fuel, silently begging for more praise, right now nonstop. When the moment calls for a drink, Gene laughs and playfully ditches his earlier urge to bolt out the door. With a dramatic flourish, Gene whips out his grand smile and declares he's made a special dessert just for them. He slaps down a magnificent slice of chiffon cake and crowns it with a huge, luscious dollop of maple cream. The butler and Ash take a bite, and both freeze, stunned by how fluffy and delicate that cake feels. Let's is stunned because in their world, sweets are almost always tough or locked away as preserved treats. Gene jolts back to that earlier moment, stunned, just like that, when his cassella pancakes hit and absolutely blew them away. He can't stop thinking about how the sweets here are basically a rare, heavy luxury, like a pound cake you'd die to get. Let Ash spell it out, those kinds of treats only show up on special holidays. Ash calls out the latest wave of maple-flavored sweets flooding Canaan. He tells them maple syrup is a rare treasure from the capital city. Jean raises a huge, cork-sealed bottle of maple syrup, the label stamped with a bold leaf emblem. With a grin shining on his face, he pours out even more of that sweet syrup for his delighted guests. Ash once couldn't stop wondering why they didn't just plant the maple trees right there, nearby. Jean clocks that the servants, especially the butler, seem to lean toward savory, milder flavors. The butler lifts a hand with perfect poise, then gently refuses the offer for more syrup. Ash shoots off another eager request for a serving, and Jean can't help but find it privately hilarious. Right as everything feels calm and cozy at home, the story snaps away to a dark, ominous forest that feels like trouble is waiting. A young girl lets out a fierce scream, daring someone to back off, because she swears they don't dare lay a finger on her brother. She plants herself in front of the small boy like a shield, staring down two men who look ready to attack. Jean crouched behind a tree, and grim, serious eyes pinned everything in front of him. He lets out a deep sigh and realizes he's tangled himself in a truly chaotic mess. He spots those kids and instantly knows they're from the Dinozo family. Then his mind races, because he can't figure out what's going on. The thugs grab the threat by the throat, promise they'll hurt the kids, father, unless they all fall in line and cooperate. One of the men thrusts his hand forward, clearly aiming to snatch the terrified girl right out of fear. The girl recoils hard, snapping her eyes shut as terror screams through her at the touch about to land. In a burst of brutal violence, both thugs get blasted through the air and drop out cold. Jean bursts out of his hiding spot, worry blazing across his face as he shoots. "Are you guys okay?" Relief crashes over them. They burst into tears, shout his name, and sprint straight into his warm, protective embrace. He pulls them in close, voice soft but urgent, and asks them to tell him exactly what's happening. Seal bursts into tears, telling him that strangers showed up and hauled their father away. She tells it like this: their mother screamed, "Run," but they got spotted anyway, and the guards snapped them up fast. Jean steadies her and promises they'll find her father, but tells her to shut her mouth and stay silent. The two kids nod at each other, and fresh determination, fragile but blazing, lights up their faces. A young guy named Jean flashes a quiet, kind smile into the distance, like he's holding a whole secret in his heart. He's torn up watching his sister shield her little brother, like he's seeing that old, familiar bond all over again. Right beside them, the captors shove the adults into the spotlight and demand, through gritted teeth, where the children are, while keeping the parents trapped as hostages. Jean crouches in the shadows, staring hard at the crisis like it's about to swallow him whole. Dinozo, the father, gets slammed to the ground as his wife is held hostage by a brutal threat. Jean finally realizes there's no way they can guard every single hiding child all at once. It's going to be brutally hard. A scarred man laughs at the helpless father, sneering that he's a rusty king of wolves. Jean frowns at the name Bomber, and suddenly a spark of memory flashes in his eyes. He flashes back to a friend's fire-filled confession about the legendary adventurer, Bomber. She screams for her dad, then clamps her mouth shut in terror before anyone can hear. In a flash of motion, his foot comes down like a thunderclap. A loud, razor-sharp sound effect snaps into the air, and the counterattack is officially on. Jean explodes forward and drives a thunderous punch straight into one of the thugs. The rest of the captors freeze in shock, demanding to know what he's doing. For the blink of an eye, a faint, knowing smile flickers across the mother's lips. In the middle of the chaos, Shiva's mother lets out a calm, steady "Amai," like she's still in control. She snaps in with shocking speed, hooks the leader's arm, and slams his attack to a stop. She whips her arm in and rips the sword right out of his grip. She grips the blade like it's hers, then flashes a determined smirk at her opponent. Shiva unleashes a massive, sweeping slash, and her insane skill is on full display. Her raw power hits her audience like a thunderclap, leaving them completely speechless and wide-eyed with pure awe.